happened in the first moves, and it seems to be a Nimzo Indian, and we have Nakamura
playing F3.
F3, like
Samish.
yeah, but Anand played it also
Yeah,
against Carlsen in the last game, which this was his last hope in the World Championship.
He had a fantastic position.
He had a great position, but now it seems Carlsen's changed compared to the game they had in
So what did he play
Chennai. He took on C3. This is the main line.
Yes.
B takes C3, C5, C takes D5, and now you can take with the knight. This is maybe the main line, but he took with the E pawn, which is obviously very well known as well. And then after E3, if I'm not mistaken, Black played C4 immediately. I think he didn't want to allow Bishop D3, and then you had very quick G4, and Anand got a very promising attacking position.
But still, it's not easy to prove that he was winning, huh?
Of course not, no. He had great chances to lead his attack to victory, but Black's position was resilient, so it was not easy at all. But here in this game, Magnus came back to E7. This is a sideline, although it has been studied, of course. The main idea, we will see it in the game, since they have played the main moves. E4.
Taking the center.
This is basically the
Looks
idea.
beautiful, huh?
Yeah, when you play F3, this is your only real idea, because F3 has got drawbacks. You cannot develop your knight to its natural square. So E4, D takes E4, F takes E4, and now E5. This is the main idea of Black.
Important moment. Huh?
If White takes it, this is a pawn for the moment, but it's not going to last too long, because we can swap queens.
You would have to take with the king.
Yes, because if you take with the knight, then this is possible. So king takes.
Knight G4
and you have too many threats. Black wins back the pawn and is very nice, let's say, centralized with this very strong square here. Obviously this did not happen. D5 and bishop C5. Well, very logical, even though the bishop has already moved 3 times so far, but it's already, I mean, every move had a point. Bishop B4, the Nimzo Indian, of course. When you go back to E7, you actually want to get this kind of positions. And now you have this structure here. It's clear that the bishop is very active on this diagonal. So
let's say a move like B4 would be completely senseless, because the bishop D4 and
bishop D4
is already winning. Maybe.
Yeah, he might win a pawn at least, and not very nice consequences for White. So B4 is not going to happen, and we see the first moment in the game when one of the players think, for a while at least. Maybe Carlsen was hesitating after F3, but I mean, after the experience he had in Chennai, where his position was certainly not too sound, he did some work apparently and changed his line, and decided on this system with bishop E7 back on move 5. So bishop C5, what can we do? I mean, there are ideas.
Is too obvious, huh?
If you play knight F3, you need to reckon with this jump here. And, well, you can come to F2 with either piece. It's going to look a bit unpleasant for Black. Of course, the immediate threat is to fork here with the knight, but also a bishop check on F2 is not very pleasant. So this knight F3 might not be the main. The best move. So maybe first
bishop E2, just insert
bishop E2. Yeah. But still, the question remains for White: what to do with the king? Because castling short is a bit out of question at the moment. So either you want to prepare it somehow, so you will have to do something with bishop E3 at some point, or you decide not to castle short. But then what to do?
Bishop G5 maybe is a reason.
Bishop G5, indeed. So that you pin this knight, and it's Black's turns to be confronted with a question whether you want to play H6
just retreat
and G5 or not G5. But then when you play G5,
bishop G4, this is weakening maybe, huh?
Yeah, it's double-edged, of course, but
maybe even bishop G3 instead.
Simply bishop G3 also is possible.
Not give him the chance to.
Yeah, well, ready now, knight G4.
Again.
We can see that the square F2 is controlled by the bishop G3, so it's not the end of the world. So bishop G5 makes a lot of sense indeed. Well, there are other moves, but well, if you play h3, you know, you're weakening the whole black squares
So
complex.
whenever you play knight f3 afterwards,
Indeed.
there may be knight h5.
Let's say castle, now knight f3,
So this could
knight
be tricky.
h5, and
Yes.
the knight enters, especially on g3 probably.
Yes, and you cannot take on e5 because of queen check. On h4.
Yes, this is not good. So h3 is just very momentarily preventing black's idea, but I mean the drawback of this move is much, the price you pay is much higher.
It happens very often that you play with white, you take the center, you have beautiful pawns, but surprisingly black is ahead in the development.
It's true.
It's like changing, you know, advantages.
Yeah, it's indeed. This also happens in the French advance, for instance, where white plays e4, e5, taking space, but also giving the move, I mean, the chance for black to develop
C5,
a piece
yeah.
before. Indeed, c5, and then knight c6, queen b6, things like this. And here it's exactly the same. We have two pieces already developed for black, and just the knight on c3, plus problems here on this diagonal, as we highlighted before. So, and it's, yeah, I mean, in the development, you would like to castle for white, but it's not easy to make. So it's interesting, because it's already clear that Carlsen is developing a small initiative at the start of the game, which is certainly not decisive, but
at first sight we like his position. Huh?
Yeah, of course.
We have to admit that.
But if it were so simple, then the refutation of the system with f3 would be found.
Okay.
So, and it would be known already. So, but it's for sure this line hasn't really been played at the highest level in recent years. So, the fact that Carlsen plays it today may give the signal for other players to start investigating it. Investigating again.
So maybe we should switch to the third game?
Yeah, let's have a look at the opening of the third game. This is the one between Caruana and Anand, Vishwanathan Anand, who sadly started this tournament with 2 losses. This is, it's not excluded, of course, that he makes a big comeback, because if he should win the last 3 games and then the rapid tournament is also on the last day, everything is possible, of course. But, well, his psychological state for the moment is certainly not positive after these 2 losses, and of course also the fact that he lost the World Championship title in November. So it's not going to be easy. We have a Slav.
Very solid line.
Yes, knight f3, d5, c4, c6. We reached it after another move order, and e3, bishop g4. One of the main reactions, together with bishop f5.
Have you actually played this line with black?
Maybe one. I used to play bishop f5 when I used to play the Slav, which is not the case really anymore. So bishop f5 was also more fashionable at the time I played it, while bishop g4 came more popular recently, like in the 5-6 last years. And but I've had this position as white a few times.
As white.
Knight c3, e6, h3. Bishop h5, you keep this pin here, and white can be tempted in these lines where black develops this this bishop early on to play queen b3 and attack b7. Then it's always bishop takes f3 happening here, and you don't really
want to take this pawn.
Yeah, this is a bit too risky. Actually, the queen is getting off track a bit. Too early, and then the rook b8. Well, okay, it's in this very position. Maybe it's not too dangerous for white, but actually this pawn is always hanging. So you can first, I mean, this exchange on f3 is always hanging. So you can first play queen b6 as well. But this has not happened. g4, bishop g6, and c takes d5, and Vishwanathan has stopped to think now.
Yes. So if you take with the c pawn. It's allowing knight e5, and sometimes you have now problems on the diagonal, a4 to e8, because the bishop is looming.
And this one on g6
is out of the structure.
Indeed, yeah.
It's well placed, actually.
It's very well placed, yeah.
It's what you want, but you weaken the other side.
It's true, yeah. So could it be that c takes d5
I think
should be met by e takes d5?
Looks like a normal move.
It's a bit more normal, indeed, because now this pawn on c6 prevents any checks, of course. After queen b3, you can always play queen b6
B6.
or queen c7, even if you want to keep queens, but queen b6 is very much a good move. So e takes d5, sorry, is certainly the main reaction here. When I think that knight e5 is still the main move for white.
So how about the last possibility, knight takes d5? Is this playable?
For black.
It doesn't look normal, but...
Well, you know, once white has pushed his pawn on g4, it's possible also.
Yes.
Now it's also more complicated for
Exactly.
white to make this work. Here it's even impossible because it costs a pawn, of course. So you would have to first try and develop the bishop on f1 somewhere. But if you develop here,
it bites anyway.
yeah, so maybe
Bishop
G2
G2 on the long run.
yeah, still because of these pawns, it might be wise to keep the bishop close to them. So knight takes d5 is certainly possible too, but maybe a bit less natural than e
Let's
takes
see.
d5. Yeah, we have a move. Ah, he took with a knight, yeah? Well done. I think that if these two moves, g4, bishop g6, had not been inserted, let's say in this position, after c takes d5, he would not have taken with the
Good
knight,
point.
because then
Very good
e4
point. Yes.
would be much more unpleasant.
Yes.
Now you don't have
No,
problems
this is
with this
beautiful
pawn.
white, yes.
Yeah. So that's a difference.
Very good point.
But now that g4 came, there is a small difference.
Yes.
So knight takes d5.
So this must be
Hikaru.
preparation.
Yeah, I think it's probably still theory. Knight e5 now by Caruana. Quite quickly. He played it quite quickly, so this is a...
So let's say knight d7, he takes g6 probably.
Yeah, that's actually a question, because now this knight here, black would like to exchange it probably, so if you take here, it's also a fact that now that this rook plays a bigger role once g4 has been played. So that bishop g2, this kind of development is more, well, it's more or less forced. I mean, not in this very moment, but there is no other real square for the bishop. So if you want to castle one day. Knight e5. Well, what about an idea like knight takes c3 and bishop e4?
The ugly move f3.
I would like to provoke
What?
f3 when I have a check
Yes.
here. And then, but it's not the end of the world,
No,
this
sure.
check.
Yeah.
Let's move here, go back there. And one day I will be able to play queen e1, or maybe like this. This is also possible. Plus, let's not forget moves like queen b3. I mean, the king on e2 is...
Maybe black should just retreat immediately.
Actually, I'm not sure there is anything better. Because the pawn on b7 is definitely vulnerable. But of course the queen on h4 has done.
The jump, yeah.
Yes. So it's not good. It doesn't look good to stay here forever. So here we have a double-edged position, but certainly now something like king here and king there. And even though white has not castled in one move, he's doing it by hand.
Quite promising, huh?
So it's possibly not too bad. So after the exchange on c3 and bishop e4, f3 is not as bad as it looks at first sight.
But what else?
Well, what else? You don't really want to move this rook, and knight f3 back is certainly
I mean,
not.
rook g1 is quite ridiculous.
Yes, you don't want
Maybe
to.
just
So
h6
f3.
and then you can retreat.
Yeah, so
So this is possible.
f3
yeah.
looks like the main line. So that's maybe this exchange on c3 followed by bishop e4 is not really the best here. And knight d7 is very sensible, as you
Yes.
said. Well, for Vichy Anand today, I think the main goal in this game is to try and gain back some control over his own emotions, because of course he lost the first two games, so this is very unpleasant, especially in such a short tournament.
Yes.
But in general as well, I mean, it's probably rarely seen Anand lose 2 games in a row.
Twice in a row, yeah.
Yeah, so
it's important not to lose.
it's
today.
important not to lose, and actually that's one of the reasons why he plays a solid opening like this one, the Slav, today. And for Caruana, it's also an important moment, because he senses that Vichy is fragile, and he well, it's a good opportunity to try and win.
Yes,
Who knows?
he's white anyway.
He's white and he's a fantastic player as well, so there is no reason why he shouldn't nourish any hopes to win this game. As you can see, the playing hall is packed today. This is Saturday. On the weekend, many spectators and
famous spectators, as
some
we see,
famous
just passing
spectators,
by.
of course, and yeah, many. Yeah, how many seats are there in the room? Like 150 or 200?
Maybe, I didn't count them.
But as you can see, many people aren't seated there. They have to stand, and I think they also make a kind of control at the door, not letting too many people in at the same time, because if the room is overcrowded, then it's going to be packed. As you can see, the main arbiter says...
Yes, and on the very right side, you see our next guest.
Yes, Jan Tiemann is going to join us later. Something we obviously look forward.
So, we have a move on another board.
We also have a move, just very quickly.
Okay.
Vichy played bishop b4, and we expect bishop d2 as a very logical reaction here. But maybe queen b3 can be taken into consideration as well. But bishop d2 is normal, because it's hard to see how this bishop is going to be better placed in a near future. So the bishop d2 makes a lot of sense.
Though we have to add that knight takes d5 maybe is not a threat because of queen takes d5 immediately.
Yeah.
With the rook hanging on h1.
Yes, of course. But anyway, he could first exchange here as well, so it would not be...
Of course,
yeah.
of course.
But queen takes d5 then is unpleasant.
Yes.
It's true. So bishop d2 indeed is normal to unpin the knight.
So maybe here there's the strategic possibility to take with the bishop and then play with two knights against two bishops, which happens every so often. Huh?
It can happen sometimes, yeah.
You take like this, knight d7, like...
And this
Figurine.
kind of position.
Yes.
Now the main question is, of course, whether the two knights can find solid squares to be based on. If this is not the case, then probably the deal was not too good for black.
And you need queen with black to have some kind of attack possibilities.
Yeah, so the main problem in this very position for black is to be able to face these two moves. Like you could say g5 would be a normal move
to have the square.
Yes, but for the moment it's not possible, and white can start with e4, probably c4 is pretty good as well, then rook b1. So I would tend to believe that this is not a very good deal. And bishop d2 has been played by Fabiano Caruana here. Okay. So we will switch games as you
we saw a move
Nakamura.
Naka.
Yes. So Nakamura played the move you were suggesting against Carlsen. Nakamura-Carlsen, bishop g5, indeed. This is an important pin, because this knight on f6 was threatening to jump to g4 here. And so that's the reason why he plays bishop g5. And now we will see how Carlsen reacts. Both play... he's just reacted, so that's good. He's castled.
Yes.
So no h6, g5,
I think
not yet at least.
Yeah, it's quite clever not to insert h6, because then the bishop always has a bishop g3 attacking e5. So just leave him.
Plus the bishop controls this square. Sometimes it can drop back also.
And no tricks with bishop f2 and knight g4.
And Naka reacted immediately also, knight f3.
Okay.
Now, of course, this is possible since the knight on f6 is pinned. Yes. Well, it's certainly, since Magnus decided on this line today, which certainly was not only intended to surprise his opponent, but also he has something in mind. So it's probably still bishop g5 is the most logical reaction, knight castles or knight f3. So it seems clear to me that he has something here. So he plays bishop g4.
Right, very important point, because for the first time b4 was a threat, just one move away.
Correct. Now that the knight on f3 controls this square, white indeed intends to chase away this bishop. So bishop g4 is logical in this sense. Probably a5 was a sensible move also, but then you need to take into account possibilities like knight takes e5, which are certainly dangerous for white, obviously, because you open the file here. But bishop g4 rules out this possibility. Well, bishop e2 is also a normal move now.
Yes. Knight d7 then, and
Yeah, but then, yeah, before you wanted to take on f3, right?
yes, I'm used to that.
Indeed. And then you secure the square here for the
Yes,
bishop.
I'm
But
not
still,
scared.
how is this? And let's move the queen to
Yes.
a nice square.
And now I show you my tricks. Maybe with takes and knight takes e4.
Ah.
You never know. We have to check.
So let's see. I want to play like this and knight takes.
Or d5, I'm not sure yet.
Maybe d5
It's even more
is
sensible.
better.
Yeah.
Because here I might take here and then here.
Yes, and the bishop on f3 is coming alive, huh? Probably. Though I'm not sure.
Well,
It's
your knight is going to
stuck.
be.
Yeah. I need now to play
But still,
e4.
you can play this and. But I play d6. Yeah.
d6, yeah. And e4. And
So you wanted to play
Yes.
e4 and then take this guy. How is this? Yeah, should be
maybe okay.
should
yeah.
be good for
Yes.
black. You will manage to exchange the bishop for the knight here. This doesn't help because of
Yes.
f5. If I play this, you can play here. Rook c8 somewhere.
Maybe the A rook, so we have the other one.
Well, now I have this
The
option.
tempo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Agree,
I'm
yeah.
not very happy to play d6 actually.
Okay. Yeah, right.
So if I can insert this and play rook c1 now, although you will, yeah.
And there's knight b6.
Black is fine, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Knight
quite
b6.
okay. Okay.
But still, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, bishop c5.
But all right, I believe black should be okay. Anyway, we are quite far from the game now.
Yes.
Since this is still the position on
He's
the
not
board.
going to play b4 seriously.
No, this was just an attempt
Yeah, just
to
to
show why it doesn't really work.
So, but still
the
the
wall
problem
fight
of casting. The problem of casting remains, huh?
it's true, yeah. And that's the reason, actually, white would like to make this work. And it's not very easy for the moment, so it's all about trying to get this move in at some point. And as soon as white will really threaten to do it and black doesn't really have a choice, he will play a5, because a5 is by no means a bad move. So the the black setup is quite attractive, actually.
And if we look at the picture, he looks quite self-confident, huh?
Well, does he ever look
Okay.
unconfident?
Scared. He's never scared.
He might be scared, but he doesn't show it. And of
He was
course,
slightly scared yesterday because he thought he had no advantage.
yeah, but
not
this,
really
this is
scared.
luxury problem. When you have no advantage against Aronian, you make a draw, and it's not the end of the world. Although for him, of course, number one, he would like to win against the number two. It's not only a prestigious question, but also just a matter of the fact that he's number one. And
Okay.
of course, he's aware that he's not going to win every game.
Did you see that scene just right now?
He
got up and immediately Nakamura
rook
played
played.
his move.
And his move was a h3.
And he
Bishop
takes.
3. This is obvious also.
No
The
hesitation.
black bishop doesn't really want to go back here, so bishop takes f3.
And
And he thinks.
judgment reserved, huh?
Yeah, he thinks. He doesn't take automatically with the queen, although this looks like the normal reaction. But he apparently considers g takes f3. Is this serious?
Is this serious? Okay.
No.
No,
Well,
it's not serious. It just bluffed.
it was serious to think about it for 20 seconds.
He wanted to make Magnus think about it.
And Magnus develops his,
Yes.
his knight to d7.
Of course.
So of course b4, always bishop d4. That's
Yes.
of course now you're not losing the pawn the way I showed it before. You showed me before. You can play rook c1 or
But now
rook b1.
maybe a5 is already opening.
Yeah, and you want to open the a file, so it looks
Yes.
very much like. And still this king here. If you want
Stuck.
to castle,
You have to play
Please.
something like bishop e3, but we don't like that.
actually I prefer rook b1. But then
But
again,
now we have to check. Now it's
again,
even worse
bishop
because
takes
it's
c3.
hanging at
Yeah,
the very end.
bishop takes c3. And my idea is that, let's say if you play a5, which you don't do because you want to take this, but I want to play knight b5, and if you go back, then I have c5. That's my idea. And after rook c1, a5, if I play knight b5, then yeah, but this is not possible. So
Yes.
like this.
Yeah.
So I'm happy here.
Yeah.
So rook c1.
Yes.
Yeah, I would be for this.
You
one.
are a King's Indian killer. That's why you tried the
Well,
b1.
killer, I'm not sure, but I try to hunt it. A5. So A5 not B5. What is it going? What is really going on here? Of course, you can take on B4, can't you?
Yes. It takes on D4. No, then
Yeah,
knight E5 afterwards is quite.
No, but also this maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. It looks possible. But here you
Great.
can take on F6. So.
Yes, and you have a check on G4.
Check on G4.
Just in case.
Doesn't really work.
Doesn't work.
So it's a pity.
Good idea, actually.
But it doesn't work.
No.
So we have to take back here. Indeed. Well, but this looks pretty attractive for black. I mean,
There should be some tricks.
Knight
here.
D5, Rook E8, or the one or the
Queen
other.
E8. You
Queen E8 as well.
quite like.
Dangerous.
Yes.
Queen E7 also, threatening this pawn.
Okay.
And then
yes,
Queen takes
yeah.
E4.
Oh, yes, that's the end
That's-
already.
That's already pretty convincing.
We've seen too many Queen E8s working out here.
A5, yeah. So anyway, we are a bit further than the game because this is now the current position in this encounter. Nakamura-Carlsen.
What we can predict, it's a very sharp game.
By the way, as our technician Macaulay Peterson told us
Let's not
before,
forget.
we actually today yesterday we had an engine working a bit in the background. Today we don't have it. We prefer not to be disturbed and distracted by it, although it does help in many
We have to
cases.
admit that.
But we prefer to be very much well on our own with the. So, but you have an evaluation here on the left of your screen if you want, and there is also a possibility for you to move the pieces on the board if you feel like analyzing a line by yourself. But we can see
Our guest has
our
arrived.
guest, Grandmaster and living legend Jan Timman is coming to us. It's very nice. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Jan.
So let me clip the
Yes.
microphone here.
Okay, yeah.
So welcome. Jan, you've been here since the beginning of this tournament.
Yes, we will stay till the end, yeah.
And you will stay till the end, that's great. What are your impressions so far in the tournament?
It's been quite interesting. All the fights that we've seen so far. Of course, Anand has been disappointing. Especially yesterday, because he had a clear advantage from the opening. And normally, if he was in good form, he would have good chances to win that game. But unfortunately for him, went astray. And after that, Nakamura played very well. I think that Aronian and Carlsen played very well in the first round. In the second round, the draw between them was also very interesting. And Caruana has had 2 fighting draws so far, which is also okay.
He was black in both games?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
And you had to come back from worse positions in both games.
Yeah, that's true. Although he at some point he had a clear advantage against
After the opening,
Galfand. Yeah, actually he had one moment where he could just get a
Take a
winning
pawn.
ending. Yeah,
Yeah, with
just
before.
win a pawn for nothing. Yeah, just mutual blunder. Yeah,
They both saw the idea just after they moved their own piece to the wrong square. So today we have again 3 great games, and we have been analyzing this Nakamura-Carlsen, which is the highlight of the round probably because they are both leaders
Yes.
now. And we had Carlsen reacting to F3 on move 4 differently from what he did in the World Championship match against Anand. And it seems more, for the moment at least, more a bit better than what he did against Anand.
yeah, that's surely better than what he did against Anand. And I believe this is the crucial line to play for black. Although I think that the retreat with the bishop to e7 is fine. I think black has very good chances to equalize that way. And after e4, I had this position as well. And in this position, I took on c4, which I believe is also more or less okay for equalization because you will play for c5 soon.
Yeah.
It is also a game Kasparov against Lubojevic, an old game in which Lubojevic reached the draw without too many problems. So I think d takes c4 is actually worth considering, but knowing Magnus Carlsen, he's also looking for his chances with black. And the most crucial and the most principled way is to play e5 here. The old games, it's actually a very old idea, isn't it? And to play bishop c5. And now, of course, there are 2 moves, knight f3 and bishop g5.
Knight f3 is possible anyway, huh? Despite knight g4 ideas.
I think it's possible, yeah. It's just a very sharp way, way of playing, yeah. But yes.
But he played bishop g5, which
bishop
is
g5
very
is
logical.
Yeah, but you can find many games with this, with both moves, I think. Now the point is that if you in the other line knight f3, knight g4, you have b4, of course. And
it's a mess already.
Yeah, bishop f2 check, king e2. Some old games I remember. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the verdict, but this is very interesting stuff. Yes. Yeah, sure.
Maybe the machine has a new judgment.
Yeah, I think that I haven't looked at this for a long time. There's so many variations from the past that the computer has now proved to be irrelevant or wrong, whatever. So, but this is one of the great old ideas. But bishop g5 is just getting rid of all that stuff. I thought actually here, yeah, castles is of course a normal move. I think about the interesting move queen d6 when I was just sitting in the audience.
Unpinning already, huh?
Unpinning, threatening queen b6, yes. And sometimes knight g4 and queen g6. But I don't know whether it works because there's a lot of calculation here. But queen d6 is an interesting move. The normal move is castles because black wants to castle kingside anyway, and he wants to preserve the possibility of bishop g4 always. So he doesn't want to play knight d7 too early because then the bishop on c8 has no scope. So actually here, yeah, knight f3 is more or less forced. But because if you try to stop bishop g4 with bishop e2, then black probably has bishop d4. And that's fine for black because there's no knight e2.
Yeah, and bishop f3 looks silly. Huh?
Yes, I think that first of all you have to do something about bishop takes c3 as a positional threat. So okay, that's the reason why Nakamura played knight f3, and then you get the usual type of position. I have also played this with black, not in the serious game, but in rapid, and I think that black should be okay. Yeah. But what I find interesting today is that the first half hour the players took actually quite a lot of time for their moves. It's quite possible that actually all players are capable of surprising the other.
Yes.
Because if they would play right into their preparation, play would be much faster.
In a way, Nakamura's choice of playing f3 on move 4 was logically interesting, since in the last game Carlsen had against this, he showed weakness in the opening since he had troubles.
Yes, Carlsen played a line that against Anand in the penultimate game in Chennai. He played a line that the computer believes is good for black, but all humans think that white is better there. And c4, yeah, it looks ugly. And it is probably bad.
First,
closing the center and allowing white to attack.
It's amazing that the computer believes that black is better here. Yeah. That's one of the, I mean, this is one of this typical position that the computer doesn't really feel. Yeah.
So what are the plans here? I mean, how is white going to solve the question of his king?
Normally he castles queenside in this type of
maybe
position.
even in this position.
I think it's already possible to castle queenside here. Yeah, sure. Black's counterplay is normally, I think normally black plays a5. Although it's not really necessary now that white has castled queenside, because b4 may not be the idea. But you never know. It may come in a strong move. So a5 is the normal move.
And he has castled actually in the game.
He did castle, yeah, sure.
And Magnus reacted with bishop d4.
But just what I wanted to say, the other move that black wants to play is bishop d4.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe now it's a serious threat to take.
Well, c3, yes, I think bishop takes c3 is the threat.
Could be, yeah.
And knight b5 is a move here.
Yes.
Actually, you can also try knight e2. It's a bit funny, but maybe to... I think basically black could also prepare bishop d4 with a6 also, instead of a5. Actually, I don't know exactly. There are many games with this, but as far as I remember, yeah, I tried once to play a6 here. With because if you play bishop e2, then bishop d4 is good. And now you don't have a good square for
Yeah. But
the knight.
in case of knight b5, which hasn't been played yet, is there an idea to give up a pawn with c5, takes back,
So
give up the pawn, and then just queen b6 attack? Is this maybe the idea? Let's try to take.
Looks a bit strange, yeah.
I know.
Yeah. But you never know. Yeah.
Just
takes.
try. Knight takes d4, takes, and now.
Yeah, queen b6.
Looks a bit dangerous for
Yes.
white.
Yeah.
Kind of initiative, eh?
Rook d2, I would say.
Knight c5 already.
No?
Knight c5,
And take on f6.
and then check.
You're not scared, huh?
And then there will be mate.
Probably. Yes.
Bishop f6. Check. King c2. Yeah. Queen g3.
G4 or G3. Probably
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Queen
Ah,
c3,
maybe
they have
check
queen
on
b3
b3
check. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can still.
But
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
so the rooks are coming. Yeah, but queen g3 is.
still, no?
Yeah. Then king c1.
Well, we protect D1, so, and we protect
We
D8 too.
We don't care. Rook d8.
Rook d8. Yeah.
Yeah, but D1 is protected, so. Well, I'm not forced to
but
take.
still, you're
Let's-
not happy,
let's-
huh? Yeah.
Am I not?
You're not forced to take now.
Play this.
Queen e3.
King B1.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is fantasy line, of course. but
Rook d1 and queen. Who knows? No, you still cannot play rook d1. No, I
No,
think
no,
that
it's impossible.
it's not enough. Yeah,
No.
but okay, you didn't have to play knight c5.
no,
yeah?
knight
Yes.
C5 is not
No, of course
necessary.
not.
So
But it looks
You can play
dangerous.
rook fe8.
Rook E8, just.
Yeah, rook fe8 looks like a nice
Stronger.
move. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know actually about knight b5. Let's put it this way: if I play, let's say, knight e2, are you going to do the same thing?
Hopefully.
Let's see.
And now I don't have to take it all, and I can try to play some stuff on the king side. On the other hand, you may consider to play queen b6. Yeah.
Yeah, A6, B5, stuff.
To knight g3. I think I don't need g4.
Yes, white is also going to try and develop an attack here with a
H6.
knight f5 at some point.
h6 may take it on h6. May take, yeah. Maybe it's not enough now.
But I can also maybe.
Yeah, bishop h4 is possible. Yeah.
I'm not going to be scared too much probably.
Oh, you mean after
G5,
G5, knight f5,
and then G3 maybe.
G takes
G5,
h,
G5 is a big move. Huh?
g3.
G3 and King H7. No?
Yeah.
Simply. And still, not so easy to attack here.
It's not so easy to attack now.
Yeah, black is fine. It's going to defend somehow.
Yeah. So it could be one of the ideas for black to play c5. Yeah, in any case.
But bishop h6 is certainly a better way to make it work than bishop h4 if we want to sacrifice, if we badly want to sacrifice.
Yeah, yeah. Also, but if you don't want to sacrifice, also bishop d2 is an option. Yeah?
Again, rook g8.
But do we need to play h6 with black? This position instead of just moving away the queen.
Well, if sacrifices don't work, then
Okay.
h6.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah,
If you don't
It
play
also-
h6,
it's also.
I'm not happy to have this mark.
Yeah, you're giving.
yeah,
you're
but
giving
anyway,
us-
I mean, knight is jumping to f5 anyway, even if you would
Yes.
play something else. You could play queen b6, but I don't see any.
But then you have the rook on d2.
You probably play bishop c3.
maybe this.
b3, you want to play? You can play b3, yeah.
And a5, a4, everything is closed.
And then knight is jumping to f5, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, after knight e2, I don't know what black's idea is here, yeah. Probably, he can also try to play something like h6, yeah? Then you go to h4.
Immediately.
Now it's already, now c5 is already,
Maybe c6 only. I don't know.
yeah, c6 is, I was thinking about c6, yeah, but it's different. I don't have to take on c6, yeah. c6, of course, is also a typical move in this type of position. In general, even if you don't play bishop d4, c6 is always maybe double-edged in some cases, because He played knight e2.
He's just played knight
Yeah.
e2.
So,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that h6 is probably the most accurate. Because if you want to retreat the bishop to d2, then maybe I will just play c6.
yes.
Because now it's not under attack, d4, and this is...
So you're not really afraid that g4 and g5 will come and white will be able to open lines on the...
Yeah, it's a possibility, but I'm also opening with c takes d.
Yes,
Yeah.
so the question is who is going to be first?
Yeah, but in this case, of course, I would be worried if I had played c5 with black. I would be very worried, because then g4, g5 is a real threat, yeah. But with c6, I believe that there's counterplays. Also knight c5 is hitting the pawn on e4, and it looks like bishop d2 is not really the best move. But on the other hand, I think h6 is accurate here. You can, of course, play bishop h4, and then, okay, we can just choose whether you want to play c6 or c5. I don't think he wants to retreat the bishop. That would probably not be his style. But then it's a bit passive for black. And also I don't think that he wants to do that because the knight is not so bad on e2. It's jumping to g3 later on. I think that maybe in general white, of the c6, I think white must take on d4. Rook takes, yeah. Now, of course, the D file is still closed and the B file is closed. So the compensation is not that clear. Let's see what Carlsen played.
He played c5.
He played, your ID,
c5,
C5.
so
Now it's becoming very interesting what he will do after knight g3. I would actually, I don't know, I would be a bit worried with black here.
Yes. It looks to us that c6 is maybe more subtle. I mean...
Yeah, c6 is more, let's say, flexible, yeah? Keeping, I mean, in general, I mean, the knight on c, has a square on c5. But okay, he was, now in this case, he was, of course, afraid of knight takes d4. But that's why I thought h6. But probably he was worried that it would be a weakening move, h6. So maybe he wants to play something with c5, and after knight g3, just... well, I don't know. What could be the idea?
Maybe queen...
b5, maybe? But then you take simply, yeah?
Is it possible to play this maybe slightly ugly move, but I'm going to be able to go out of the pin with this move? Or maybe first queen b6, who knows?
Yes.
And after g6, I play probably h4, I think.
And h5.
h4 and h5.
But I play h5 as black.
You want to play h5, then I probably...
Let's say this position first.
Okay.
And g6 now.
And now you want to play, you can play
h4,
h5 now. You can play h5 now. Yeah, in the other case, I could probably take on h5, but not now.
It could be dangerous.
Yeah, but okay, here you can play this. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So now it's more.
Now,
it's going to be slow.
Now of course you needed to have to push g4, because then it would really be doing something. Then you could push h4, h5.
And knight f5 might still be an idea anyway.
But now I think both sides are a bit slow.
Yeah, because the queen also is in the way of the b pawn.
Yes, and there's actually not much happening here. I think here white you could play, let's say, bishop e2, and then play rook f1 and just wait and see. Of course, it's a very interesting struggle in general. We should be very thankful that he played his line with e5. Because if he wanted to play the careful line with d takes e4, like I did some years ago, and like Lubo did against Kasparov, then the game would have been less exciting. So we should be very happy now.
Yeah, we should be thankful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in general they have been playing fighting chess in the first two rounds, of course.
Yeah, sure.
In the blitz is obviously easier to do, but also in the first two rounds. Maybe in general also chess becomes a bit more fighting than maybe a few decades ago. I'm not saying that people were not fighters earlier, but there used to be maybe a little more short draws without the public, the general public, criticizing anyone. Now you make a short draw and the wall journalists and chess world start screaming, how boring, whatever.
Yeah, that is true. But the funny thing is that the Sofia rules don't always work. Because there's so many moves repetitions in the opening that if you say, well, okay, guys, you cannot make a draw without repeating the move, well, they say, well, here is a repetition. Actually, you see that many of these FIDE tournaments of the World Cup had short draws through repetitions of moves in the opening, while actually a tournament where there is no Sofia rule, like I can say, where people are not actually forced to play, there are more decisive results, and it's just a matter who you want to invite. If I can say people know that, okay, if they play a certain way, they may not be invited back. And here you see, I mean, this tournament is also ideal for fighters. I mean, all the players who play here, they're guaranteed fighters. And otherwise they would never have had such a high rating, of course.
Well, we also have opposition of style in general. If we have a very classical player like Gelfand, but we have also the youngsters, some youngsters who are less classical, of course, even though they know their classics probably. But then they, like Nakamura, always trying to search for interesting ways to attack and playing the King's Indian in a very aggressive way and doesn't.
Although I think that Caruana is more of a classical player.
Is more, yeah.
I think that in general, if you see games of Caruana, if he wins the game, it's mostly a very impressive game, a very methodic game. He has a very good way of, let's say, exploiting certain positional advantages. Nakamura is different. I mean, he's going for just interesting stuff. And he doesn't care. You know, for example, yesterday he didn't really believe in what he was doing, but he still did it. And he was successful with that. And that is also
he's very dangerous.
Yes, dangerous, yeah, sure, for everyone. Yeah, sure. Also today.
Yeah, today actually Nakamura Carlsen is already a dogfight here on the game, on the board.
Yeah.
We might move to one of the other games.
Sure.
Maybe we just had a short discussion of the first move between Aronian and Gelfand, but we haven't really looked at this game since. So Aronian against Gelfand started out in a Grunfeld with G3, and we had this exchange on G5.
What I find interesting here is that Gelfand already on move 8 started thinking so long, although he's very well prepared. He was thinking maybe half an hour or something. Something like that, yeah?
Did we expect knight d7? fd7, I think.
We mentioned it briefly here instead of knight e4.
I think this position is very well known. Sometimes you see the position with both sides having castles already. And now, of course, there's very little difference. But, I mean, let's say if black would castle here, I mean, instead of knight e4, and you play knight c3 probably. And I had this position also against Karpov in the past. I would normally play e6 here, and then knight fd7. Now white is trying to prove that he has a good bishop, but it's not much for white. Something like f4, I don't remember what Karpov's choice was. And I believe that if black plays carefully here, he should get almost close to equality. I think that is the simplest plan, but Gelfand played knight e4, and then somehow he was surprised by the move knight d2, otherwise he wouldn't have thought so long. And I was also thinking about this, and it's a bit unusual for white to develop the knight to d2. It looks very innocuous, but the idea is very clear. You want to take with the bishop on d2, and then you would put it on c3.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes, that's what happened, yeah.
Knight d7 and bishop
c3, and keeping quite unpleasant pressure in the position.
So he's keeping the knight on e5, defending it without f4.
Yeah, I think it's much better. Now, I believe that black shouldn't take on e5, because that would be very tough pressure, because here you have to make up your mind whether you...
e6 is ugly, huh?
e6, then the bishop c8
so
is really
bishop
bad.
e6 doesn't...
Bishop e6, then the pawn on d5 is weak.
Yeah.
So it is two choices that are not very pleasant. Yeah. So actually, I believe that black should refrain from this and should put the knight on f6, just play to f6. The other knight was on f6. And here, I believe that black has chances for equality.
Does he want to jump to e4 or maybe wait first, maybe develop the bishop?
That depends. I think that white is probably going to play queen b3 here. That is the most active move.
Yeah.
Putting some pressure on b7, the development of bishop on c8 is not so easy now. Yeah, there's some pressure for white for sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, not easy to protect this because rook b8 obviously runs into knight c6.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that is correct.
And queen c7 you don't want to do, and
queen
queen
b6.
b6. Well, already you have
It's
to
a
take
pawn,
into
yeah.
account that he can
Even
take
this,
a pawn.
Probably white wouldn't take the pawn.
Yes.
But he's changed queens.
Exactly.
I don't think he would
It
take
would solve the problems, huh?
Yeah.
Maybe take the...
Yeah, now also there's a small advantage for white here
Yes.
because you just play, let's say, some move like a3 and later you put the bishop on b4
B4,
and this
yeah.
pressure. You don't have to play a3 immediately, but just as an ID.
Waiting for it, knight e4.
After queen b3, white has a slight advantage, but I believe that anyway, knight f6 should be the move. Maybe here you can, after queen b3, you may play, as you said, knight e4, yeah.
Yes.
This may be the move to play. And also then try to change on c3 and then play, well, probably have to play e6, but at least white doesn't have the pair, you have the pair of bishops, that's something. White has pressure, yeah.
Yes.
And Aronian is actually quite an unpleasant opponent in such situations. Because he normally knows what to do with pressure.
So this variation looks so innocent, but it's hard to equalize fully.
Yeah, I think that's why I always chose when I had this position to play e6 and knight fd7. Just not to suffer too much and to be too smart, because there's always some problems then. Yeah, this I believe is the most solid. Of course, here you have different moves. I mean, f4 is the most.
Look at Boris here on the screen.
Okay, this is not a sign of despair, of course.
No, but
he's used to making
so it's quite expressive, right?
concentration. Yeah, expressive.
Concentration, yeah, that's certainly concentration, yeah.
Maybe he tries to remember, I don't know.
Well,
No, I think
he's been
He knows
thinking
it?
for 40 minutes
You
so far.
think he knows this position, exact position?
No. If you've been thinking for half an hour about move 8,
He's out of the book.
then you're a little bit surprised by the moves of your opponent. Especially his little move knight d2 must have been somehow overlooked in his preparation. I mean, because it looks very innocent, and that is very innocuous actually, but it's not.
It's interesting to point out the way Aronian tries to fight against the Grunfeld, not only just today, but in general. We saw it against Wesley So, also in Vacancy, and maybe this is also a sign he wants to give to the other candidates. The candidates tournament is coming in 1 month and a half, so, and the Grunfeld is seen as one of the most solid or maybe reliable defenses against d4. At least it has been the case in the last 5 to 10 years. It's very concrete and it's active as well, and it's very difficult for white to prove anything against this.
But it's true. But in general, Aronian, now today he played g3, but that means that he should also have g3 variations against the King's Indian. But normally against King's Indian he plays with the white center, with e4. So he may be ready for a change of repertoire a little bit. And he must have worked on the lines with g3. I must say in general, Aronian is clearly the best prepared player of this moment. In the past, Kramnik has always been that, and now it's clear that Aronian also, I saw him in Vacancy. I mean, while all the other players sometimes took their time in the opening, he was playing extremely fast. Both with white and with black, he knew what he was doing. Tremendous preparation.
They actually have this common trait that they, although maybe Kramnik tries to be a bit more principled, but trying to find small ideas, setting traps early on, and see if the opponent is prepared for it or reacts well for it, then all right. It's still a playable position where you can try to outplay your opponent later on in the middle game, even though it might be balanced. But if the opponent doesn't react well, then it's over. I mean, for
Yeah.
players of this level.
But you know what in general is a problem when you're making your repertoire? You have to look for some advantage for white. But you may face, and that is unavoidable, the same position with black. And then you must look for equality. That makes it very complicated if you want to work on a repertoire.
Yeah, and we can see now the time difference. Gelfand has spent, Aronian has spent only 15 minutes and 45 minutes for Gelfand, who is now faced with a choice whether to play knight f6 as you would prefer.
Yes.
Because the exchange on e5 is certainly going to end in an unpleasant pressure.
Well,
for white.
he can also make up his mind in a different way and play e6 first.
Yeah.
That may be slightly better than taking on e5. Bit passive, but I mean it's not too bad. Yeah.
With the idea we were looking at queen b3, now queen b6 makes more sense.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now queen
much
b6 is more reliable. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Always
Yeah,
this
this
E6
may
is
be
a bit-
the best option, just in between. Not commit the knight to go to f6, not committed to take on e5, but just play a solid move and not bother too much about the bishop on c8. It's somehow a bad piece, but it may just be developed to d7 later, and then it's a reasonable piece.
And it's also a way to say to his opponent, please show me what you want now. Are you going to play queen b3? What is your intention?
Yes.
In this sense, maybe another useful and neutral move would be rook c1 now. Oh, he's just played knight
He
f6.
still played my first intentional move. And he probably must have some ideas to develop the bishop to f5 at some point. There must be some lines where he wants to do that. I don't see exactly how he wants to react to queen b3.
Yes.
Maybe knight e4. I don't know. Maybe that's what he wants to do.
mentioned that too.
Yeah. And then white probably moves one of his rooks. I don't know. You probably
Maybe
don't.
D1 even.
Rook fd1. Yeah,
Yes,
just to
take
anticipate.
with the pawn on
Yeah.
C.
Yeah, rook fd1 is probably a good positional move. Yeah, I believe so. Because it's always something is going to happen there. You probably want to put the other rook on c1.
Yeah. I quite like your remark about Aronian being the best prepared because he always denies it. He says,
Yes.
"Oh, I just played on the board." Do
Yes.
you remember his first game, the first win he had with black against Kramnik, when he outplayed him in the opening here in the match? This
In the Semislav,
yeah.
Bishop
Oh,
G5
yes,
and
He was so
Yeah,
well
yeah.
prepared, and after he said, "No, I just played it on the board."
Yeah,
But it
yeah.
was played before in Armenia somewhere. We
Yeah,
found the
yeah.
game.
Yes.
Because this rarely happens to Kramnik to be outplayed in the opening with
No.
white.
That is, I don't know whether you should call this false modesty or something. No.
He's just
Hard to
kidding us.
judge.
He's fooling us.
Yeah, actually he might be just willing to say, okay, you make up your mind yourself.
Yes.
I say, well, no, it's not preparation. You might not believe me, and you better not believe me, but what to believe is not clear either. And
Yeah, but sometimes people are exaggerating about preparation because it's simply not possible. I mean, to prepare everything.
Of course.
And there are certain positions that you can work on with the computer in a very effective way, but other positions are a bit more difficult. You get just a positional struggle and you have to find your own way. The computer may say something, but okay, it's just one move, not the whole plan, not the whole idea. Then you're on your own. So you see that in all three games today, also the third game, that
yeah, we are going to have
The
a
switch
look at
too,
now.
yeah?
yeah.
So we just to say that Aronian has just played queen b3. We have mentioned this move now, and maybe we believe that knight e4 was a good reaction maybe for black.
Yes, possibly his intention was knight f6, yeah.
But we are going to switch to the third game between Caruana and Vichy Anand, where a Slav, it all started out from a Slav, and we
left you in this position, bishop d2.
After bishop d2, sensible.
Actually, I thought that c takes d5 was an interesting decision by white.
C takes d5 on move
Yes.
8.
Because here black is actually faced with a choice. He probably doesn't want to take with his c-pawn because there's something
diagonal,
annoying
yeah.
with bishop b5.
Yes.
And he doesn't want to take with the e-pawn because in his structure, I mean, it's a bit. I mean, it's quite good after knight e5. Sometimes you push the f-pawn. So actually, knight takes d5 was the solid choice,
Yeah.
but that actually it gives white a slight edge, yeah, I would say, with knight e5. And now white has actually solved the situation there.
So here we briefly looked at knight takes c3 and bishop e4, just to
Yes, I
provoke
was
f3.
thinking about this, but
But
I
we
have two
came to the
options. Just first of all, there's rook g1.
yeah, but even f3
But
looked
f3 is
quite
okay. I think
okay.
f3 is okay. Queen
Because
h4, king e2.
King
Yeah.
e2 and then queen b3 again. Too. Queen b3, like it.
Yeah, for example.
Quite like
yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
So you need to
We
go
didn't
queen
really see,
e7 and
But the queen is not useful anymore on h4 anyway, so probably this. But
King
now,
f2.
now it's difficult. h4 is coming.
even, yeah, even stronger.
Yeah.
so it was still quite useful
yeah.
on h4.
Very
Yeah, yeah.
This is unpleasant.
Looks a bit
Maybe
unpleasant.
f6, but you don't
Yeah.
really want to
Yeah,
play
yeah, it
this.
looks a
We
bit
don't.
unpleasant, yeah. It's not what you're aiming for, is it? No. So you strengthened white center with b takes c3.
So bishop b4 was Vichy and Ant's choice, bishop d2 and knight d7.
Yeah, that's all very natural. Yeah.
And now take the
Of course, he has to take.
Yes.
And a3, I think he played, yeah. He went to a5. That's also what I expected, yeah, because I left the playing hall here when white played a3. Yeah, bishop a5 is the most, let's say, normal move. I mean, you keep the tension, and you're not afraid of b4. b4 may be a little bit weakening.
Yeah.
Then you go to c7. And now you're aiming for e5.
yeah.
And I think that after bishop a5, what did he play? Just
Bishop g2,
Yeah, bishop g2 is a normal move.
g5.
Ah, g5 he played, yeah. It's not an obvious move to play g5. I mean, I would not play it if I didn't. Only
Without
forced.
need. Yeah.
Yes. If white has a threat on the king side, I would probably. But that may be a reason. He may be worried about something with e4. I don't know.
Then maybe he might
You think that he may? But if you
might
play
have
it
been afraid,
immediately,
yeah. of this.
if you play it immediately, it may be premature.
Yeah.
Maybe just knight f6 back. Bishop g2 and some e5.
Yeah, this
Some
is.
e5.
Kind of things, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's too early to play e4. But at some point, he maybe.
Might be a bit scared at first.
Because it's becoming stronger, e4, once you're completely developed. So after this g5, he wants to jump to f4, if, in case white wants. And of course, that is not good for white. So that's quite clear.
So,
So you play queen c2, normal developing move.
so we know
Yeah.
what's behind that move.
Yeah.
Easy
he
to
doesn't-
guess, yeah.
Well, easy to guess, but still, he doesn't want to
Yeah.
castle queenside. So actually, rook c8 is okay because you get opposite castling probably.
Yes.
If black wants to castle.
Yes, but rook c8 maybe wants to.
Yeah, he wants to do something on the c file. Yeah,
He says don't
That's-
castle queenside.
That's the vis-a-vis on with the rook and the queen. Yeah,
mean, if-
in some cases, maybe a bit of a problem for white. Yeah, he just wants.
Let's say
indeed
you,
to say,
yeah, if
okay,
you
want
castle
to
queenside
queenside.
c5, I push.
You think he will push immediately? Yeah,
It's possible, just
he can also take on c3.
of course. But I mean,
Yes.
push in the
He
next
can do
future.
it. Yeah, sure.
That's
Did he castle?
No, he played
No.
rook d1,
Ah, yes.
so no castle.
so no castle queenside.
But maybe nobody wants to castle here. Yeah. So far, it's interesting. Have you played?
Maybe they dare to castle kingside whenever your opponent does it.
Yes, that is. You have positions where that happens, and this may be one of those positions where people are just waiting. On the other hand, I mean, when the rook is in h8 and you have a half open file, sometimes black plays king f8,
Yeah.
and he feels comfortable with that. And I think that all three games have a certain amount of tension. This is also a promising middle game.
Yes. So d1. I'm not sure the time is right because if we add it, then it gives more than the time that has passed. But it's probable that Caruana is ahead on the clock. We might not have the exact time here. Still, Vichy looks a bit relaxed here.
He looks relaxed, yes. I think that he's not too worried about his position. Okay, gentlemen.
Yes, I
Thank you very
thank
much.
you very much.
Yeah, I
Ian
think I enjoyed
Whenever
sharing
you
my
feel like,
thoughts
come
about
back.
this
Thank you very
position
much.
with you.
Yeah, it was nice.
All the best.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Jan.
Bye. So we had the great pleasure and the honor to have Jan Timman here, who is a grandmaster from the Netherlands, but also a vice world champion. He lost the final against Anatoly Karpov in the 90s, just when they had the split between the FIDE and Kasparov's new organization. Anyway, a great player, and he's been among the top 5 for about
Yes,
1 or
in
2
everything,
decades,
yeah.
right? So he's just great. Oh, and we have
Hi,
another
yeah.
guest who comes now.
We are so lucky, huh?
Peter Leko is here, another vice world champion, here with us. You're coming again as in the first two days. It's nice. So we had just the chance to share some views about this position with Jan Timman. Now we have you, Peter.
Well, it's nice to be back.
So we
I
just
already have seen the games because I was in the last couple of 20 minutes waiting patiently here to see how things are going. And I had a first glance of the games. They all seem to be quite interesting. And again, I don't really see any real theoretical fights. It's a creative play on all boards. So
yeah, indeed. As much Jan Timman was mentioning that the opening between Nakamura and Carlsen, this Nimzo Indian, was old theory which might have been forgotten or neglected in recent times, while between Aronian and Gelfand, it seems Aronian uncorked this idea of knight d2 and then
I know this idea very well.
you know this idea very well.
So tell us some more.
Yeah, well, actually the
So I
point is that
suggest that we move
Switch to that
this game, since we are going
We have the expert.
get some expert opinion here.
no, in fact, the point is,
Aronian Gelfand.
well, now it's clear that white is pressing.
Yes.
That's for sure. So white won the opening battle so far, and white can really enjoy playing this position. The point is, with knight d2, I remember that when we first commented the game Carlsen-Gelfand, I think I quickly mentioned that lately black players started to play this knight e4 plan instead of the classical old e6 knight fd7. We spoke about this Kasparov-Karpov match, where the black was playing the e6 knight fd7 defense, but lately black players decided that with this knight e4 you can liquidate the game and you can make a very easy draw. So something like two and a half years ago I just looked at this position out of curiosity, because I'm actually not playing the Grünfeld anymore myself with black, and I'm also not exactly a d4 player. Okay, I'm playing sometimes d4, of course my main weapon is e4. Just out of curiosity I took a look, and I did not really understand that why knight d2 was not even tried, or at least it did not get any attention, because I think there was one game which finished in a draw in 13 or 14 moves. So basically the idea was not shown. And then the point is that I think, as always, there is a new move. Unfortunately, if black knows, then black can, I think, draw by force this position after knight d2. And this was the reason why I actually find this idea, knight d2, and the idea is if he takes, then to take back with the bishop and be able to meet knight d7 with bishop c3 with already pressure. And I was wondering that, is it worth trying this in a game or not? So this was, I think, summertime of 2011, and you know that I have this drawish reputation, so I thought that if Leko is coming, taking on d5, playing g3 system against c6, I mean g3 when I know that my opponent will play c6, and I'm taking on d5, I let my opponent play this symmetrical position, and he will go knight e4, I will play knight d2, and he knows, and it's going to be a draw in 15 moves, then I will get all the blame. I will get all the blame, yeah? So this actually, I think I already had a couple of novelties like this which I never dared to use. And in the meantime, people used it and won very easily a game. And,
but this was one
and
of
I'm
Aronian's
hitting
strengths,
my head hitting my head to the
Against the
wall,
wall.
against the wall. Yeah, that why didn't I try to use it? But so this 92 is a very interesting finesse. It's a very interesting
So
finesse.
is there an equal?
I think the mistake is to take on D2,
Okay.
which is very natural. It's very
Can you
natural.
tell us the
I think,
drawish refutation?
Well, because okay, anyway, nowadays every novelty is just for one game, and if somebody seriously takes a look at this position, then he will easily understand, I think, the move. But here knight d7 is I think important finesse.
Finesse, okay.
Keeping the
So actually just reacting with the same move as white.
exactly
Knight D2,
keeping
knight
the
D7, we have
symmetry. But there are some tactical justification behind this move, so it's not that easy. But if black knows all the ins and outs, then it's a draw. Yeah.
So fortunately you didn't tell Boris. So no short draw today.
No short draw, no, because that was the whole point.
Yes.
Yeah, that white gets this bishop to c3. In this case, we can maybe jump there to move 11, because this is the key moment that after knight d7, now white is able to play bishop c3, cementing the knight on e5, and taking on e5 would not be really good for
So
black.
what do you think about Jan's idea with e6, even here, not before? Just one move before.
Not to take on.
Yeah, he proposed this move. Maybe
Yes.
still trying to equalize.
Well, definitely. I mean, with every move, black is trying to equalize in this position. The problem is, however, that over the board you realize that something went wrong. And you have to make committing decisions. And this is the worst thing. I mean, e6 is also a little bit of an ugly move, which you don't really want to make. Knight f6, on the other hand, is also a move that, okay, let's play knight f6, but you know exactly that you still don't know what is your next move. But okay, I will just put it there, and maybe my opponent will think. I will have the chance to go to the bathroom, maybe just to refresh myself, get myself ready for the future torture or unpleasant moments, basically, because they might come here.
And it's funny, if you look the position now, it's about 3 tempi that white is ahead. He has played knight e5, bishop d2, bishop c3, the rest is symmetry. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yes, but okay, it's quite a close position, so the tempis do not exactly mean that much.
It's not mortal.
What is the real problem for black here, that he cannot really develop his bishop from c8. Rook b8 is always met by knight c6 tactics, so he even cannot really prepare it. So basically what black can do is maybe to play b6 and bishop b7, but this is definitely not a setup black really wants to play, because the bishop in these positions usually goes to f5, and then the knight comes to e4, and this can guarantee a full equality.
Okay, may I just show a trick? If you play b6, is knight c6 and bishop take d5 possible? Just, I mean, I wouldn't give up the bishop, but just for the
Exactly,
spectators.
it might be possible, but I think it's probably not, because I might have bishop b7 here also.
Yes, which is...
Yes, winning. But even if
just-
I would lose a pawn, if already I can choose between having some compensation for a pawn with the two bishops or to be passively slightly worse, I might consider it seriously. The other problem with b6 is that it gives white the chance to play this Catalan idea always, like a4, a5, creating even more weaknesses. And we see that the white queen on b3 is perfectly placed, putting pressure on both d5 pawn and the b6 pawn. And also white gets very easy development with rook fc1, another typical Catalan move in these positions. So black's task is unpleasant. I mean, it's very hard to define now if this is already clear advantage for white or not, but definitely something in modern chess a white player is looking forward to. Because risk-free, you can press, you have all the chances, so it's promising.
So is knight e4 maybe something?
Knight e4, yeah. Well, knight e4 I would like very much with the idea to put the knight on d6, but unfortunately here we also see that the pawn on d5 is always under attack. So even this idea of regrouping the knight to d6, protecting the b7 pawn and first develop the c8 bishop maybe to f5 does not work. And this is actually a serious problem, and otherwise just a move like knight e4, of course, since there is no real alternative, might be played. But again, you ask yourself what happens
What
after
next
rook fc1, because white has this natural useful move and black doesn't.
So it looks like without e6 he's not gonna really.
Yeah,
be
but
able
then
to-
he can forget about activating the bishop, and also this
true, yeah.
c3 bishop might get to this b4 diagonal with tempo also. And then white might simply double on the c file like with rook c2 and rook a c1, and if the white rook would penetrate on c7, it would cause really big problems. And the problem also behind b6 that it weakens the c6 square, and the knight on e5 is already there, ready to exploit this fact in the future. So I'm not surprised that Boris is spending so much time. It's just unpleasant.
Right.
It's just very unpleasant. So he might try to go for some extreme measures, yeah, because
Already, yeah.
not with a sacrifice, not connected, because first of all he cannot even break
position
out,
is
but
We proposed queen b6, hoping he would take on d5, but he
yeah, but
doesn't.
he might take on b6.
I remember you having such a nice position, then a3, bishop b4.
Yeah, and
Good
I
game.
also don't really see how you can stop my rook from entering on c7.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I mean bishop b4, for example. Rook e8 should be played, rook fc1, and it seems like white is way too fast to enter. And okay, we changed the queens, and the part of getting even more weaknesses, I don't see what we achieved.
Yes.
So this is all extremely unpleasant. I mean, queen still, you don't want to play b6, but you might realize that after all, this is the lesser evil. Yeah, you play b6, bishop b7, play knight e4, and try to hope
Okay.
to finish the development.
Still unpleasant.
Yeah.
Still very unpleasant, but at least white also has to show his cards. Yeah.
So what do you think about the funny combination we looked at before? If he takes on f7 and queen takes f7, knight e5,
Yeah,
check.
but queen
and-
d7 was not forced.
yes,
in
of
that
course
line,
not.
yeah.
Of course not. Just
Where was this?
no, just what we looked at.
Also
It was just
was-
my mind was
saw that, yeah.
wandering on, but it's not convincing to take on f7 twice. And
I know, it's
Just
not
to-
convincing at all.
course not.
Actually, I have to admit I blundered it. I did not even notice that this is possible, but it's also not something I
No,
would be
even then-
afraid of, especially in this position, because I was slightly worse and now suddenly it's a completely unbalanced
Of course. No,
material.
I'm-
Actually, probably black is absolutely fine, yeah.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah. The
Especially
two
see-
pieces,
since rook is left. Huh?
yes. The two pieces, and suddenly
Yes,
all the
activity.
pieces are
Yeah, of
breathing.
course. Just
So we will probably leave Gelfand with his troubles for a while and see how he does later. We have other games which develop also, and speaking about this, we will move to the hit of the
the
of
champ.
day. This is Nakamura against Carlsen
wow.
with this interesting Nimzo with f3. So we left them after c5, which was a decision which Jan Timman was not completely sure about.
Whether c6 or c5.
Whether c6 on c5, and he didn't like c5 because this stabilizes the center and gives white more like freedom to attack on the king side.
Yeah, on the other hand, if I'm not mistaken, Magnus was playing this game pretty fast till this point, definitely till this point.
Yeah.
So I think all his setup was probably based on this, because why did he play exactly this setup? Probably with the idea to secure the bishop on d4. Actually, it's a very original idea, because I don't know if we have ever seen something like this in move 14.
Yeah.
Move 14, a black bishop cemented on
Yes.
d4, basically giving you the chance that please take it, and then black can choose between taking with the c or with the e pawn, depending on the circumstances.
He even gave him the opportunity to win a pawn. He could have taken the pawn, but it's very
Yes,
unpleasant.
but this is probably some very direct
Of course.
play. And
Yeah,
we
we noticed it.
we look quickly
Yes,
at that
Black was
position.
certainly
It looked so
doing extremely
dangerous.
well
Queen
here.
b6 and
Rook e8, rook b8, knight comes. This is too dangerous.
knight c5
certainly. And Nakamura decided
to attack
that
himself.
g4 was well, it is actually a very normal move.
Yeah, it's a very
Just
natural.
before you move the knight here, you first play g4, a5, king b1 first.
he played king b1 first, yeah? Because actually we just had a quick check chat with Grandmaster Ian Rogers from Australia, and we discussed the position, and we are thinking what are the plans. It's clear that white will play knight g3, knight f5, and how black wants to react to it. And one of the ideas what we came up with was exactly this rook a6. And for example, there is a line knight f5, rook b6, rook h2. I want to play rook h2. And now black plays a4. It looks very logical to try to get rook b3, but rook b3 can be met by rook d3. That's why I prefer to put the rook on h2. However, here suddenly we discussed this queen a8 move here. It was quite funny. With the idea to play queen...
You mean after a4?
Yes, after a4 now white plays some move. I was claiming some h4. Looks logical. Queen a8. Okay, for example h5. And queen a5. And now the idea was that if I can play rook b3 next, then rook d3 can be met by queen e1 check. I mean, it was a fun line. It was a creative idea. We just did not realize. Then another question was, why do we need rook a6, rook b6, and a4, and then bring the queen through a8 to a5 if we can bring it in one go?
Yes.
However, if I'm playing a4, queen a5 too quickly, then there is no pressure on the b2 pawn. So white might be able to retreat his bishop to d2. So there are many questions. I'm very interested to see how this game progresses.
So king b1, rook a6, and knight g3 now, and we have Magnus have a think now. So a4 or rook b6 seem in your.
I mean feeling-wise, I prefer white. I have to say honestly. I mean, to me it looks like white's play is much more natural, and with normal moves, white is able to improve his position, while black really has to show a lot of creativity here. Let's not forget also that white has the two bishops. This might not be decisive yet, but in a long run, it can be quite important. And also, black has these two knights. It would be nice to put this knight from f6 to d6 through e8 to d6. However, it's for this you first have to move the queen,
and then maybe
it's
give
also,
up the exchange. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. But it's also time-consuming. So I'm not surprised that Magnus is spending time here because.
And I saw a few faces. He might not have been too satisfied maybe with his position, although he does make sometimes faces. It's not always clear if we have to trust what we see. But you can see maybe he's a bit struggling maybe with himself, or I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely the point is that sitting on the black side of this position, you cannot feel satisfied. I just wonder, what was he expecting? I mean, no, the point is that definitely he was not expecting the f3 Nimzo, because I do not really recall Hikaru playing f3 Nimzo, especially lately. Okay, he is a d4 player and he used to play a lot of d4, so he might have played f3 a couple of times, but definitely not his main opening at the moment. And also, if I'm not mistaken, in his last games he always played queen c2 Nimzo. He played it in Vaikanze, he played in Team World Championship in Turkey, where he won a game against Vladimir Kramnik. But I don't think Magnus was afraid of Queen c2. So 4 f3 might have come as a surprise, and maybe he decided before that against f3 he will make this surprising setup, just to surprise the opponent.
It's clear that after Chennai, the last game where he struggled against f3,
yes, and
someone
also
might try it against him, and then he needed to have something up his sleeves.
And basically, okay, there he also played a very rare line, but definitely a rare line which showed that he is not having a killing idea against the f3 Nimzo, which closes f3 Nimzo. I don't know if it's possible to have such idea or not, but definitely his approach was more like, I will come up with some interesting setup and let's play chess approach. But I have noticed that this f3 Nimzo is extremely tricky, because actually if white is able to build up his center and the game develops according to the natural plan, then white might be strategically clearly better. That's the reason why I was also mentioning that usually such move like 4f3 should be killed with a direct play. And I mean, kill, what it means, it's not that black is winning or something, but to find such force lines where after maybe mutual precise play, the game is so complicated that you cannot evaluate it. Because here I can evaluate it that, okay, white has a pleasant position, and if I would know that this position is guaranteed, I would always I would always play like this. Yeah, it's just a nice looking position.
We can actually conclude that Magnus is having a bit some troubles against f3 still from the World Championship, where he might have been surprised. Maybe he had that backup which he played against Anand, and now this new idea of playing this, which is not new in terms of theory, but actually at least he wanted to surprise his opponent. It doesn't really work in this sense, because even though
okay, just one thing I want to add. Maybe in a few more moves we will say that, wow, Magnus knew everything. I mean, not that move per move, but he knew some ideas and he knew exactly why he was going into this position. For the moment,
yes, we have a new move.
New move, yes.
G6. That's a move I suggested when we were looking at knight G3 without G4. And now it makes it's a bit scary, because when white has played G4, so maybe knight F5 is not completely prevented after all. I mean, it might be played if white can organize something on the G file already. It might be played, and then the opening of the G file might be in white's favor.
What comes to my mind, how Magnus wants to react after H4.
H4, just natural.
Basically H4, H5 is not really threatening anything, because I don't think that I really want to take H-G, because then after F-G I would open the F8 rook. It's just much more, okay, I push H4, and maybe I want to remove my bishop from G5 and push G5 and then bishop H3. On the other hand, this would let black for this idea to play knight E8 and knight D6. So maybe moving the bishop from G5
to C1 even, so you can save the tempo.
Yes. No, definitely. That's basically the main idea behind King B1, so that you can retreat the bishop all the way to C1 and secure your king. Also, one thing we should, I think, mention that the bishop on F1 seems like a piece which does not really have a future at the moment, but actually it plays an extremely important role, because without this bishop on F1, black could easily consider ideas like pushing B7, B5, but with the bishop on F1, this is simply out of question.
And one day it comes to H3,
One day it comes to H3, and then black plays B5, and we regret that it went to H3. It should stay on F1. So,
well, actually, also one of the rook would like to get to the G file, but G1 is being controlled by the bishop. So it's likely that rook H2 or something like this might be played to go to G2, and then the bishop on F1 is not really in the way of the rooks. When we always speak of rook coordination, maybe in this particular position it does not play such a major part here, that we have rooks coordinated for white.
Actually, I think also important to highlight that we have a long castle and short castle position, which usually means that white attacks on the king side, black attacks on the queen side, especially since usually such structures appear from the Sicilian, where it is very natural and very obvious how you are playing. But despite that, we have these opposite castled kings. The game is much more strategical than direct. So finding deep strategical ideas, basically this A5 rook A6 is also not really an attacking idea. It's much more trying to defend the F6 square even further, so that the queen can move from D8 and things like this. And it's just a bonus that with rook b6 he might try to attack the b2 pawn.
And we have a new move, which is h4.
Of course,
anticipated this by white. Well, this is very natural, of course.
And now I wonder how Magnus will
Going
continue.
to construct his position. Yeah, it's not a very pleasant thing to play. I mean, a pleasant position to play here.
No, because it's clear that somehow Black would like to block the king side, but how to achieve this, it's probably impossible. For example, one of the thoughts I was having is to play king g7, for example, would be more or less logical, but to play h6. But here white is in time to play h5, and after h6 there is maybe bishop takes h6 check. I mean, at least looks extremely dangerous. King h6, h takes g6,
or even g5,
or g5, or h g6. I mean, usually such things end with a mate. Yeah, king g6 is queen f5, queen g5, and
Just mate.
and it just made. And okay, king g7, then
Now,
knight
I
f5
found we
check.
don't
This
have
is
to
just
look at
over.
that.
It's resigned. So he cannot really play this. So he's one tempo short.
Yeah, we have the
of kicking
feeling
the
that
bishop away.
it's just white's position is full of perspectives, while black, we don't really see where he wants to play. I mean, okay, he might have some play on b2, but this is easily neutralized, and the b file is not open. And so what is actually black's play based on in this position? I mean, it's very difficult to be active.
I don't know. I mean, it looks really scary.
Without believing that white's attack is crushing, but it's at least
No, it's very easy to play.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, for example, white also has this idea to play rook, not rook h2, but rook d2 and rook dh2, which might come extremely handy if white really wants to break through on the king side.
And black's main problem is he doesn't even have to hurry with white. He has the time. I mean, it's just this one threat on b2.
Yes, so a4 had been played.
a4 has been
Yes, so
It's
basically rook b6, rook b3
It's
gonna
just
come sooner or later, and also probably some queen a5 at some point.
queen
but-
a5. But as you said, queen a5, as long as the rook is on a6, can be met by bishop d2, which is also...
Okay, one thing, but this is very sophisticated, of course. H4 move weakened the G4 pawn, which might sound ridiculous at the moment, but there is one line. What I just spotted that, for example, if black plays queen a5,
So
for
let's say
example,
h5 now.
h5, black plays queen a5, white plays bishop d2, attacking the queen, black plays queen b6, so queen takes b2, mate is threatened, you play bishop c1, and I play queen b3. And if we would change the queens, then suddenly the g4 pawn would be vulnerable. And if you play now bishop e2, protecting the g4, then I have bishop f2, and suddenly the e4 pawn falls. So black also has his ideas. It's another thing that
but he
I'm
might
not
rook
sure.
d3,
No,
yeah.
he might play rook d3 here, and
Yes.
after queen takes e4, rook c3 traps the queen. For example, yeah. I mean, these things are also typical
Yes,
that you are
yeah.
searching for counterattack, then you refute your idea, then you have to start again to look for new ideas. But basically, this also shows that if the position is not exactly healthy, then tactics usually favor the opponent. This is a
Somehow black is already living on the edge, huh? Positionally here.
yeah, because I think black feels like he's obliged to do something, because white with simple moves like h5 just continues to put pressure.
Right, so maybe I suggest we are having a break now, and we will be back because we have been talking for about 1.5 hours. And
But actually I haven't said anything to the Karo and Anand game.
So,
maybe
Excuse
just
me.
after the break?
Yes.
Maybe after the
You
break.
already had a longer break. and
Yes,
just
no,
5
of course,
10
you
minutes,
guys
yeah.
can have a break, of course. I don't know, maybe I could in fact just comment on it while you
If
are
you feel
having
like,
the break.
yes.
We
can
We
also
take
do it
another
because
5
I'm-
minutes. No, we take
Because
another
I'm
5
still
minutes.
fresh, sorry. I mean, I'm still fresh.
Yes.
No, because I suddenly saw that knight f8 had been played,
This is a
and
strange way, yeah. Indeed.
and this is something to comment on.
Yes, it
because
looks
it's
like
a beautiful
a
move.
deep move. Yes.
Yes,
So
it's a beautiful
rook
move.
d1 is
So
where we left.
excuse me,
bishop
but I cannot have a
c7.
break before commenting on
Yes,
this one.
that
yeah.
knight f,
So let's do
You're
that.
right, you're right.
So knight e2 now that the bishop do not oppose each other here. Knight f8 has been played by Anand. So we were wondering a bit about this move g5. Jan Timman was not completely sure about.
Yeah, but this is not a
Right.
new age. basically in this Slav structure, that black plays g5. The main idea is to stop white from playing e3, e4. Actually, that's the main idea. So it's a defensive move. Maybe let's just move back 2 moves or something, or when this g5 happened. So okay, g5 happened. This means that white will never be able to play e4 because of knight f4. And basically black says, okay, if you cannot play e4, what you gonna do next? I know that I also cannot really do anything, but after all, you are white. You have so-called 2 bishops, but please prove me if this is worth something.
Also, rook c8 is also prophylactic. Don't castle queenside.
Kind of, yeah. It's not clear if there is. I mean, long castle c5 where it leads exactly, but definitely it's a warning.
Rook d1 says I don't.
Yes, rook d1, bishop c7, and knight e2, typical move. Not exactly planning to play e4, but to keep it in mind. Keep it in mind.
You just don't want an exchange.
Okay, another move would have been knight e4 instead of knight e2. Would be also quite natural, in order that if something similar happens, like in the game knight f8, then white can try to play knight c5 and put some pressure, because rook b8 is met by knight b7. So basically, knight e4 maybe would mean that it prevents knight f8. It's another thing if white thinks about this, that I should avoid or stop knight f8, or I don't care, or maybe I even did not consider this move. There are all these speculations. What we can do now, we don't know exactly. But after knight e2, knight f8 being played. So queen b3 and rook b8. Now the main idea, of course, is just to play knight g6, knight h4 to disturb the bishop from g2. And now we also see that black, kind of with this bishop on c7, is also ready to meet short castle with queen d6, threatening mating 1 on h2.
This is always nice. Mating 1.
This is actually suddenly the reason why I a little bit prefer this knight e4, just to stop this possibility at all.
Yeah, of course. But
on the other hand, probably after knight e4 there are some other small details. So how to continue with white in this position? This is a huge question. Maybe now e4 is after all a very direct and important question before the black knight gets to g6, because then e4 will never be possible.
Let's jump in.
Yeah, you jump in on f4.
And I insist on changing both pieces, I would say, as black.
Yes. Okay, so knight takes f4.
But because maybe black will not take with the bishop. Because if you take with the bishop, I'm slightly scared that d5 will be played very soon. Maybe castles first and then d5.
But otherwise,
if you play d5 immediately, there might be checks with the queen here at some point.
But otherwise, there is e5, pawn to e5. If you take with the pawn immediately,
then knight g6.
Yes, bishop e4. I don't know. Let's check. Let's check.
Yeah, let's check.
What's
this is of course, I think, the critical move, because this is white's moment. If white lets black to play knight g6, then
can I take?
Oh, this is hanging. Okay, no, you're right.
Now I can take.
Yes.
So e5 doesn't work.
Yes.
Yes, e5 doesn't work at the moment.
So bishop c3, but
bishop c3 or d5 anyway.
d5
because now you don't have a check.
That's true.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, in this case I push d5 immediately.
Doesn't look too nice for black here.
Yes, on the other hand, black's position is also very elastic somehow. I mean, if he managed to play knight g6, maybe the control of the e5 square will suddenly give him plenty of counterplay.
Actually,
so
maybe this is
underestimate.
not a problem if I play like bishop e5. Is this, or try to prepare something like this? I'm not sure I will be in time, but doesn't seem okay. You can take on f4 and a queen a5.
Or even bishop b4, just some.
Bishop b4.
No, it's not obvious. I mean, maybe white should just castle now.
Finally.
Yeah.
No, maybe just castle, maybe
take,
not to
can we take a pawn?
But then you mean knight e6, bishop f4. Yeah?
Well, still maybe sacrificing the queen is not completely out of
question.
Yeah,
but
I
it's
mean,
queen and pawn.
I mean, usually you are
even
not
some-
sure.
Even given check, it
Even
go-
this, I mean, is not.
Exactly.
You have
Or
full control
yes.
of black
Full
squares.
compensation, yeah. For example, I myself don't like to win such pawns. I mean, I would much more prefer to play short castle, keep the tension after d5, bishop e5, because you cannot move your knight to g6, and I wonder how you're gonna play this position.
Yeah.
No, this looks dangerous.
Yes.
This looks dangerous. And to keep the tension, because once I exchange on e6, then your play becomes much easier.
Yeah, it's hard to move this knight, the knight. And queen b6, you might play, just move the queen maybe to a4. Not so pleasant.
So knight f8 in general is a good move, but the game is very direct. So, and now we also see the point behind knight e2. Yeah, that it gives the option to push e4.
But I mean,
Very interesting,
He
yeah,
must
very
go to F4.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
options don't.
there
I mean,
are
the,
no
o-
other
the other
Knight
move is to
b6
go
is
to
just
b6.
ridiculous.
No, this is like
Just-
capitulation.
So let's try again.
Yeah, knight f4, and let's try to
Do
change with the bishop. Yeah, just
which is
which is natural. Yeah, I mean,
positionally
okay, knight
nice,
takes
but
f4.
yeah.
And take.
Bishop
with the
takes
bishop.
f4, so we take anyway.
And now you play your d5, huh?
No, first castle.
Okay.
First castle, and then I will play knight g6. You will play d5, I guess, because you should. And now I have to move the queen. And not to move the queen
Maybe to b6.
for example, queen b6. yeah,
Just
it's,
winning one tempo. Huh?
Yeah, winning a tempo. This is important. And also this queen on b3 was so well placed. It's nice to kick it away.
And finally we can castle even, huh?
Queen c3 and short castle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if you play d6, you have a nice passed pawn, but black has the better light piece, and this pawn might easily become vulnerable later.
Yes, on the other hand, I'm of course extremely afraid with black if maybe white takes on e6, d6, fe6, and maybe rook d6. Because suddenly queen on b6 is misplaced. The e6 pawn might fall, white can play e4, e5 also.
Maybe we have tricks with f3 so here. Just
But I don't see how it works, I just take
Just-
it.
knight f4 and
Knight f4.
dream some compensation.
Yeah, I mean
with
you
this
have to
position.
you have to play like this. It's correct. If you are not losing some material, because rook d7
Oh,
and rook f7 takes queen e5 is a double attack. I mean, here
It's very
always
concrete, huh?
the strategical ideas have to be combined with very precise calculation. Just you cannot play from feeling, because one miscalculation can cost the game. So
But this looks like a very
very tempting and
tense
natural.
indeed, yeah, for white e4.
Especially because if the black knight lands on g6,
Then it's never possible.
Never
Or
possible.
argue.
White cannot castle short. You cannot push e4, so this is your moment.
Plus, you still use the fact that most of you haven't castled, but the other pieces are all fully developed. While the knight is on f8. Well, the rook on b8 is certainly not badly placed, but you're basically more active. You have two bishops also for the moment, so you might want to be direct and open the position
Yes.
with white.
So I think it's time for the break. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and then
I
we
give
will
in.
see.
I give in, and
We leave it
I
with
think
the-
we can conclude that all three games are just fascinating and very
Exciting.
interesting. So we are eager to come back as quickly as
we
possible.
hope to see you soon. Huh?
Soon again, yeah. Thank you. Stay tuned. welcome back to the Savoy in Zurich. The third round is on, and we just had a small break, and now getting into the third hour of play, we are back for commentary with you, with Werner Hug, of course, as every day, and also Peter Leko, our star guest here in Zurich, who helps us every day with the comments. Thank you very much again, Peter. You joined us and you discussed a few very interesting moments about the opening of this game between Aronian and Gelfand. Now, we left that game when, after Queen B3, you explained that Black was under pressure. Gelfand reacted with knight e4, and interestingly enough, we were actually expecting some logical preparatory moves like rook fc1 first, or maybe rook fd1, which Jan Timman also liked earlier on when he was with us at the commentary. And Aronian took a concrete decision by exchanging this knight on e4.
Yeah, it's interesting. Basically, okay, I think depending on your style or what you prefer, you can make your choice, because it's clear that White already had a choice.
So
I'm
he
a little bit
decided.
surprised, but it's of course a very decent and very direct alternative also. Yeah?
Actually, after the exchange here on e4, the pawn from d5 disappeared, so that this queen on b3 does not only eye on b7, but also now on this diagonal here, which there is nothing concrete yet, but it might be unpleasant at some point. That well, Black has problems to find ways to develop his bishop c8, of course, all the time.
Yes, I think one of the main points of Aronian play is that he stops this b6, bishop b7 plan once and forever, because now White would be able to exploit it with moves like knight c6, and then queen moves, and then d5 comes. And after the exchange of the dark squared bishop, for example, bishop c3, queen c3, it's clear that this knight will stay forever on c6, and Black cannot really tolerate this.
Yeah.
This is basically, I think, one of the main ideas. Another idea is that if Black would play bishop e6 here, there is d4, d5. White could take on b7, but I think White would prefer to push d4, d5.
Much more powerful.
Exactly, because he can hope for even more than winning a
Yes,
pawn.
but
He might win the game quite quickly.
Yes, if he took on b7, there's bishop d5 blocking
Exactly,
and
blocking
good
and-
prospects comparing to
Actually,
this.
even that is not true, because there is knight c6.
And then
So
the trick
even-
again.
Yeah, so even this does not work. So bishop e6 is simply not an
Yes.
alternative. After rook fd1.
Gelfand decided to play queen b6 to trade off queens, which we had in some other lines, but here, of course, the exchange on e4 changes a little bit the situation, although maybe not by much. Actually, Aronian swapped on b6 and played knight c4. Now there is this possibility for White to attack the pawn on b6 directly. It's very hard now for Black to save a pawn, his pawn there. And actually, Gelfand decided to finish his development and try to be active with the two bishops. So taking on b6 is probably met by rook a6 now, and the knight is a bit in trouble, but Aronian played the d5, which is a move we saw just in another line.
Exactly, because you were
before.
mentioning the two bishops, but it's clear that the two bishops will not
Be here.
Stay
be
long.
here forever, exactly.
These two bishops are going to be exchanged. Here
And
after
then,
d5.
and then a question appears that there might be a good knight versus a bad bishop, instead of two bishops, yeah?
Yes, it's true. So here this pawn on e4 might need protection one day, and if you play f5, indeed your bishop will be on the same color as all your pawns. And then this might make it a bad bishop. King f1, very logical. Protect the very important pawn on e2.
And
d5.
finally wants to take it.
So Gelfand actually managed not to lose a pawn, but on the contrary, as you mentioned, probably the knight is much stronger than the bishop.
Yes,
At
for
least
example,
progress.
now a move like knight e3 is
Bishop
of course
d7.
extremely natural, or bishop h3 check first, I don't know exactly. Because tempies might play a big role, and I don't believe that White can try to trap this bishop, because g4 is always met by
Yes.
f5 with counterplay. So maybe winning the tempo is important, because otherwise, if White gets rook d4, for example, next, then I don't know what's going to happen. Actually, after bishop d7, maybe even not necessarily this rook d4. Maybe just a3. Maybe just a3 to fix the pawns,
yeah.
fix the weaknesses. Okay, white has a beautiful position. I don't know how easy it's going to be to make progress, but
And
definitely it's
very important to cover
comfortable.
the c2 square. So rook c8 can be neglected. Just rook d4. And
Actually, I wonder in this kind of positions if black's he's going to activate his king pretty quickly to e5. If this is not a chance for him to save the game, to have such a, because he's obviously not better, he's struggling here with black, but this very active king compared to white's king, which has more difficulties, it will be much slower to activate. Isn't it an asset for black in these
Basically, I
positions?
think this is his only asset, and a very important one. One very important thing is also that if we would remove all four rooks from the board, then this bringing king to e5 and pushing f5, g5, black might be even better because the pawn on d5 would turn out to be a weakness. But with rooks on, white also has some ideas like pushing d6 after king f6, for example, and then please react.
Yeah.
Because to push e5 gives the d5 square, then knight d5 check comes, and if you play e6, I might continue with rook d4, trying to provoke e5 anyway. Okay, you can play bishop c6 or king e5.
Then I will have to be careful at some point, not to get mated with knight g4.
maybe
This is a
f5
threat.
anyway.
f5 anyway.
f5 is the move I wanted to suggest.
Yeah, then suddenly this rook on d4 can be slightly misplaced. Yeah, black can still play bishop c6,
Or even g5 at one
also
stage.
g5. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not so simple. Of course, white can any moment play f4 himself and force e takes f3, and then push f4 again.
Still better.
But then also black's life is getting easier.
Yeah, of course.
So I guess then the position would be roughly equal. So the next couple of moves are of vital importance, and I fully understand why Levon spends his time now also to understand all the subtleties.
So how about knight d2 look here? To have an immediate grab.
I don't believe in this.
Knight e3 is so natural, so we would expect him to do it immediately. So
Well, actually, he did it.
he did it, okay. But maybe he looked at the other moves. I mean,
Yeah, actually, knight
Yes.
d2 has a direct threat, but maybe.
But I would maybe
no,
play
knight e3 is
f5,
so
yeah.
much is much more natural, of course.
Yeah, the knight belongs to this square. This is clear. So actually, he
He
did
did
play
it, yeah.
He played like this, and now, well, check or not check? This is the question. I am actually, if you give a check, I'm afraid that this bishop will be a bit out of play momentarily.
Yeah, and king e1 is anyway kind of a useful move for white.
Yes, the king is coming, so.
Bishop d7 is more natural.
Well, a3 as well, indeed.
Yeah, finally Boris realized that it's his move. It happens sometimes that
You walk around. And
you walk around and you don't notice that your
And
opponent
he-
made a move because he still sits there and keeps on focusing as if it would be his turn.
And he knew that knight e3 was coming anyway.
Yes, but he expected it immediately since Levon then started to spend time.
Yeah, but they moved. They moved bishop d7 instantly, and a3 as well came very fast. So now we have this position which you have been discussing in detail.
And you propose king f6, yeah?
King f6, yeah, but okay, there are other sensible moves, obviously.
For example, king f6 is definitely a move which you cannot make instantly.
Of course
So
not.
if you play king f6, you really have to make sure that things are under control.
And everything.
It might happen in a blitz game because you feel like you are worse and okay, this is my chance and let's make it instantly. But now I think Levon expects Boris to spend some time here.
Actually, after d6, if black might be happy to take in case he manages to put his bishop on c6 later on, even though there are still some weaknesses, I mean these double pawns and so on. But play bishop c6, the king tries to activate and maybe exchange a pair of rooks.
Yes, but maybe there's
it's
even the
hard to do.
intermediate knight d5. Let's have a check.
Yeah,
Instead
I
of
was-
thinking. instead of
Also,
taking.
yes, yes, very strong.
And
But
king e5,
even
knight
here, I believe the
b6.
mate.
I mean,
here,
the rook
I
d5. Just,
So knight d5 here at once.
just,
yeah, and we
just
have.
we're not sure, of course.
But it's indeed looks a bit suspicious for
We have
black.
both.
Yeah, I
It's
mean
very
somehow
dangerous,
I mean king f6
Yeah,
and
no.
ed6 do not fit together.
Yes,
somehow, yeah.
that's why I was just mentioning for
Yeah, of course.
the viewers that that's the reason why we will try to leave this pawn on d6. I mean, open. It would be
Yes.
good in general not to allow this pawn to get to d6 and remove it, but it seems to be dangerous.
But actually it might be a very important moment, because if black is not playing king f6, then he has to reckon with the possibility that white plays rook d4 and he will be forced to play f5, which might be normal, but you also have to make it sure that this is something you prefer, or you immediately try to activate the king. So it's a big decision now for black.
So, and what about simply trying to take control over the open file? Although, as you noticed, Werner, earlier, the knight e3 controls c2 and also c4, so it's not easy at all for black to enter. But at least this is an open file, and out of general grounds, it might be useful to control it. Be it only to prevent that
Yes.
white will take
So,
it.
Peter, what do you think? Would you prefer to play with the pair of rooks with white to keep the king out, the black king, or would you change one rook with white?
Well, this is a very tough question. In general, I feel like keeping all the rooks should be in white's favor, because I don't really see where the black rooks are going. On the other hand, there is also some idea like playing rook a4 with black, just to stop rook d4, for example. So it's also not exactly obvious whether black rooks are so limited of activity. But still, rook a4 might be not that good, because then white can try to use the c file with rook c1, and he might enter to c7, which would be devastating. In general, also after king f6, rook a c1, rook fc8 could happen. Yeah, this would be a very natural sequence of moves. Maybe even with rook fc8, rook a c1, king f6 first. It's just a move order issue.
Well, indeed, if black doesn't mind exchanging a rook, then he can wait before playing rook c8. Since the c file might not play a big role here, we're waiting for rook c1, then we play rook c8. If we look forward to an exchange of rook, then we can wait before we play rook c8. As we said, the black rook cannot really enter on the c file, so the idea would just be to oppose rooks on the c file.
Yeah, but now the more we look at the position, the more I have the feeling that this position is much more tricky than one would guess from
At first sight.
from first sight and also from a distance. So I'm not 100% sure that Levon is now very happy what happened in the game, but probably when he took on e4, I'm pretty sure that he has foreseen this exchange of queens, and I'm pretty sure that he evaluated it like a real good grandmaster would, that after knight c4, if black is forced to play bishop e6 and white can play d5, exchange the dark squared bishop, then definitely it will be in white's advantage, because from 10 times, 9 times it's for sure the case. And maybe this might be one of the exceptions where this isn't that trivial or that clear as it should be.
Exactly.
We had a short look at the clock, and the time we are having here is right. So 1:17 left for our onion against only 28 minutes for Gelfand, who just actually played a move.
The most natural.
He played rook fc8.
So
in our
no king
position.
f6.
No king
It doesn't
f6,
feel like.
I mean, at least not yet, because as we noticed, probably if white plays rook a c1, black can still play king f6, and rook fc8 is a natural move.
So also probably rook d4 is very natural here, but and black has a choice between two moves in order to defend this pawn: play f5 or rook a4. And maybe the fact that he played rook c8 indicates that he would like to play rook a4. Because otherwise he could have played f5, although an f6 would have been a move also. But so why not rook a4 here?
Yeah, it is a possibility. Yeah, definitely. rook a4. And then we are back to square one, whether exchanging a pair of rook is what white is looking forward to or not.
Maybe even play rook b4, let him take, but he doesn't.
Yeah, that would be these two rooks eyeing each other. For
No, rook b4 actually is a beautiful idea. The only problem is we are not settling anything.
Maybe b3.
Yes,
but then the
b3,
rook
but then the rook
Then he
moves,
goes.
and we still don't
Yeah. So, but still, you
did not
first
achieve anything.
defend the c pawn. If you
Yeah,
want
I
to.
mean f5. for example.
Yeah, then after f5, of course, there isn't so much to be.
And somehow black is gaining time and activity.
Suddenly it's more natural to play with black.
Yeah, and this pawn on d5 can be a target later on.
Yes.
So position is extremely tricky.
So after all, black might be doing fine here.
And we all
Despite-
overestimated the position somehow. Huh?
Well, because at first sight it really looks so beautiful, and one can really talk maybe even a day explaining how nice white's position is and what are all the trumps, and then the concrete variations will suddenly work out to be fine for black. Yeah, this is always the beauty of chess, that you cannot really evaluate a position just on general grounds.
I would like also to mention for our viewers that unlike yesterday and the day before yesterday, we are working today without engine. Although you can have some indications about the evaluation of the position. If you look at the left of your screen, you can see this clock here while showing some evaluation of the position. But this is something we do not have today, and we are not unhappy about it. We like to discuss the position without this distraction, of course, useful distraction in several cases, but still today we use our raw minds to try and discuss these ideas. I hope you are not disappointed by this. Actually, we find it much more interesting. Also, if you feel like moving a few variations, a few pieces on the screen, on the board you have on the screen, you can do it by clicking on the pieces and moving them by yourselves. So in case we do not mention the variations you think might be good in this position, you can still do it at home and try to move to a position you have in mind. So that was just to mention this. Aronian has played rook ac1, so apparently he doesn't mind exchanging rooks.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how it develops, but maybe now we already talked enough of this position. It's time to move on to another game.
To another game, and well, Nakamura Carlsen, this is the hit of the day. And we see a black rook has entered b3. This is a scenario we had actually anticipated, although we're not really sure that it was good. So let's see what happened after a4, since this is the moment where we left these players. Or did we discuss a4? Had
Yes,
played it?
Yes.
A4 it just appeared, and
The
So
first
rook
new move
h2.
is rook h2.
Rook h2, queen a5.
so the queen a5 idea had been played after
Yes,
all.
he wants
So
to
now-
save one tempo. Huh?
You would like to play rook b6 now. Bishop d2, queen c7, g5, knight e8. So in the end, he's gonna get his
The
knight
dream
maybe
square.
here or, well, it seems h5,
Oui.
rook b6, bishop c1, and rook b3. And this is now the current position.
Hang on, this is very interesting moment, because white could have, rook b6 was an exchange sacrifice, yeah, because white could play bishop a5 here, but this is
It's
basically the soul of white's position, this bishop.
He would
I
take
only don't know
immediately.
how to sack the exchange, but definitely a sacrifice of exchange is coming. Yeah, rook
Maybe this,
b2.
although I'm maybe scared that the rook comes to b7.
Yes, but then knight d6 probably you will not be able to take on d7
Are
anyway.
you sure, yeah?
Yeah, knight d6
Looks too dangerous indeed after this. Rook,
or queen b6
Even
or
queen
rook
b6.
b8. Yeah, both.
both look extremely dangerous. Yeah, it looks crushing in fact. And even if I play this, then probably queen comes.
Yeah, and suddenly
This is
we
the-
see that
Luckily enough, the knight defense f7.
exactly. And the dark squares are very important in this position. Yeah, so
But after bishop a5, there are other ways to sacrifice the exchange, which are
those would
probably
be the positional
knight
ways,
knight
yeah,
d6
which
or-
also come to mind. But okay, if you can take on b2, then why not?
Bishop c1 is the move played by Nakamura. Rook b3. Actually, Nakamura is seriously down on the clock. 17 moves are left. He's down to 30 minutes, if the clocks are correct, what we can see here. In such a complicated position, this might be an important factor. So that means that for all these last moves, Carlsen hasn't taken too much time. He's played rather automatically, and the times are correct indeed.
So what
queen
does
b3.
Yeah, what does he have in mind after rook d3? What is his intention? Just to change in knight d6, or
Yeah, I think so. That
some crazy b5? I don't believe. Huh?
yeah, somehow first to get the knight to
Yes.
d6, and b5 will still be an option, and now this b5 is a serious threat.
Yeah, we can see how this knight on d6 is beautifully placed. Not only to block the pawn on d5, which for the moment doesn't really threaten to advance, but also from this square the knight controls all these nice squares, f5 not being the most important, but still, and supports the advance of b5. So if we just look at a move which might be very bad, like h6, then we have these ideas coming, and then rook b8 and rook takes, and suddenly the whole queen's side with the king on b1, everything opens up, and this is clearly in black's favor. So the knight on d6 is very beautiful. So what happened after rook b3? Nakamura played queen g4. Queen g4.
With an obvious intention. He wants to play queen h4 and mate.
So we have some evaluations here.
Oh.
So this graphic seems to show that white is better.
Yeah.
And since move 15, maybe since the move of c5 of
Yeah, it's
Carlsen.
building up slow.
Yeah, although in this closed structure, it's not always clear if the computer is completely right.
Yeah, and this is also very interesting because without this evaluation history, one of my thoughts would have been to explain that since the break we had on this position, black has achieved something. I mean, black generated some kind of a counterplay, but really his problem is that he got everything what he wanted and what next, while white is after all opening up the h file, and sometimes, for example, a knight d6 can be met by some, I don't know, queen h4 or something
It was
like,
very direct, huh?
or maybe even hg6 winning on the spot, because you might
that's
not
the
be
check,
able.
yeah.
I know, fg6, queen e6 check, rook f7 is still not the end of the world because the knight from d6 protects the rook on f7.
So that's
So
rook takes h7 doesn't.
Yes,
does not work, but it already feels
It's pretty smelly.
extremely.
If we can still play knight f8 next move, then
Yes.
Then everything is under control. So that's why I don't want to take hg, because not to let black
Have to
such an easy life.
Rook
yeah.
f7.
But
It's
what's
not possible.
happening after this move?
Basically,
Nothing.
he has to move the knight from d7 to protect with the queen from c7 the h7 pawn.
And this seems to
Yeah.
be at least some attempt to defend over the 7th rank, but also counter-attack against the pawn on c4, which seems to be lost.
Yes, but now if we take in bishop h3, it's a sad position. Maybe.
Yes, okay, knight takes c4.
And
Because
just hang on.
it's getting
Yeah,
concrete. I
yes.
mean, it might be very sad or look very dangerous, but it's very concrete now.
Well, actually-
this is also very sad.
Yes,
here.
yeah, true.
But
true.
here, maybe bishop e6 check and then rook dh1, and how to protect the h7. It might be simply mating idea,
That's
which is
what
not
I
easy
wanted
to parry.
say. Yes.
True. Well, H will be made.
H5 we take, and
I
H6
take
we
with the
take
queen. I take with the queen just to make
to
it.
make it beautiful.
To make it into the books.
Maybe we can even show this line, yeah,
Yes.
for the public.
So,
H5.
of
Of course,
course,
knight
knight
takes
takes
h5 wins, but queen h5 made so as well.
Voila.
And
There we are.
checkmate, yeah. So this variation highlights probably the danger what lies in the position. And here it might be over already.
Might be, yeah.
So black has achieved all these positional trumps, but
Still he's in.
chess is not only about
Yeah.
strategical and positional play. Sometimes this brutal force of just coming and delivering mate is the decisive factor.
So queen h4, we haven't found a solution for black yet.
Yeah, maybe there is no solution here, so maybe knight d6
Yeah, we
should
have
not
to
be
go back.
played.
Yeah.
But it's
But
not
if knight
been played,
d6
yeah.
is not played, then I also don't really see what.
Yeah, because a defensive idea would be to get the knight to f8, but how to move the rook? So queen g4.
It reminds me of something that we said, yeah, that since it was a nice position for white, black needed very artificial methods to create counterplay. He actually managed to do everything.
Speaking about artificial methods, what about bishop g1?
Oh, you're the computer.
No, because I want to play bishop f2 if you
Yes, of
if you
course.
stay on the and without the computer. Yeah.
Yes, but
might be
I have to
cute.
say this is a real desperate
Yes.
attempt. Yeah?
Yeah. This is what sometimes happens in my games when I play some nice moves, but suddenly my opponent wants to mate me, and suddenly I'm forced to play such ridiculous moves.
Yeah, this is certainly
This is why I
ridiculous.
suggest that.
Yeah.
This is why it came to my mind now, probably.
Yeah.
But still, I want to play bishop f2 next.
No, to be honest, it's even difficult to comment on this move. Excuse me, man. It might not be worse than any other,
Yes.
but I would first make sure that really all other moves are eliminated before
Of course.
moving to
I would rather
bishop
take the knight
G1.
on g3 just to have some more moves on the board.
True.
Yeah, well, actually, if the
But you
knight
can't
would be
do
on
it, yeah?
d6, then it would be
Yes.
great, but we are again
Just
missing
too
one
late.
tempo.
Just-
yeah.
So it looks.
So now I'm praying for Carlsen to play bishop g1.
Yes, yeah,
No,
yeah.
I mean it might be the best, and it might be just. I'm trying to make sure if we are not missing anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
this is,
doesn't have earphones, he doesn't hear us.
well, I hope for him that he doesn't hear me.
No, because okay, since we don't know exactly what to do, so please make your bishop g1. Let me try to refute it. For example, okay, if I'm just very cynical and say that I will play rook g2,
Oh, then I come back.
you go back and I'm coming with queen h4.
Yeah. Inverting the two moves. Yeah.
Just asking you what did really change.
Yeah, probably nothing serious. This is sad, huh?
Yeah, it's sad, but no, let's not forget that I suggested knight d6 and I also got mated by 4, so it might be the position. It might be the position, and
So we repeat the main line, which is knight d6, very logical, but queen h4.
yes.
A
I mean,
big
here
problem.
we should highlight that there is just black is one move short. Yeah, if his rook would not be on f8 and he would be able to play knight f8 here, then he would actually have basically everything under control, because white's play is also extremely limited.
So here maybe the only move is rook f4. Let's try a last try. Just to win some time.
So let's force you to go a
Yes, to h8.
certain square.
But the problem is this is always mate, yeah? Just take the rook and play rook f1, rook h1.
Yeah.
I mean, I even don't have to...
Probably this wins very easily.
Yes, yes, yes. But the other way around is
Everything,
just, yeah.
everything wins, yeah. Because the attack remains and
Yeah, no,
there is no
it's just,
counterplay. Yeah.
it's just desperate.
But actually, in this position, maybe rook b3 was a mistake. Maybe he should have played knight d6.
Oh, yes. he kind of accelerates the maneuver.
And now if queen g4, then we have the time to move this rook, although it might not be too joyful either. But
Yeah, because then there will be the rook takes h7 idea. Yeah? So queen g4,
Yeah, but
probably
rook
rook
e8,
e8.
rook
Rook
e8.
e8 has to be
Yeah,
played
yeah.
to protect the
stop
e6
this.
square. Yeah.
Some hopes for survival.
Yeah, basically okay. If knight f8 comes,
we have a draw. We have a draw
Where?
between Aronian and Gelfand.
Okay.
We have missed this. They
So-
repeated moves with knight g4 and knight e3.
then I will also.
So we move quickly to this game because the game is just over. And so we just saw Levon and Boris walk towards
walk,
us,
yes.
so that
So we
were
realized,
shocked that the game ended, but it actually ended quite logically. Just to show it, King f6, he exchanged, played d6, e6, and now moves repeated like this.
Hi.
Welcome, Levon and Boris. You surprised us. We were discussing your game before, and then we moved to Carlsen, who seems to be getting mated more or less. So we were
So
on
excited,
this game,
yeah.
and then you came, and here you are. So your game was Grunfeld, very symmetrical at the start, and then Levon, you played this knight d2 and managed to get the bishop to c3. You seemed to have some pressure from
Yeah,
your
I also thought I have a pressure. Maybe on the move number 10, it's more precise to play bishop c3.
Yeah, I was not sure. But maybe
But
I can
knight
take on
c6,
e5.
I thought you.
Maybe even knight f5, bishop e5, no?
But this I thought you're always
Take on
the
bishop
worst.
e6,
Because castle and then e3,
castle knight c6,
e3.
queen d7.
You'll be in time to.
I hope so.
Where now? Queen d7?
Queen d7.
Sure.
I was not sure, I was a bit worried, of course. But, okay, you have to play like queen d2 maybe, yeah?
But I don't like queen d2.
But yes, that's the problem. Queen d3, okay, play queen d3. But rook d8 and bishop
Yeah,
h3.
maybe. No, I
Still
thought
maybe
that.
b4,
I thought
maybe slightly
knight
better,
d7,
but
bishop
also-
c3 looks good for me. Maybe it's good. So what I did in the game, I mean. So
Yeah, this seems natural.
okay, queen b3 is also probably the best.
But I could play, if you're afraid of knight c3, I could play it in the game, knight c6.
No, but there I just take and play e3 and then b4, and I look completely. It's
No
very
big deal.
unpleasant.
You think so, yeah?
That's what I felt during the game.
It's no big deal. What it is.
Maybe,
maybe I
you
would
didn't really
argue
have
with
fun
it.
to play there. Huh?
Yeah, I don't have counterplays. This is a problem. Yeah, but probably.
Oh, bishop c3.
not
You said
right.
bishop c3 or e3?
Or even rook c1, actually. I mean, there-
Instead of e3.
yes.
No, rook c1 maybe I take a pawn.
Oh no! Sorry.
E3, yeah.
Sorry, yes, it's three.
e3 or bishop.
Okay, maybe with bishop a6 and e5. No, but it's nothing. Bishop c3, yeah. But still okay. It's not nothing dramatic, no?
Yeah, I mean, tiny pull, you know.
Yeah, sure. Yes, at maximum maybe what
When
white
you
can
take,
get
you
in
take
the
the.
So Levon, after knight e4, you decided to take this
Yes.
bishop, changing the character of the game a bit.
Yeah, because I thought like rooks fc1, I felt that is.
I
I mean,
spent all the time on rook
Yeah.
f1.
I felt that he'll take on c3, take on e5.
Okay, I can start with bishop e6.
Yes, I mean.
Bishop e6, queen b7, bishop e5.
Somehow I felt that this is not so much for me.
Rook
Like
b8?
rook b8 and take on b2. I felt Boris with his activity, you know, this is what he will enjoy. But it turned out that he also enjoyed what I did.
What happened, yeah?
Yes.
Queen b6 and
So
then...
maybe instead of bishop e4, yeah, unfortunately I cannot play rook fd1 instead of bishop e4. So because he
Why not?
takes knight c3, bc, bishop e5, d and queen c7. Yeah, and I'm not better here. Otherwise, this would be, I mean, this would be really good. Rook fd1 and practically black has no moves because knight
But if I
c3,
play e6, what's the
c4
problem?
is extremely unpleasant.
d4?
Knight c4,
Ah, knight c4, yeah, I'm not in time. I agree.
then rook c1.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, then I understand. Yeah.
And I even have a threat of d5 at one moment.
Yeah, sure.
So actually you went for this after the queen swap, playing
Maybe I
knight
shouldn't
c4.
take on b6. I don't
But
know.
what can you
It
do?
looks good from
Yeah, from
No, but what can you do?
the first
I was
side.
thinking maybe knight c4.
Queen before knight c4?
Queen b6, knight c4. Actually, I was thinking about a move like maybe bishop b4. You know?
Bishop before you
this
cannot
position.
play because I tell you.
Ah no, this I cannot.
Bishop
Bishop b6
b6.
and f6. No, sorry. So yes, not. I was thinking maybe knight c4 is more precise. Queen b3, ab. No, to have some pressure there. But I sort of thought that I'll take knight c4. I actually missed bishop
Bishop
b6.
d7. What's the problem here? A6, bishop d5.
d5.
Rook f8, or maybe taken rook f8. How will protect the rook c5? You're not so much to
Done.
create real trouble.
Yeah, maybe. But here rook dc1. I don't know.
Rook d7, rook c5.
Knight
How about,
b6.
Knight b6.
how-
But bishop b5, rook d7, bishop d5.
Aye. Yeah.
how about rook d4 here?
Sorry?
Rook d4, b5.
f5. Or maybe f5.
Knight e5 is possible or not?
Yeah, bishop e8.
Yeah.
Not much to be
Yeah.
proud of.
Right.
Yeah,
So, well, what you did seemed quite
yeah, I
normal,
have
but
missed bishop b6. This was a very good move.
But bishop g4 may be also good enough, no?
King f1,
King f1 and yeah, b5 now.
knight b6.
Rook d8.
Oh! Man,
You still have to go knight e3, bishop h3. Maybe. Okay. Probably more or less the same.
but I felt it's, it might be slightly better. I mean, huh?
I don't think so.
Maybe,
You need, maybe
yeah.
if I waste few tempests, you'll get, but
yeah, perhaps. But I thought this was precise, and now...
and now basically you put your pieces right, but the black king is becoming very active too.
Yeah, maybe a3 is too slow, but I didn't see
But what
any
to
good
do?
move. Okay, I thought that d3 perhaps is the best
b3.
move.
But what's the point? If rook f8, what is it?
Like rook d2.
King f6.
But yeah, anyway, makes no sense. My play doesn't make any sense.
Maybe I can play even h5, so then I get this.
Yeah, black is doing fine because his bishop is too strong.
No, b3 it's too much. Yeah.
Playing
To-
with
to-
fire, yeah. Playing
But
with
if
fire.
I-
But so was the case during the game, so black was fine, and you decided to repeat moves with
No, I
But
mean,
if white
yes.
wouldn't repeat moves, it's white basically cannot improve their position while black can. I'm not sure if black can improve it till the position he'll be able to win, but definitely white has no idea.
I thought I can play instead of d6 f4, takes, and then
King e5?
yeah, then f4, king d6, and you can't really touch me, but I cannot touch you. But I felt we need to make a draw before move 40 to
But
for
there you
spectators.
can be in trouble. Bishop f5? Bishop e4?
Yeah.
Okay, you put king on f3.
Yeah, I mean, why do I want this?
Yeah, or h5, you have to keep your king on f3,
Yeah, so I thought
etc., etc.
this is the right way to make a draw. Knight h6 is actually a very bad move. Yeah, instead of
Yeah,
knight d3.
king g5.
King g5 and
That's a nice one. Yeah.
it's not so bad because I have
You
f3,
can
but
go back.
no, I was actually I saw that e5 f3, but he can play king g5. Yeah. It's the
But
same.
also I can play king f6 on knight h6. No much point.
Yes.
Anyway, you have to repeat, yeah.
Yes.
the draw was no.
Because e5 is a threat, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We have a very exciting game between Nakamura and Carlsen going on. With Carlsen is on the ropes, and also between Caruana and
I
Anand.
think Anand has a very exciting game as well.
Yes, also we
But what
neglected
happened there?
them
Can you show position?
between Nakamura
No,
or the
both,
other.
yeah.
Yeah, well, one after the other. So he actually played knight b6 here because
So
the
what
norm.
happened after I saw rook b6? What happened next? Bishop c1, rook b3, queen g4?
b6. Wow,
No. Show us a final. Yeah?
the final position, right? So knight b6. Well, the problem is if he plays this, then queen h4, and you're not in time to defend.
White, knight b6 now.
Takes on g6.
F takes.
Bishop a3. Takes on c4. Check and rook h1. Looks crushing.
Oh,
He's crushing, yeah.
Beautiful.
So he played knight b6, and we will see what's going on now.
it's extremely interesting.
Yes.
But the other
But
game
I'm not
is
sure
also...
that I'm not sure that black are in trouble. I think I like black's position.
Maybe, yeah.
I like black's position.
You mean which game?
Carlsen.
Nakamura Carlsen.
Boris, you know, he played all these nighters all his life. He's not afraid of mate.
I've got so many, yeah.
Until it
Shouldn't be
happens.
afraid anymore, yeah.
Since I'm...
Should have mated me so many times. That's
since
okay.
I'm a Spanish guy, I'm terrified for black. I think something scary will come. But maybe just bishop d3, bishop c2, and then...
Yeah, but then okay, I take
So
on
what's
c4.
happening if he does the same?
h1.
Yeah, of
Ah,
course.
of course, it's really
How are
on
you
a
going
tempo,
to
yeah.
protect it?
No,
What's his move here?
You
Maybe now he wants to play g1.
you want to play?
Oh, bishop g1, wow.
No,
what's
I mentioned it before, and Peter Leko came to me and said, "Oh, what's this move?"
What he made the move, yeah, Hikaru. Queen h4, yeah.
No, we suggested.
No,
he
no,
played
he
bishop
played-
b2.
He's
He
just
played
played bishop
b2.
e2 to stop bishop g1, of course.
And he wants to get the rook there,
And yes, he will get the rook.
yeah? Yeah, maybe he's in trouble.
Very
Okay.
scary.
And what's going on in the other game?
In the other game,
Yeah, maybe I
Caruana
overestimated.
and-
Yeah, doesn't look as.
so he played a e4 actually. This is where we left.
Yeah,
he
this
played
is the
e4.
critical one.
But
Ah,
when
he
knight
took
f4, I
the-
thought he
yeah.
would go to b6,
To
no?
put the bishop.
And then knight g6, knight h4, no?
That was interesting. I also was stopping by that moment. But then
Because Fabiano thought for a very long time before e4.
Before e4.
I felt that probably he wants to do some d5, but maybe it doesn't work here.
Yes, that's why knight on b6. Maybe a4 isn't pleasant, yeah? a4, yeah? And then a5. Who knows? Knight g6, a5, knight d7.
Yes, knight h4 is in time, yeah?
Yeah, but also a5 is handling, yeah?
Yeah, maybe a4 is not so good.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Maybe d5 takes bishop c3, all these things, you know? Trying to attack.
Knight e6.
After?
No, d5,
d5,
d5, bishop knight c3, knight. Of course, dangerous. Yeah.
or bishop b4 even looks interesting, yes? Just to cut the king, yeah?
Agree.
Well, he went
But
to
what I
f4.
felt that they
But what
h4
happened? Takes? What happened?
I was thinking e5 has to come here, but e5 is not so strong.
Maybe knight
apparently.
g6?
Bishop e4?
Maybe ignore somehow. Queen e7. No?
But you're locked. I'll take it.
Ah.
King will come. You'll
And
be
what
locked.
happened? But what happened?
H4.
h4 is suspicious, but maybe strong. Maybe
Why is it?
I felt that e5 and black is coming back.
Yeah, maybe e5 is more position.
I think now after d5, knight d7, I felt is the right
He
move.
played d5, yeah. And what Vishy did?
He played knight g6.
Ah, you thought knight d7, yeah?
To protect this b8 in any case. I felt that black should be kind of okay. I mean, if he doesn't lose on force and he stabilizes, he's...
Yeah. He has already something to be proud, yeah?
But maybe h5 also, huh?
No, look, h6.
Or queen.
But your bishop is locked again.
Yeah, but
Yes. How about queen
your
c3
bishop is
here?
not a... G2 is not a piece of cake either, yeah?
No, but I'll slowly move it to e2 and ignore your bishop.
Such bishop here.
Levon,
Yes?
here, queen c3. What do you do about
Queen c3?
Sunday I will take on f4 at the right moment. And take on c6.
Alright, maybe.
Maybe queen b6, no?
Or queen f6 even.
Or f6.
So you take with the pawn, huh? On c6.
Yeah, always, yeah. Always.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks risky for black. I have to agree with you, Werner.
But why I cannot take with a queen? I don't know. Maybe also. But what happened? Show us what's going on.
Yeah.
Knight g6 is more ambitious, yes.
Yeah.
That's
Queen
going
a5.
wild.
more attacking in vicious style. It's more,
King away, king f1 on knight c3.
now probably he wants to castle, yeah?
Finally.
He has to, yeah.
Some crazy things are happening. Very exciting 2 games.
Probably he has to castle, no choice, yeah? Or maybe he can start this knight h4, yeah? Trying to delay for one move.
Uh-huh.
And whatever happen, I castle.
Do I have knight d5 here?
It's-
Ah,
No,
26, sorry.
pinned, it's pinned.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
But rook d5 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, rook d5 is a good, very good move, yeah.
Knight
So maybe it's
takes-
better castle,
but
so rook
knight takes
d5
check.
you can take on
What
c6.
happens here? Knight takes check.
King e2? Ah, queen
Check.
a6.
Yeah, queen.
Ah, you guys are... No, but...
And if we
Yeah,
give the
then rook
exchange
Ah,
first,
I cannot rook h2.
maybe we give the exchange first. No,
Wow,
if you want.
But maybe, yeah, king f1.
very interesting.
Rook takes h4.
But Vichy castle.
He did, yeah?
Rook d5. He did, yeah?
Take castle.
No, it's more natural because also bc6. He's collecting threats. Yeah?
So, you know, at least we don't feel so guilty for playing not the most interesting game. I mean,
But it was interesting anyway, so.
I
More
mean,
quiet,
at
but
least there are
interesting.
some games going which are more interesting.
No, but also our game was interesting. Come on.
Yes, yes, sure.
That's why you decided on making a draw, so that you can enjoy the show now.
That's. It reminds me of the story when I think Alekhine made a big mistake once, because everybody was watching the game of Capablanca, and he blundered perpetual check. It was some. Maybe it was. It was in New York, 24, I think. And it was the game of Alekhine had an extra pawn in queens and Lincoln. There was a game of last year against Capablanca, very interesting. And he was so excited to watch it, so in his game he was just playing fast, and he blundered a simple thing. So in order not to blunder, we just made it draw.
Yeah, you made it
Now-
more
yes.
practical.
No, but maybe c7 is a good idea. Yeah? Queen c7,
And
h5, knight h4 and castle.
Oh, this is terrible for black, yeah? Queen c8, just even f... No.
f3, f3.
But f3, I'm alive somehow. Back to business.
White, bishop e3, yeah.
But
still,
maybe,
still.
yeah, the knight...
Knight goes to
Both
the
pieces are locked, yeah? Yeah, it's funny.
The knight d5.
Yeah, it looks bad. Ah, c7 is a good move, yes.
To stabilize. Maybe
I-
h5, knight e7.
I
But
probably shouldn't take, you know? I probably should play, like,
Like c8. Huh?
just to have some activity.
But I play h5 and castle anyway.
Yes, and then, like, rook takes,
Knight d5. Don't help you much. Yeah.
rook c6.
Queen b7. Or knight e7 check.
Oi!
Sorry?
Yeah, there is 97 check, sorry.
So this is an exchange.
Yeah, this looks very strong for white. Yeah, c7 is a classy move. Have to admit, doesn't look so good for Anand after c7.
Maybe knight h4 was a better option, no? But who knows, maybe he saw something.
I mean, definitely, the players see normally 5 times more the people who give it.
At least.
So probably there is something wrong with knight h4. Anyway,
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Boris and
Thank
Leon.
you.
And we will, of course, keep on following these 2 games.
but you should comment our rapid game as well.
Yes, yes. When is it going to take place now, or?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So it seems clear that Boris Gelfand and Levon Aronian, according to the rules of the tournament, they made a draw before move 40, and rules stipulate that in this case they will have to play an additional rapid game just for the show, just for the public. This game is not going to count in any case for the final standings, but this is a way to not to force players to play, because they indeed played a full game, entertaining as well, but to compensate in a way the spectators for this draw. I don't like to call it premature, of course, but before move 40, this is what happened, and they will have a game, an additional game. It is supposed to start in a few minutes, so I'm sure they will. The game will be broadcasted as well, and we might take a look from time to time.
Yes, and they quite convinced us that they both had to force the draw. Otherwise...
Yes, actually, but we actually felt very much that Gelfand was back. The first impression was white is better with this knight on e3, but the more we looked, we saw that the king is coming very actively into the game, and then suddenly black seems to be doing very fine, because the d-pawn is strong and weak at the same time. So
it looks like Boris had the best judgment about this position of knight e3. We all thought it's better for white. Huh?
Yes. No, actually, but Levon understood it as well.
Yes.
So Peter is back with us. Thank you, thank you again. C7 was mentioned, was actually praised here as a possibility for white and found by Boris Gelfand. Caruana decided to take on b7, somehow giving black more activity, because the rook will take on b7 at some point actually. Vichy Anand retreated the queen to c7, but the white knight will get to d5 anyway.
No, actually, I was following the post-mortem and it was extremely interesting. Also, this remark what Levon and Boris said about the player seeing 5 times more over the board is absolutely true, because they are so much focused and so concentrated, and they find so many deep ideas that, of course, while we are taking a look, we can generalize the ideas and say that, okay, here probably what is going to happen, but they are already sometimes in a different planet, calculating the variations. And I remember there was one thing I just wanted to highlight while I was listening, that instead of castles, knight takes h4 was suggested. And I thought that rook d7 is a spectacular idea, because knight takes g2 check would lose actually, because king f1, rook takes h1 check, king takes g2.
Another check, king g1.
Another check and king g1, and you still cannot protect the f7 pawn.
Wonderful.
Actually, it was a beautiful line. However, as always in chess, if something is beautiful, there it's suspicious. So after rook d7, unfortunately, black can play short castle first. And I was not 100% sure how to follow it up. But definitely I just wanted to mention this rook d7 idea, that it was there, but who knows. But it might have bothered Vichy, and that's why he decided to just castle as quickly as possible.
But c7 is indeed interesting. Then you get the knight on to d5 at some point with tempo, attacking the queen or whatever, took back on c7.
Yes, I was also following that. There I think the only psychological thing is that, for example, if Caruana thinks about c7, then after queen takes c7, h5, knight h4, short castle, queen c8 is a move that bothers you over the board. In a post-mortem, of course, with good emotions, it's very easy to suggest f2, f3. But over the board, if you see that you are forced to play f3, you don't feel so happy, because black has this option of playing g6 and opening up the h file, and suddenly the white king also can get mated. So knight d5, for example, is met by queen c5 check, and king h1, and who knows, or king h1, who knows whose king is weaker suddenly. So it's a completely messy position. I would not dare to give any judgment here. So
queen c8 is indeed unpleasant.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe bishop h3, but it's so ugly. I mean, then already knight f3, knight d4, and the pieces are not locked anymore.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, suddenly from h4 it jumped to d4 in one move. So.
But I think all these lines give an expression already that how difficult it is to play an actual real game. Yeah, because over the board you see all these ideas, but you have to make decisions, and you have to understand somehow that which one is really the better move, because you don't have the luxury of taking any move back. So once you make a decision, you have to stick to it, and you have to make sure that this move is right. So it has a huge responsibility. Every move has a huge responsibility.
And taking a look at the clock, Caruana is already quite in a critical situation, because the complexity of the position doesn't allow him to play some light moves. he's down to 18 minutes and a few seconds for 16 moves left. So this is basically 1 minute per move until the time control, and some important decisions to be made, especially since, all right, he's a pawn up for the moment. I mean, b7 is hanging. He's a pawn up at the moment, but black's pieces and control of the black squares may make it clear that black has compensation, full compensation here.
Definitely,
probably.
black has full compensation.
How much it's not clear.
However, probably still white has the control over the position, and probably what Caruana is now really thinking if whether he can find a safe continuation which he can rely on, or maybe just try to play extremely safe and.
He played knight d5.
Okay, most natural. Also now black will take with the queen on b7.
He can take with the rook even.
He can also take with the rook. Can he? And then queen h3.
Oh, another mate coming?
Yeah, these h5s.
This is the
And it's
subject.
beautiful because, for example, you move queen a5. Let's suppose you
It's
move
mate
anyway.
It's mate anyway.
It's
Yeah.
mate
So
anyway. Yeah. So
check.
let's have a look at
Yeah.
this. Yeah. So
Yes.
now only the queen here. So after a move like this, you mate anyway.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah.
But
So
I can
better
see,
to get
Yeah.
rid of the queens immediately. Yeah.
I can see that Vichy played queen takes b7. So this is now the move.
So suddenly we have a Nakamura mate on this board. Huh? Because
Yeah.
because if we look at the other board,
It's also very
it's nearing a
A
mate.
few moves have been played, so they
Yeah.
swapped queens here. He took again, and now we will see what Caruana plays. So he played b4, so he secures a pawn up on the queen side. However, h4 is hanging, and Vichy took it with the pawn.
Probably white should play maybe rook h3 to activate the rook like this. Because there is no need to castle right now. I mean, this rook has to join the game. And okay, somehow feeling-wise, I think it's dynamic equality.
Suddenly, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Maybe not suddenly. It was just so complicated
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we
Didn't feel it,
didn't
yeah.
really could make any judgment
So he
here.
played something. It's bishop f1, also quite sensible. The bishop was really doing nothing there.
And it stops rook c8 because of bishop a6,
Ah,
which
nice,
might
yeah.
be extremely important.
Maybe he's very okay with white now.
Maybe black has a problem to activate both his rooks actually.
Yes.
Since rook c8 is not available, and what to do with this rook? You can't go
Yes.
to d7 because of checks,
And
and
if you try to open with a5, there's b5.
but bishop g5.
It's a professional move.
You are going to try to play knight f4 or e7, get rid of this knight, and it looks like equality more or less, as you said. So maybe it's a good moment to move to the other game, since a few moves have been played, and it seems Carlsen has not been mated
But it
yet, or not at all.
might just as
Actually,
well happen.
Boris Gelfand liked black's position, since and Levon was joking that he's used to being not getting mated, but being threatened by with mate in the Najdorf and such openings, so he's not afraid in such positions. Still, it is really frightening here. So after knight b6, what happened? Bishop e2, there, this one we saw. Knight d6 and rook h1, leaving Carlsen.
So now rook takes g3 is just too late, huh? Just takes some queen.
Yeah, but basically this is the problem with this position, that strategically it looks fine for black. But unfortunately for black, it's not all about strategy here.
It's just plain
So
mate.
if he plays knight takes c4, well, I'm fearless.
Okay, you feel this.
Okay, so I take on g6.
F takes.
I suppose I don't have anything linked with checks, so
I give queen e6 check.
And anyway, we take on h7, huh?
It
Any
seems
other
like
way.
it's made anyway.
is it? Knight queen takes g6, rook f7, knight.
Okay.
Knight
Yes,
takes
take on
g6.
g6. Yeah, now it's hard to believe that there is no win for white.
Remove the queen and play g6, but
Might work as well, but of course one would like to find a killer here already. Yeah?
Who missed the win?
so we are being told by Macaulay, who has an engine, or maybe he watches the chat, that Hikaru supposedly missed a mate or a win at move 25. So instead of bishop e2, there might have been a win here, which computers
Okay,
usually.
then let's try to find.
26. So queen, bishop e2, knight d6, and now something. So maybe here.
Maybe then he already taking on g6, but this look dh1 is so natural.
That, yeah, you actually want to play it automatically.
And definitely it's a move I would never dare to criticize, because the rook dh1 is
Well,
a
actually,
good move, and we already explained that we don't really want to release the tension so quickly unless...
all your pieces are prepared. Yeah, that's the way we are used to thinking, actually. Just prepare before playing, and actually in general, play a pawn move once a pawn move is usually a committal move, because you can't go back. Only when your pieces are optimally placed. So
But
this
so
is,
let's try to
see,
find the mate,
yeah.
because probably
Okay.
computer has something in mind. So queen e6
Queen
check, I
e6
guess,
check.
as we are forced to put something on f7.
Yeah. But now we cannot put the queen, so we need to put the rook, and only now maybe.
Yeah,
Now,
and now rook
yeah.
dh1 and queen takes g6,
G6
check is
is-
also threatened, but also rook h7 is threatened.
Still after king h8, we transpose in more or less in what we had
But
before.
we don't have to take on g6 now. We
Yeah,
have-
but this knight f somewhere, or knight f5 or what? Maybe knight f5.
It's crushing.
Yeah, this might just win, yeah.
And there is maybe also bishop g4 with ideas, if he takes, that to take on h, maybe some. Oh, sorry. If this can work somehow, but queen g7 doesn't seem to work.
Yeah.
Right, queen g7.
Something happened. Bishop takes b2 happened, which also feels like a
Desperate.
desperate counter-sacrifice.
So we are not sure about how he could have won here, but it looks dangerous in any case. So here Magnus took on b2.
Just take.
Bishop takes b2.
Now he's gonna take on c4.
Now he's going to take on c4. What else? What else? Yeah.
Take again on b2, but that's
Yeah, but
a little bit
very
over the
little.
top, huh?
It's very little. It's not enough. So takes.
and takes.
And that's now.
Yeah, this is
Protected,
the
yeah.
point, that black is even not threatening anything.
There is no big thing here. So let's say
Just
this.
take again.
So knight b takes c4 has been played. Well, there is no threat either for white here, actually. I mean, maybe we can afford queen b6. I hope there is no threat. Maybe there is g takes f7 and queen c8, but still. And then you swap queens. Hmm?
But then the g3 knight is hanging.
Oh, yeah, true.
And still it might be good for white.
Yeah. Actually, this pawn on e6 might become a queen very soon. Should become a queen very soon.
Yeah, feels winning.
Hard to see, and then the knight c4 is still tied to protecting this.
I mean, to me it's clear that this bishop takes f2 was a clear out of desperation decision.
Should take b2, you mean?
Yeah, bishop takes b2, because I think it was clear to Magnus that otherwise he's simply getting mated, and then okay, better try to do something. And but looking also at at his face
attitude,
on the live feed, he doesn't really believe in it.
Yes,
Do you
and
think Nakamura
knockout.
believes in it?
I mean, he believes in it that he's winning now.
Yes, of course.
I only don't know if he has ever won a classical game against Magnus, so
I
this
don't think
might
so.
be the first. Yeah, this might be the first, which puts extra
He's very confident, huh?
extra pressure on him. On the other hand,
Okay.
the position is so much in his style because it requires
Yes. Brute force calculation.
exactly so.
Well, the only question is whether nerves are not going to play on his coolness. So knight takes c4 is going to happen, I guess. And then we are wondering if h takes g6 is not simply. Of course, after h takes g6, you can still play pawn takes g6, but then. Well, the fact that the queen is tied to knight g3 means that maybe this move doesn't force the win yet, maybe.
Yeah, but this looks actually completely winning.
Yeah, somehow it's hard to believe.
How about d6 here?
So h
Just that-
takes g6 is Nakamura's move. So f takes g6, queen e6, king h8, and d6. right?
d6, just proposing.
Yep. Good enough, right? Over.
Yeah, it looks over.
So he's
after
going to
h
play the
takes
other
g6,
line.
I think queen b6
His only move,
is
maybe.
his backup. I mean,
Yeah.
probably his move he's relying on, but
That's as we saw. This seems to be very. Yeah, that's what he's
just
playing.
played.
Yeah. He just played queen b6, but after g takes f7, this looks very.
but of course I think both players know exactly that.
What's
In
happening?
fact,
yeah?
only a miracle can save black, and in this position, miracle usually does not happen.
Only move, and now queen take queen c8 check. No, he's gonna take on f7, I guess. There's so now, yeah, because the problem if he takes here, then the black king can hide, and you cannot defend this bishop in any way. So, and your attack has died. So g takes f7, keeping everything and you have this check on c8. Otherwise, who knows?
No, such positions are very direct. Yeah?
Yes,
Whether you
yeah.
deliver mate or your opponent delivers. So
Yeah. So, but it's no surprise that white has resources such as queen c8 followed by queen e6, and
yeah, because the extra piece is an extra piece. I wonder if knight takes b2
first,
could make a difference or not.
maybe we have knight f5 also here.
Yeah, knight f5. Okay, knight c4 check.
Aha, then you can exchange
Then I-
your rook, yeah?
Yeah, and I also have maybe some perpetual check ideas. I mean, maybe this is the only hope.
Let me see if we don't have a. So again, this.
No,
King's-
I would
no,
take
no, no,
knight
he
takes
wants to
a3
take, yeah.
check.
Ah, you want to take this,
Yes.
yeah?
Yeah, because suddenly the other rook joins the
In the show. Yeah, maybe
King
this is
C1?
not so clear.
Yeah,
rook
and king
b1
no, no.
check,
No, yeah. Do you just change or what?
and then rook d8 check, and
You-
I'm maybe mating. I don't know. suddenly my pieces are the
Yes.
one. But okay,
Yeah.
this is a miracle variation. I
So
don't
knight takes
believe that.
b2, yeah. So let's not allow this.
Yes.
Play this, and the rook will join on the 7th.
Yeah, but here suddenly,
It's
if
not over.
black is not losing on the spot after rook takes g5, then there is some hope. But rook b takes h7, yeah, maybe.
Because I am not going out. Huh?
Yeah, maybe rook b takes h7.
So Nakamura is about to play a move.
G7.
G7. What a move.
This is very.
Oh, this is
surprising,
actually
yeah.
a typical move in this position. And he simply ignores the rook takes b2.
Rook base b2, king a1. Let's
So
suppose.
rook takes b2, no real choice here. Well, these are his positions. It's very hard to imagine that he might overlook things, but as I said, maybe
But
nerves.
okay, it's and it's extremely sharp position. So for example, black plays rook e8.
So he's gonna play queen f5 or something like this. But then queen,
Yeah, okay,
queen
also let's
g6.
show that rook takes h7 would be a big mistake
Yes.
because of rook a2 checkmate suddenly. So both players have to be extremely careful in such positions.
And also let's mention if he plays rook takes b2, king a1, queen b3 with an imparable mate as taking queen c8 and knight f5 mate.
Yeah, mate is coming, be it in this,
Very soon.
yes, or
Well, the other
here
way
it's
around,
mate,
anyway.
mate the way you want.
Queen f5. if
Yes,
you-
so it's mate, so
What a
no,
position.
queen b3 is not allowed.
It's not
Here
allowed.
you need actually to be extremely, well, rook
Yeah,
e8
so
is certainly
let's
the
move
best.
the
Yeah.
rook, rook e8.
So as long as this rook stays on h2, black
Maybe there
does
is
not
queen
mate for
d7.
Queen
d7,
d7,
yeah,
rook
well,
d8, yeah.
But what to
Rook
do
d8.
if the rook goes?
Rook d8, no?
Rook d8.
d8, or even d8 is. Oh, but here there might be this and this,
Oh,
and queen g5. I think
and here about rook b,
rook
b1.
b1, yeah?
Rook b1 now.
yeah, rook b1 is very nice, of course.
Perpetual?
Where my petrol could be lost, yeah.
Yes.
So queen d7 might not yield. Again, we work without engine, so we are obviously less fast and less accurate than the computer, which might.
So how about
Just
queen
show some
d7, rook
+5.
d8, queen h3?
Queen h3 there is all the time. Maybe here as well. Eh? Maybe
Yes, okay,
immediately.
then I take on h2
queen g6,
and queen g6.
Exactly.
This is
This was my defensive setup.
so that's why queen d7 is certainly.
No,
more
actually, I wonder maybe somewhere you can try to push g6.
Yes,
So maybe after rook
immediate,
8 you
yeah.
can play g6 in order to take away this square.
Nice.
No, I mean,
Even
not
here.
even here, but also already after rook 8 maybe it's possible just to play g6.
Yes.
Because it feels like white has to be winning.
So-
Probably computer is jumping on the sky with +10 or I
Yes.
don't know. I would not be surprised.
Okay, f takes g. Let's look for the mate.
Yes. And somehow Carson is not satisfied.
Well, it's interesting that for the second time in a row against f3 in the Nimzo Indian, he is being really pushed to the wall by his opponent. And in this game, it's even much stronger than what Anand. Anand reached a very promising attacking position, but never really had devastating threats, like as is the case here.
And both times problem with his king, yeah?
Yep, exactly. Yeah.
Both times problems with his king. But okay, we haven't found the win yet, yeah? So let's go back. So rook b2 check, king a1.
He hasn't played it yet, but obviously he needs to make sure. Because he might have additional ideas like knight takes a3, maybe not in this very position, but if he first moves the rook. Anyway, this looks definitely like the main move. And now moving the rook, it's not so clear where, but rook e8 definitely looks like the most sensible. Although rook a8 or rook d8, but you don't want to allow any knight f5 and checks.
Also, maybe a simple move like knight h5 might be
Yes.
very nasty. And just
this
knight
is
f6
just,
check is coming, and it might
Indeed,
be.
yeah.
The end of it.
So maybe the rook shouldn't go to e8.
Yeah, maybe not to e8.
Maybe as
to
far as
d8 or-
possible, yeah. And
But
now
here
it's
knight,
knight at 5.
maybe knight
Oh, he
f5.
has-
Let's rook d8 first.
He didn't. He hasn't taken on.
He played rook d8 at once.
So without taking here on b2.
Yes.
Well, the bishop doesn't really. Not going to run away. So that's for sure.
So,
What is there an additional thing here?
yes. How about knight f5? Just trying to give knight e7 check.
Check, yeah. Not mate yet.
Not me.
Because he might consider knight takes b2 at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, this knight takes b2 idea is very important because then knight d1 check is a threat
Just to cut some.
with mating. Okay,
So-
basically any knight move is a mate. Yeah, so.
So let's
Sorry.
let's see if it's mate. Knight takes, knight e7. Now,
Okay, now you have to do everything with check.
Yes,
So rook h7.
we do.
But it's about it.
King f8.
And if I take
Rook
on
takes
f7, yeah,
f7.
that's what I wanted to try. Another check on h7.
Or also queen f5 check. Well, this is mate now.
Yeah, this is
queen
mate.
f5.
This is definitely mate.
This is mate. Yeah. In general, that's why I like to put my rook on e8 to cover this e7 square just in case. But okay,
then-
rook e8 allows many other things.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
And if we do this again, so king here.
Yeah, because here maybe we are.
Now
it's
we can
possible to
exchange
exchange a pair
one
of
rook.
rooks. Yeah, because the threat is not entirely clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there a mate coming? But anyway, look, the mate is there
Ah,
because
yes,
I
yes,
cannot move the queen to b3, for example.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is mate.
Very nice.
Although we, in this position, we can probably still play king f8 just to show the mate
Yes.
here.
Beautiful.
This is mate. But instead of this, maybe this is not completely. Because knight g6, I can take
Yeah, then
it.
you can take it and even maybe king g8.
Payment. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
And if
this
we
position
Take
requires-
here.
but takes here, yeah. This, but,
But
king
king
takes,
e8.
also king e8.
I am afraid. This is mate, right?
This is mate, but also beautiful mate.
Although, yeah.
King f8,
King f8 is knight
Yes.
g6.
king g7.
Yes.
Yes.
Ah,
Well, queen f6 and queen f8.
Yes.
not
No,
not easy.
still no.
No, it's 97.
Ah, now
and
it's
then
Yeah,
it's-
finally
we
we
make
got
it.
it.
We make it. Yeah.
It's one way or another, but it's mate. Yeah.
Must be made. Yeah.
And even white can choose how to mate. Yeah, with the queen or
And this?
with the knight.
This is.
Yeah, here king e8 is possible.
And we managed to avoid checks in such a way that
Suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in these positions,
then you play rook f2 and people players agree to a draw by perpetual check if I am
yeah,
not.
but suddenly
black is not
then,
winning.
then suddenly black will.
Black is calling the checks now.
So.
Yeah, somehow in knight f5, changing one pair of rooks
Yes.
does not
Doesn't work. So what's left?
so effective.
And also if you play knight h5, the other idea now that, let's say this, although it's not forced, and also now take the rook. Even here, let's check, but I'm not sure that white has a forced mate. Maybe he has now with a. Maybe he has. Maybe.
Oh yeah, rook e8 is a rook e8 at the end. Yes.
Sorry?
Check.
No, I wanted to take again, but.
Rook h8.
And king g7.
To make. Yeah, this
yes,
doesn't
king
work.
G7.
Yeah, the other one
Nice,
doesn't work.
yes,
Yeah.
Nice, very nice here.
Yeah, I just wanted to give.
No, this is not made because
No,
then
rook
this
e8.
you start with rook e8.
Rook e8. I prefer the other
Right,
way around.
yeah, that's the best, of course. Not only the best, but the only.
But king g7 seems to hold. Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, king g7 seems to win.
wow.
Well, now white can try this rook f7 idea, but now let's just check this rook h7, king f8, rook f7. But now it feels like black should be able to.
Somehow the knight on f6 is nice, but in the way of the white queen.
Yeah, so queen e6 check and king g6.
Then Queen F5 should be made.
Sorry, where?
King G6, Queen F5 back should be made. Later
Should
on.
be.
No, King G6.
Yes.
King G6, you mean?
I'm just talking about
Yeah, King
Yeah.
G6, Queen F5 check.
this should be made.
King G7, Knight H5
Yes.
check.
Yeah.
This is made.
Yes, but King G7 is not yet refuted.
And King F8 is
Not
probably
easy
Knight
to say.
H7. Knight H7.
Yeah, Knight H7, King
But
G7,
still, even this is not clear.
Queen H4 is
So we have a move.
Queen H4. A completely new move.
simply
Yeah,
Queen
well.
H4.
We are looking at candidate moves one after the other, but we haven't come to.
This is very logical, by the way. So, but
Yes, okay, now this rook takes b2, rook takes h2, and Queen
Queen
G6,
G6 is just-
will be the...
safe for a moment, but then there's Knight F5 probably.
Yeah, now that the rook is on d8, yeah, this is
Okay, it might cost him a tempo, but he avoided some other
Yes,
lines.
and there's no mate for black now. So
Yeah, I
this-
mean, there are no mating threats, so maybe white can afford to play some slow move, and maybe try to trap the queen on g6.
Yeah, with
we
queen-
see
rook
rook
H6,
H6
yeah.
coming up. This looks winning. Yeah. Still.
Okay, so rook e8. What's the reply?
Let's
Queen G4.
this. Now the queen can go back, right?
Yeah, now you have to move the queen. And it's still not easy.
Oh, but rook H7 is still not possible. And maybe he should find a better square.
Yes.
But then it doesn't really work. Queen F2, then always G5 can be. But G5 you don't want to take, so this.
On the other hand, now rook h6 does not threaten anything.
Yes.
For the moment.
That's right.
But I don't have a
That's right. Yeah.
normal move. Because the structure is so broken on the king
Well,
side.
we apologize, of course, for the fans of Caruana and Anand that we focus completely at the moment, for the moment, on this game, Nakamura Carlsen. But I mean, it's not every day that Carlsen's king is in a mating attack. So
And somehow one has the feeling that white's position has to be winning objectively. So
well, but I have maybe an easy threat, which is Queen C. Oops, sorry, Queen
Queen
takes C5 also.
no, you have many threats.
Yeah.
You have way too many threats. That was also the reason why I did not suggest any move at the moment, because I didn't know what to suggest.
So this is now the position in the game, and Carlsen hasn't yet made up his mind, but it looks like rook takes b2 is forced. What else can he play? Really?
Yeah, very
I don't see any decent alternative here. There is a mating threat in one. So rook takes b2 check, king a1.
Yeah, but basically it's also interesting that both players are taking their time,
Yeah.
even so that they don't have so much time. It's clear that to calculate all these lines perfectly, it's not that easy. I mean, probably people who are watching this game with engine, they already know everything. But,
Yeah, and they wonder why the top players don't see such
Yeah.
easy
yeah,
variations.
but on the other hand,
but
there
it's
is
so
no
complicated.
direct human way to finish it off. So might be that some slow move will have such a threat that you cannot really parry, and once you see it, you will say that, of course, this is
Yes,
so
of course.
logical, so natural. But for the moment, we also failed to find a clear-cut force win. It all looks extremely promising for white, and looks like it should be over. But exactly that's the danger sometimes, because you are
Yeah.
searching for a direct mate, and
Yeah, you might
be disappointed if you don't find.
And you might also miss a line which gives you a winning endgame or something like this. Well, here it's hard to imagine, but who knows?
But basically, okay, rook takes h2 is again forced. So this is clear. Rook takes h2, queen g6 basically is again forced.
Yeah, now there might be options, but
yeah, knight can go from f5 or from h5.
maybe there was another idea like queen. Oh, the queen can take. I'm sorry, on g7. I missed that.
No, there are tons of ideas here.
How about taking with the queen on h2? Is this a possibility? Just to have the rook on b1 in certain
Also,
lines,
this is, obvious.
because he has to play anyway queen g6,
Yeah,
knight
okay,
f5,
I'm doing queen g6. Yeah,
knight f5. Still you cannot take, and I have some prospects.
This is a better organization than rook h2,
Yes.
queen h4, perhaps. I mean, this pawn, I mean, even moves like rook c1, b5, I mean, let's say black plays something, rook e8, right? Ah, then
Yeah.
I cannot take on e5 anymore.
Yeah, but
It's a
basically
pity.
this is the problem for black, that he's so packed. Yeah, all his moves are forced to parry the mate, and he doesn't have counter chance himself. So this really gives a very bad feeling. Here, for
Yes.
example, d6 might just win on the
Yes,
spot.
right.
In fact, this is very simple. Just d6
After
and
takes.
after
Ah,
takes
take,
you
I
just take
lose,
with
right.
the knight and it's over.
That's
So
right.
sometimes such simple moves end the game finally. We are searching for mate on the
For
h file.
beauties,
It
yes.
will come, it's combined with ideas.
And actually, it's
so,
probably as good as well in this position.
yes.
You can really see what's...
And finally the d pawn.
This passed pawn, yeah?
This pass pawn is, thanks to the pass pawn.
Yeah, this is certainly the
Maybe
line
delivered.
which Nakamura has seen, and maybe Carlsen probably as well now. And he's searching for alternatives, but it looks like he's getting... well, he will lose this game apparently, so...
Yeah,
Going
it
to
looks
be a
like
big
there is
shocker.
no defense and also no hope basically.
True.
Because it's so clear cut. It's interesting if this rook d8 or rook e8 made any difference, but hard to believe that it really did.
We found the drawback also with the rook on e8.
Yeah, rook e8.
That the knight was jumping to f6.
Yeah, but probably there were also some other reasons.
Yeah. So we should again mention what you said yesterday, that the viewers who have the engine not to lose the respect for the players,
Of
because
course.
I mean, these kind of things are very hard to see, if not on the screen. I mean, it's very easy to see it with the engine, but without it's just...
Yeah, no, okay, but here also one has the feeling that it has to be over.
Yes.
Yeah, it was also for Hikaru not such a difficult decision already to make, because it was clear that he's not risking anything basically. Black sacrificed on b2 out of despair, because he saw that otherwise his position would be lost anyway, and he was hoping for a miracle, and if the miracle does not happen, it's not a surprise at all.
Yeah, from here it all became quite forced. Queen b6, threatening to take, but Hikaru could have taken on f7, but this would probably have allowed black to gain back the piece. Maybe not equality, but the piece back. But after g7, he can also take back the piece. But first, well, rook d8, queen h4. Yeah, Carlsen seems very disappointed.
Yes.
there.
Maybe g7 is just a winning move.
G7
Yeah,
looks
it's a
very
winning
strong,
move,
yeah.
yeah.
Very nice move, actually. Because after g takes f7, so he placed something. Took on b2. King a1, as expected.
Now,
Takes h2, and now well, he took with the rook. We
Yeah,
thought
okay, this
that
is
queen takes was also good.
Yeah, but this is the most natural, of course.
Yes,
because
of course.
At that point, we did not spot it yet, the d6
Yeah.
motive, and
yeah, why not stay on g5? Just. So, what's left beside queen g6? We don't see, huh?
We don't really
no,
see
queen
it.
g6. is strictly the only move, and then knight f5, rook e8, d6 is gonna happen, and probably
Resigns.
Magnus here is.
Well, actually, the reason why he didn't take with the queen, maybe there was king takes g7 here. Well, I might just blunder some mate, easy mate, but
Yeah, but I mean, of course,
let's say in
if
this
you can
case-
deal with
Right.
the rook,
then you cannot take on h7, while here you can do it. I mean, in this case.
Yes, but you can take on h7 and just play. Yeah.
Yeah, but if the rook is still on h1, then you need to waste
You-
time.
you
That's
need
that's
to
what
play rook
just my
e1.
point, that rook takes
Absolutely,
h2
it's more exact.
Yeah, more exact. If the win we have seen before here,
Yes.
when this
If
threatening
d6 works, it's just over.
this, maybe he should go here, but
Does it change?
probably doesn't change anything.
rook d7.
Maybe now this queen here, threatening both rook h6 and knight h6. Probably this kills.
Yeah.
So he went to g6. This is now the game. Knight f5. Played immediately by Nakamura.
So rook d7 coming up.
So rook e8 would be the natural reaction, but it seems to lose to d6. And Nakamura plays very confidently,
Yes.
so it's obvious he has
Of
seen.
course, I mean, he's an expert of delivering mate, even if there isn't any. So here, if there is,
Rook e8 has been played.
no,
It seems he wants to move the queen now.
he's moving the queen.
He's moved the queen to g4. And we thought that queen b6 was now, because of this threat, threatening to trap the queen.
Yeah, but basically also queen b6 doesn't really threaten anything.
No, you save the queen for the moment.
Yes.
How about d6 now?
d6 now.
Just to play queen h4 again.
Yeah. No, it's just lost. I mean, there is
Yeah, good enough.
just over.
Or maybe queen b3.
Yes, again, some trouble.
Suddenly, yeah, with the,
Suddenly, it's not so easy. Huh? Maybe d6 was easier. Just
yeah, but you also after queen b6, maybe you can simply also repeat. That's another problem, that the position is so hopeless
Oh,
that
yes.
white can even play queen h3 or queen h4 depending what he prefers. Maybe he prefers to have the queen on h3 for some reason.
So queen b6 has just been played. Now we will see. Does he want to torture Carlsen by repeating? This is now Carlsen's reaction, queen b6. Well, what to say? There doesn't seem to be a direct win. I mean, like, except what we saw before, like queen back to h and d6. Although I mean, when I speak of direct win, like check, check and mate, or check, check and wins. So what to do? Yeah, and that's probably the reason also Nakamura is now thinking again. As you said, he can repeat the position once and maybe find the killer then.
No, I think that he sees the idea. I think it's quite obvious that he sees the idea. He's maybe even surprised that, because sometimes why is this queen b6 working at all? Yeah, I mean that suddenly you have this queen b3 after d6, and then he says, okay, let's move his queen back to g6, and then I will play d6. And now he's double checking his thoughts, not to mix up anything.
And if you look at Magnus' face, he knows he's lost.
Yeah, he knows, and it's not in his hands anymore. Yeah,
Yes.
He just have to
Wait to be killed, huh?
wait for a miracle, but I think he himself does not believe in it, that it could happen.
Yeah. But sometimes he's like this when he's winning as well, so...
You mean late back?
Yes, but now he's definitely not winning.
It's true. But I mean, his attitude doesn't maybe show the real... I mean, he can be a bit like this when it's a draw, when he was
Yes, but
winning. So.
it seems he has seen
Nonchalant.
everything. Let's say like this, he has calculated
it,
to the end. So.
Yeah, usually when you're in the losing seat, you tend to see the 2 or 3 possibilities that your opponent has at his disposal to kill you. And sometimes the opponent thinks for a while and he's not so sure of what is going to happen. And
Of course, because actually psychologically the player who is already lost, he has already given up innerly because he knows that it's not in his hands. So he just sees everything much calmer already. While the other person is excited that yes, this is the moment I can win the game, and especially also Hikaru might win his first game against Carlsen, so this is a very big moment for him. So certainly he does not want to miss his chance. That's why he takes his time. He knows that he's winning, and if he finds it, then time is not that important, because even if he plays finally the winning idea with 1 minute on the clock, it's still enough. But there is no, I think in few more minutes he will definitely
come
make
up
a
with
move.
a...
But it seems like he's about to move already.
Yeah, so he's going back. He goes to h3,
Yeah.
all right.
Not to make a 3 times repetition.
Accidentally.
And now he's going to unleash.
So queen g6 back. This was expected.
Now,
26
now
is
it's coming. Now it's
The
coming.
hand.
It's looming.
Could be that the queen is even better placed on h3.
Yes.
But probably it does not.
Does not
It
matter.
does not matter at all.
Just to have some checks later on.
So,
This looks like the killer.
yes. He's double checking, I guess.
Yeah, as Peter said, I mean, he's about to win his first classical game against
Here it is.
Carlsen, and d6 has been played.
Final blow.
Indeed. Knight takes d6.
Knight takes d6.
Yeah, it's completely hopeless.
The queen is tied here to the defense of the pawn h7. Cannot take
So
the
only
knight.
rook d8
He's still playing.
can be tried. And now white has to be careful for a
Yeah,
moment.
just
But knight c4 protects the king.
yeah.
Because probably it was still not too late to spoil everything with knight f5. Yeah, which would have been a very natural move.
Can he take on e4?
Oh. Oops.
Yes, he can. I mean, suddenly Magnus looks at Hikaru. And he's surprised.
Yeah. We are.
Is he
little
getting
bit
a
too-
second life?
Did he really need that?
Well, he played knight c4 so quickly. What the hell is going on?
So I think Macaulay is telling us to switch on the engine. Is that right?
I cannot believe it. He spoiled it.
He spoiled it.
And now
I
with knight c4,
cannot-
queen e4, and
My
Magnus
goodness.
cannot believe himself.
He can, yeah, doesn't believe his eyes, huh?
Doesn't believe his eyes.
What
But
a,
look at the
The
instead.
evolution, yeah.
we cannot believe it. Knight c8.
So actually, if we come back here a few moves, because we just switched on the engine, and we are surprised that maybe d6 in this position was already a mistake.
Yes.
In the sense that
Yes.
it looks like queen
And
f1.
we very much would have liked to have our queen on h4, yeah? Then
Maybe the queen was much better placed on h4. Maybe he could have played d6 here, or
Even here.
but it's anyway not
No.
incredible.
So this is not the winning idea, huh?
oh, I can imagine Nakamura being extremely angry at himself. Although it was not obvious, of course, to
Yeah,
us.
but
We are
also
not
for
playing
us
the
it
game.
was.
Yes,
Yeah,
but-
also for us it was not obvious.
Did
We
you see
thought
the
that
winning
this is
move?
the-
It's incredible. Queen f3. Can you believe
Where?
that?
In which
Go,
position?
let's go back. Let's
Here?
go back. Queen, let's go.
Queen g4, queen b6,
Yes. Queen b6.
queen h3, or queen f3.
and queen f3. Yeah, but these are
This
the
is
moves
difficult,
that
yeah.
are extremely difficult.
This
to-
is easy for the computer because he just calculates like a machine, which he is.
This is incredible.
Queen h3, queen g6, and here the computer says that many moves could have been
Queen
good.
f1 he quite likes.
Now I can see that Nakamura is leaning back, and maybe he senses that things are going to be
Yeah, and
tough.
he also sees Magnus'
Magnus
body language that he is
Coming
very
back,
much
yeah.
believing already and holding his head and starting to
My
think
goodness.
new and cannot believe his eyes. Look at his.
Well, we can't either. But the thing is, here after rook d8, things are not at all easy. I would have said that knight f5 was strong.
No, this is
Simply
what
because
I
mate,
wanted
it's
to
mate in
say.
five.
This is mate.
That this was the way to lose the game. Yeah, this
Yes.
is
You
what
go
I
down
wanted
and
to
queen
point
b6,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
And if you go to a2,
Then
It's
queen
queen
e6,
e6
yeah.
immediately.
first, yeah.
Mating.
And mating, yeah. So it was easy to lose.
Yeah, this is what why I said that this knight c4 was such a natural move and protecting everything.
So it looks like the computer says knight c8 was the chance to keep an advantage, although it's hard to understand.
Just to cover b6.
Yeah, but cover b6, but
And e6.
but this is still hanging here, isn't it? Ah no, this is mate. All right.
No, but this
King
is
G7.
incredible, of course. I mean, Magnus himself cannot believe.
Ah, and check again. Yeah, that's the thing.
So now he's a piece up. Queen, yeah, king a2, queen e6.
So he's taken on e4. Let's be back to the game.
But that's why the chess game played by humans is so interesting, because doesn't matter what's the situation, any moment it can change after all, yeah? It looked like that's it, it's over, it's gone, everything, and now suddenly the game starts new.
Yeah, and look, there is for Nakamura there is he has just one move to play, and this is going to be move 40. I mean, after such a blow, I mean, psychological blow where he was crushing, he had an mating attack basically. It seemed to be easily winning, although it was not. And now he has just one move to play and 6-7 minutes to do it. Although we can see that only one move maintains the balance for white.
Yes,
this
no,
is
this is
astonishing.
not extremely, this is a
astonishing
situation.
because you actually feel like you want to play fast here, as if everything was under control.
And I think
But
now
it's not.
he will spend some time, so maybe let's go back to
Yes.
the position and show the computers win.
Yes,
Because-
move 26. Move 26.
Move 26.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he mentioned.
No,
No,
I
it
mean
was
here
after.
in the game. In
Yeah.
the game, the computer line, we did not
Yes.
show it yet.
Okay.
Which you mean? Which
Yes,
you
I
move
mean
26.
here instead of
Knight-
d6, no,
Ah,
37.
Oh, you mean
in
which
this
move?
position? Yeah, right.
Okay.
I mean basically this queen
Okay,
moved to
yes.
f1 and this rook takes h7. I
Doesn't
think
seem to be
yeah.
the only.
it was in fact, yeah, both with the.
Well, I still fail to understand everything. I have to.
No, but
admit.
this is incredible.
This
and
is
rook takes
beautiful.
h7. I mean,
How do
this
you
is,
want,
Incredible.
yeah,
What
how
a
to find
line.
this, yeah.
Incredible.
Well, if king takes, this is mate,
What a threat.
of course. So
My goodness.
yeah, Nakamura understands, of course, what he has done. And knight h6, yeah, my God.
And takes on f7, takes on e8.
And this is mate.
yes, but all this is far from obvious. I think
Yeah, of course.
Magnus have seen it because as we said, if you are already a dead man, you suddenly see everything right, what you should have done in your life better, yeah?
All your sins.
But it really happens like this, and then you don't understand why you do not see this when you should.
But this is the beauty. Queen F1, rook takes h.
It's also interesting from Carlsen's attitude just around this moment here when Nakamura played Queen H, G4, Queen H3, etc. He was basically resigned. He had resigned. He showed it on his face and in his attitude. And this might also have misled Nakamura as if everything was easy and winning.
Yeah, basically
But
he showed like,
of course,
doesn't matter what you are doing, I'm gonna lose already.
Yes, I'm not saying that Carlsen did it on purpose to try and you know make Nakamura feel better and too sure, too secure. But still, in a way, he knew that he was lost. So, and Nakamura.
Oh, now it's
No,
not.
but okay, imagine, yeah, the whole idea of white was to deliver mate on the h file, and finally the winning method was to remove the queen from h3 to f1 to go back, and then to sacrifice the only one remaining rook on h7, and this is the win. I mean, it's just incredible. It's just incredible.
I mean, just general things about chess. Okay, white wanted to mate on the h file, but suddenly look at these two pieces of black. The queen on e4 fully centralized, and the rook on d8 centralized, occupying an open file. And the queen on e4 radiates over the whole board because it defends and attacks at the same time. This is unbelievable.
It will be very hard to come back and make a draw here.
Well, you need to find knight e3 according to the computer, which we
No, but even if it's a draw, I mean.
Yeah, I mean the computer shows a draw, but I'm not sure why it should be. I mean it says 0-0-0, but why actually?
This is what the players do not see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a candidate. Knight e3 is a candidate as
is
moves
knight
as well.
b2.
Because knight b2 looks like protecting the king.
Yeah, knight b2 looks more natural.
But
You
c4
protect
is winning.
here.
C4.
Yeah, it seems c4 is very good here. So it's actually, it wouldn't be a surprise if Nakamura loses this game.
That's what
And actually we have another game which is finished. The game between Caruana and Anand finished in a draw. Well, it's... Yeah.
Then it was this incredible thing. But it was very Queen F1 was the winning. Queen G6, rook E8, Queen F1, attacking the knight D5, rook takes A7.
I suggest that we wait for Nakamura's 40th move, if you don't mind, because this is very crucial. So we are going to wait for a few minutes. I mean, Nakamura has only 2 minutes for his 40th move, and he is very tense, as we can see.
And we should make the postmortem first, maybe, because it...
No, first we wait for the 40th move,
Okay,
of
yes,
course.
but I mean, the decision
And it's
in the
coming.
game will be postponed anyway.
Yes, of course. We wait for Nakamura's 40th.
Okay.
Because anyway, he's going to take a rest after this move. He needs to take a rest. He has only 1 minute and a few seconds left. So, just some patience, Fabiano and Vichy. As you can understand, the game is just about to twist in this game.
Because he may even lose now.
He may even lose. Apparently, he has only one move to maintain the balance, and it's even not obvious how he can do it. He's played Queen H5.
No.
He's played
Serious?
Queen
Is this
H5.
serious? Now he's lost.
Well, he's lost according to computer.
No, I mean, but...
So what's his next move? If nothing happens, it's probably going to be Queen E2 or something like this. But it seems the computer shows a win for Black here. Rook D3 or B5 seems to be very strong. So he's blown it. And he's not only blown it to such an extent that he will hold the draw, but he might easily lose it.
Maybe
But
we should...
yes, now we
quickly,
will.
yeah.
Yes. We will.
More interesting.
Yeah, do you want
Yeah.
to see the Queen F1 was fantastic? That was fantastic.
Yeah, here it seems Queen. First, the Queen was on H4. He played Queen G4, Queen B6, Queen H3. Queen goes back, and then it seems Queen F1 is the
Star move.
because after Queen moves, then Rook takes H7.
Fantastic.
Or you can play King H2. Still Queen F1.
Yeah, Queen F1, and after B5, you can still take on H7. And this is unbelievably winning. Unbelievably or not, but this is winning.
This would be a way to beat the world champion.
Yeah, you see, you have to beat the world
Yeah,
champion every move of the game, not just get a winning, crushing position. But let's move to the post-mortem of this game, which was extremely exciting as well, between Fabiano Caruana and Vichy Anand. We had a Slav, and well, it became complicated very early on.
Yeah, not much was happening until knight. Sorry. Yeah, okay. CD5 is a kind of a rare move, but looks pretty logical. Knight D5 is also. I mean, okay. There's also CD5, but okay, knight D5. We get some kind of typical position, but I think White has a side.
Couldn't taken bishop a5. No, that was
That was Anish, but that was after knight D5, knight D7.
it was DC4 and then this knight D5 bishop B4.
Yeah, then
takes, and
H4, DC4. No, this is a better version for it.
Bishop b4.
Yeah.
So how did it go? How was it seems that White had some activity, but Black had control over the black squares too.
I mean, we both had activity. It was just complicated position. But when I went E5, actually I thought I was better already, but suddenly the position. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should take Gf4, but then E5. I couldn't really see why I should do that. So this happened. He went H4, right?
Yes, after H4, if he takes then E5 by White.
No, he
Sorry, it's hanging.
Ah, sorry. So what were you saying? G takes F4?
No, G takes F4. I could have tried maybe.
In this position.
So
Sorry.
I think
Right.
after E5 it's bad for you.
He was scared.
No, I'm
Scared of E5.
yeah, it was just pleasant. So anyway, H4, E5 was accurate, and
You can also play bishop C7 and H5, knight D7. It's also not so much for it. But okay, you were playing for an advantage.
first of all, and second, after H5 and E5, I wasn't sure that it was.
What about E5 by
It
White?
couldn't be unpleasant somewhere.
Yeah,
if you
that was-
castle and play F4 somewhere.
The problem is knight G6 comes here. And then knight H4, and I couldn't see what to do.
Bishop e4, knight h4.
Knight H4.
No, this position. I mean, then you'll forget about the knight, and one day it will suddenly be useful. So it's. I wouldn't go here. So you went H4. Yeah, the problem is I have to do this. D5.
And Knight G6.
I mean, I'm sure there are more accurate ways of doing it, but at that point, I actually didn't consider knight c3. I was only looking at king f1, but then black is even better.
You mean
because
after
I get a
check,
huge
yeah.
initiative. So I still have to castle, I think.
Or knight H4 is also possible. I thought you could take on H4.
No, not after king f1, because then you go rook d7, castle cd7, and you just get a clamp.
Yeah, okay, castle, CB7.
Or maybe c7, I don't know.
No,
wasn't sure about this,
Yeah, okay,
but-
castle first is better.
But knight c3 was correct, I think.
No, I was hoping that after knight C3 you'd play knight H4. Which is kind of nice, because I'll play rook D7.
Yes, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we saw this, but maybe
Castles,
castle.
rook
Yeah.
h4, gh4,
But rook
cd7,
B7,
I
no?
couldn't see any
No,
moves.
but rook takes B7 here. No, rook H4? I didn't.
You want to
quite.
go there. I just thought this and cb7, and I thought just plus
But
one.
rook B8?
Yeah, take knight d5. I couldn't see how I would even capture this pawn. I mean, you will either have
Queen D6?
yeah, then g5 and bishop h3 c8. I don't know. Somehow I was not. Or maybe queen b5, and actually I don't have a easy follow-up. No, somehow I thought that here. Okay, maybe he's right. Maybe this
I don't know.
black can play rook b8 or something, but maybe rook b7 is strong. Anyway, I couldn't believe it. So. No, I thought castles was exact because after h5 I have bc6, and this is nice. I mean, he plays queen a4, but anyway, I think black is excellent. Maybe slightly better
Right.
because he can never attack the c pawn. The c1 square is controlled.
We had this position just at the end of the post-mortem between Aronian and Gelfand, and they suggested, or Gelfand liked C7 here.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but take.
And
And HG5, right?
and was it already?
They wanted to play h5 actually.
H5.
Knight h4.
And castle, and then
Yeah.
there was queen c8 apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
queen c8 is annoying.
Queen c8 and f3 is not an easy
Yeah,
move.
f3 is not
Consider
what you
even.
But white is not playing for advantage yet.
No.
Because,
I mean, if I could maybe have time for knight d5 and bishop h3, but okay, here if I have to play f3, I'm just much worse.
But even if I have to play queen c5, rook c8, and just move my king, and then somewhere queen c2, why are you better? You're missing the c1 square for all your
Yeah.
activity. So. No,
Right.
here I felt I was safe, but yeah, this queen c7, knight d7, knight d5, it's a pity I have to take with the queen, but
Yeah.
because if the rook, queen h3 suddenly,
Yeah,
It's
right.
really
Yeah,
nice
also.
mates.
yeah.
Queen b7. And how was it to evaluate his position? Black is a pawn down. Okay, not a
It
pawn down
reminded me of
because
the Sveshnikov actually.
you want
He
the
just
h4.
becomes like a Sveshnikov, and then but I thought he was holding.
I thought I was playing for something, but then I started trying to defend after a few moves.
Yeah. No, bishop g5 is important because then I stop all his tricks with knight e7 check.
Maybe
all
I
that
should put
stuff.
the bishop on a6 and then rook h3. It doesn't seem to change
Yeah.
much, but
And now rook h3.
yeah. But I really don't imagine that white is better here.
I mean, here I can play rook f
Yeah, rook f
d8 and rook d6 even.
Yeah, and rook d6.
Okay, it's similar to the game, I think.
Yeah, I get the c file now, but I don't know if it matters.
It looks about balanced.
And in the end, it looks very tempting, but somehow I was very happy when I found knight f8, and then he found knight c3, and there's nothing I can do. So
Yeah, from this point I'm afraid we didn't follow your game.
Yeah,
we
no,
went
of course.
to Carlsen, but
I think
basically
I was also not following my game.
So you had to repeat a lot to get to the 40th move. I feel.
Yeah, I thought black could play king h7 after instead of
Well,
knight
here
f8.
maybe.
instead of knight f8 in such
Yeah.
positions.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a good try because with a few minutes, it'll be tough for him to.
No, I was thinking about just king f1 or something.
Yeah, but
But you can play bishop e7. I was a bit worried about this.
yeah, then bishop d1.
And rook c4.
b5, we don't even need the z4.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you probably can't take anyway. These
Yeah.
rooks. Yeah, well, black could also get worse. Although I don't know, because bishop on c5, take, and bishop c5. Or did
Rook
I?
c3, yeah, and then just go back.
Or I think I managed to lose. I don't know. No, yeah, rook c3.
Or even bishop b3 or rook b5.
Yeah.
If rook e4, I can do this knight f6 check and bishop d5. Yeah, no, but I thought it was about equal here, so seems just accurate game.
Well, I keep an eye always on Nakamura Carlsen. I saw that Carlsen played rook d3, which, if I'm not mistaken,
the
was
best
the
move,
move suggested by the energy.
As winning.
It could be that Carlsen wins this game. This is unbelievable.
And what happens after g6? Then queen d4 check starts to crack.
Yeah, it seems that suddenly some checks. And it will all happen with check, isn't it? So you want to play g6, queen d4.
Looks like mate. King b1 is forced.
Rook d1, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's all mate. Yeah.
And knight b2, I guess, is also made somehow. Or, yeah, rook a3, king b1, queen e4,
e4.
king c1.
Well, rook c2, but I guess just queen g6 is going to be enough.
Or f takes.
Then
Yeah, after
queen
rook c2.
g5. Somehow some checks maybe.
But yeah, 6 pawns should be enough after rook g6.
Okay.
Well, okay, thank you very much.
So we are left with a very unhappy.
Yeah, and actually
Knockout.
we were supposed to have a rapid game between Gelfand and Aronian, friendly rapid game, but we don't have it here, so I'm not sure they are
Has it
playing
been
it,
played?
or if they wait for the end. It has not been broadcasted yet, right? But still, we had in a
Okay.
yeah, not broadcasted for us. So, well, let's be back in Nakamura Carlsen, or maybe should we have a very short break? Move 40 has been reached. Very short break, and we'll be back soon for the end of the action between Nakamura and Carlsen.
Stay tuned.
So stay tuned, and yeah, it's going to be exciting. Looks like Carlsen is winning. ladies and gentlemen, to Zurich at the Savoy. This is the third round of this Zurich Chess Challenge 2014, and heat is on even after the end of the time control. 2 games have finished, both have been drawn between Aronian and Gelfen first, and then Caruana and Anand. Both games were interesting and balanced, but we have one star game which is unbelievable actually, Werner and Peter. Peter Leko, actually our star guest here at the commentary, whom would like to thank again for helping us, and also Werner Hug and myself as every year. Well, this game between Nakamura and Carlsen is just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, such a turn of events, but actually I'm extremely happy that we did not use the engines. And like this, that we analyzed the situation and we also did not find the win. People can much easier understand why also under the pressure Hikaru did not manage to find the win, because it was extremely difficult.
Actually, we thought we had the win, but it was the same he did.
Exactly. I mean, we fell into the same trap.
No, it looked so winning. Yeah, actually we can see Magnus' face here when knight c4 happened. I mean, there is a focus on his face just when c4 happened, when knight c4 happened, and he got shocked. But actually, the amazing thing is that knight c4 was not the wrong move. Actually, objectively, it only appeared to Carlsen that it was the wrong move. But in fact, this was not, because if we look at it,
it looks that knight c8 even gave him still some slight advantage.
Yes, but this is a move that basically
he needs more time for.
He needs more time. He first of all probably blundered queen takes e4, because actually the point was that black was completely logged. Yeah, and black had basically no future, no perspective in the position, and all of a sudden the e4 pawn, to which black never had access to, has fallen. I mean, it's just incredible out of the blue, and Magnus was shocked, probably because he just could not believe himself that he will get another chance in this game.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And actually, one of the funny thing here, from afar we also thought that d6 is the decisive blow for white and it's going to win, and in fact it's a mistake. Whereas moves like queen f1 is very difficult to say. But when we just had a break now,
Yes.
and I saw someone on the way
Mentioning queen
to the
d3.
restroom saying, well, everybody saw queen d3, and I said, well,
Nobody's on the screen.
and what is queen d3? Even myself, for the moment, I mean, queen d3, what's happening after queen takes g5? I mean, even now I can't really, I don't understand why everybody saw
Yes, and even knight
queen
d6.
d3. I
Even
mean,
knight d6.
okay, it's probably winning some way, but how? Why?
No, then maybe queen h3 back or what?
Because this is obviously
No,
a
queen h3
reason
then
why you
back
can't.
now.
And maybe back, but okay, this is not.
And
How
queen
about
c1 check,
check
king
and takes,
a2.
and
But
yeah.
yeah, of course, it's
And
not
then
easy.
white wins. But this is the point. Once you get a small hint from a computer, then everything becomes so easy.
Yeah,
But the players don't get a hint, not once in a game, because actually I think that if one of the top players would just get one hint per game, his rating would at least grow by 100 or 150 points, just with one hint per game. And not a move, maybe just an evaluation where you are not sure, and one of these complicated variations you calculate, and maybe you even see everything, but you cannot evaluate or you cannot believe that it's true what you are seeing. And then that's why you are making a different decision. So just a small hint and they say that no, this is winning, and then everything becomes clear. Without this information, you are in the dark.
yeah, and actually, we just saw on the screen now we are back full on Nakamura, but we also saw Hikaru's father on the first rank in the. I happened to have a chat just 5 minutes ago with him, and he said, "Wow, unbelievable!" But it was difficult, and it seemed so crushing, and maybe G7 was not ready. He probably didn't really have an engine, or maybe he said G takes F7 would have won as well, and. Well, he's here to support his son now, and it's a very difficult moment for him, because Hikaru understands, as we can see, shaking his head. He understands what he has done or what has happened. He knows as much as Carlsen how that white was completely winning, and he understands as much as Carlsen that he's probably lost now. And this kind of feeling, I mean, during the game, of course, while you're still fighting for survival, is so hard to contain. That it's obvious that he has to shake his head. I would do obviously the same, and probably most players would do the same. And I can't even imagine if he happens to lose this game, how he will feel tonight. I would actually probably smash my whole room, hotel room. So it's extremely complicated. Imagine, and I imagine myself against normal grandmasters, but here he has a chance to beat the world champion, which he has never managed to do.
And in style.
Great
Big
style,
style.
indeed, yeah. Well, it seems this move 37 was the turning point, although probably both players understood it a bit later only. Because here after rook d8, well, white still has knight c8 apparently, but it's very hard to understand why it's good and why, I mean, you want to stop.
I would say with half an hour he sees.
Because knight
this
f5 seems to be obvious, but white gets mated,
And
astonishingly.
it's also obvious that you get mated,
Yes.
actually.
Yes, yeah.
It's surprising, but
And
actually
here,
quite obvious.
queen b6, and the queen enters, and it's over. So actually, this is easy to see, and after knight c4, suddenly, this pawn e4, you mentioned it was cementing the white's position, always under control, never attacked, and suddenly the pawn is hanging, and this is...
No, but
This is
actually also I
unbelievable.
think one of the reasons why knight c8 even Hikaru did not think about, that knight c8 is basically maybe securing a small advantage, but it was not his plan.
Yeah.
When he went for,
Yes, of course,
this line, he was believing that he just retreats his knight and the game is over basically. The job is done. And it would have been the case if queen e4 would not be possible. So queen takes e4 was a cold shower, definitely a cold shower. And it was a very difficult task for him to make move 40 because he had like 6 minutes.
6 minutes about?
6 minutes on the clock, and the things are changing, and suddenly it's a completely different situation. His king is also wide open.
So queen h5 is quite a
Yeah,
move.
according to the computer, and again, it's something hard for us to understand, and even for human beings, that knight e3 is supposed to be the only move to maintain the balance here for white, whereas knight b2 or what Hikaru Nakamura played in the game queen h5 gives black the advantage. And why? I mean, you need, for instance, knight e3. I mean, you allow queen d4 check, you allow rook d2, well, rook d2 maybe not because of queen c8, but you allow so many things. It's very hard to understand that this is okay for
Yeah, I mean,
for
knight
white
e3
here.
is an extremely difficult move to make move 40.
You also cut the queen, which cannot defend several key squares.
Exactly, this is, I think, psychologically the key,
Yeah.
that the third rank is blocked, and suddenly you feel like there are no pieces defending the king. So if, in fact, black would be able to pose one threat against the white king, the game would be over. And okay, thanks to the computer and in calm situation, you can understand that there are no real threats, but with ticking clock, and after all these dramatic events, it's far from obvious. So I would actually go as far as to say that queen h5 was a very logical move.
Yeah,
I
actually.
mean, he covers the d1 square, the knight on c4 still covers the d2 square, and basically he wants queen e2 maybe next move to stabilize the situation, and basically this is all you need, move 40, to see finally that, okay, things are more or less under control.
But rook d3 happened in the game, which, if I remember well, was the best move
That's the best
suggested
move.
by
And
the
maybe
engine.
the
Actually,
only
we
really
switched off.
winning move.
We switched off the ending.
It was the winning move?
Yes.
Yeah, there was b5.
It's over
quite
plus
good.
2, as far as I remember.
Now he played rook h4.
But actually, that's why I don't like computer evaluation. Yeah, you said that it's plus 2 according to computer, and if you would not tell me that it's plus 2, I would just say that the position is completely out of control.
messy.
I don't know how to evaluate it, because it's obvious that black is now out of danger, but why white's supposed to be lost, for example, is far from obvious.
And actually, just to highlight why, Peter, you were saying we want to keep this knight on c4 as much as possible, is now, if queen e1, rook,
Oh, that's a wonderful mate, I see.
not rook, sorry, but
I see, yeah.
king a2, I guess, because king b2, I believe, is dangerous.
Okay.
Of course.
So king e2, and now we are happy to have the knight, which covers d2.
And also after queen f2 check, now we can play knight b2.
Probably we can play knight b2.
And we are
yeah.
still threatening queen a7 mate, and everything is in order.
So this is what makes Hikaru's decision to play queen h5 on move 40 so logical, so natural.
And also with rook h4, he's kicking the queen away from the central square. And I think after queen e4, queen f5, he played queen e2.
Right.
So basically following the plan of stabilizing, yeah? He has an extra piece, that's why I do not feel that he believes that his position is lost. Yeah, his position is definitely no fun now, but...
Actually, we don't know whether queen f5 was the right move.
Yeah, we don't know. We
And
switched
it's
off.
good
yeah.
that we don't know. It's very good that we don't know, because now we are in the
switched
equal
off,
condition
yes.
with the players, and otherwise it's simply not fair, because chess might look so simple with the evolution of the computer in such a clear-cut position already, because for computers this is already relatively easy.
So what about b5, which actually white is a piece up, but there are 3 pawns for black. This is not to be underestimated, plus the g7 pawn can be considered more or less doomed in the long term.
Exactly,
Even
I mean
though-
b5 is clearly the critical move, yeah, because if you move the knight, then rook takes h3,
Check, yeah.
wins another pawn, plus
rook
delivers
b3,
mate,
yes.
basically,
Yes,
after
yes.
rook b3 check, yeah.
Yes, but you would have to come back to d2, but this is just really not what we want.
Yeah, basically knight d2 should be played, yeah, trying to bring the knight to e4.
Just to show why knight takes e5. Then this happens in b2,
One more check.
one more check, and the mate is very near.
Or
Well, actually,
winning
we
the
win the
queen
queen.
is enough.
Yeah, whatever is winning for black here. So this is no good, and this has to be played. And now we can take a pawn, one more pawn with check.
Basically it looks like you should take, yeah, you don't have other, and then king b2.
Well, now even endings like queen d3 can be well. Then, well, who knows? Maybe queen takes e5, but even endings are probably favorable for black, since g7 is going to fall.
Of course, no, definitely that black is not in the driving seat, but I mean it doesn't look that obvious, yeah, because yeah, queen d3 seems to allow queen takes e5, but let's see this variation. And the rook
No mate,
sacrifice with queen takes d2 doesn't lead to mate, but can he try to check the rook on h4?
Aha.
But it seems impossible.
And even if he wins the rook, there is no perpetual white. The black king is going to expect. But still, we can't really take this.
We
this
can't
rook.
really take the rook, yeah.
Not easy. Yeah. E1 is covered, and
Maybe black can play slower.
Yes,
We try
I
to
mean,
kill
he should.
immediately.
But okay, after knight d2, basically rook takes
A3
e3 looks very natural.
What else?
no, it does actually.
Yeah.
And I would say that maybe after king b2, a move like then we give back c4. But maybe that cannot be exploited immediately.
But I want to go knight e4 now. And suddenly with knight e4 I
And
have counterplay suddenly.
Counterplay or
With
strong
knight-
attack maybe.
Yes, okay, you probably can repeat with rook b3, rook a3.
Yeah, but.
But
probably
now black already wants
wants
more,
to win.
Yeah.
it's clear.
So this knight e4 idea should be prevented, but can hardly be for the moment. We can't play rook f3. So maybe rook takes a3 is not so.
Yeah, so maybe b5 is not even forced.
Yes, but it's so natural, yeah?
Yes, of course.
It's so natural. On the other hand, one can understand that White's idea might be to bring the knight to e4 anyway, because suddenly it would lock the queen out of the game from f5, and also threaten with knight f6. But yeah,
Yeah,
b5,
well.
b5 looks.
We get the evaluation chart. So yeah, well, it seems black is better now. I'm not really here we have 15, 20, 25. What is this? The last moves or?
To be honest, I don't know
You
what it
understand?
means.
Yeah, I don't really understand either what this 15, this scale means.
No, this is impossible.
Anyway,
Maybe half moves.
was it the wrong game? Yeah. No.
Okay.
Aha, all right. So that was not the right game. Still.
We wouldn't believe he's...
Then I feel better because I look like a complete idiot. But
Because he was winning all the...
anything out of it. Yeah.
We saw white was better before.
All the time.
Black is better. Okay, that's the only relation to this game actually.
We should stop immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually this also interests me because maybe now we are waiting for Carson to make a move. And it might not be an easy decision. That what happened finally in this Aronian Gelfand
Yes.
game? Did they play a rapid game? And
It
Yes.
seems they did play. We didn't have it here on the screen. It was not displayed, but it was on the internet, I think, and
So
in the
maybe
playing
we
hall
can,
as well.
yeah, we can quickly replay it.
If
But
if
then
we
how-
have the,
But then the audience saw it, or
it seems the audience saw it.
the audience saw it. Yeah?
We are the only ignorant.
No, because actually I'm also very interested to.
We have it here.
Aronian won. Aronian played with black.
Okay, let's just have a look.
So you see it like us. We do discover it. Seems it was some kind of.
Catalan.
Actually, it's the same line that they played in the Blitz game.
Oh really?
Yeah,
You
here
checked
in the
games,
tournament.
yeah.
I checked quickly the games.
At first sight, it seems promising for.
Oh, what?
But what can we say?
Wow, actually, it's a brilliant game. I mean, I don't know about the objective evaluation.
This was a rapid
but-
game then, yeah. So
But
the
it-
black seems to have
it
compensation.
feels like the players felt that, okay, we already played today a game, it ended in a draw, and this game does not count for anything, so let's have fun attitude.
93, huh? Oh, wow.
Now, finally, a brilliant victory for Black.
Yes, and taken the rook c1 and...
Yeah, this looks lost now. Yeah, white's pieces are tied. Nothing to be done, really. D1. Yeah, you can't untie this bishop, this rook a1, and this knight b1. So it's just nothing to be done now against things like. Well, the king comes.
Did you resign already?
I think he resigned here.
Yes. Good.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, now we understand that
finally.
after move 20 something, it
Just-
was
although
already.
I would again think that white's the evaluation by the computer was also made on a very short time control since they were moving, so it gives white an advantage thanks to the piece sacrificed by black. But it's as we could, I mean, the first impression is black had strong compensation.
Yes.
At least in
it
practice.
was very messy.
Yeah, so
It was a very messy game, but also I think it was very interesting to see how the players react to this situation, because it's the first time in this tournament now that they had to play a rapid game, which is also controversial because after all I think that the game Aronian Gelfand was a very high quality game.
Yes.
Aronian managed to put Gelfand under pressure in the opening, but Gelfand then with very precise moves and extremely good calculation managed to maintain the balance.
It's true.
So it was in fact a great save from Boris. And after this, probably he was very delighted. So his psychological situation to play the rapid game was quite strange. He already felt like he did the job. What was his intention for the day?
yes.
And
then he has
suddenly
to suddenly
play a
he has to.
new game,
Yeah.
While Levon was slightly disappointed that he blew the advantage and maybe was motivated that, okay, in a
prove
game which
something,
already
yes.
does not matter for anything, I will try to show that I was actually ready to fight very hard today.
Oh, now.
So now this is the chart here, the variation of this game, and we can
My,
see that white
it
was
goes over the top,
over
just
the
over
roof.
the top.
So white's advantage was over the roof.
Yeah,
but
it feels like stock market or something.
So it
And,
seems
that,
move
and there came the
37.
crash.
Yes, yes, but somehow not in the right direction.
Yeah, crisis around move 37 happened. And now black is better, but I mean the advantage is by no means as big as white's advantage used to be
Has ever been,
before the
yeah.
time control. So we have two new moves, b5, knight d2, which we were analyzing before. So Carlsen went for b5. But now there is this concrete idea by white to put the knight on e4 and then jump to f6. And not only this, but on e4, as you pointed out, Peter, the knight closes the queen or shuts the queen out of the queen side so that white's king might feel a bit more secure.
Yeah, but of course this position is extremely direct, so black might find a strong continuation, and then things might not be so pleasant anymore for white.
Okay, let's try to find something for black. Maybe c4, knight e4, king takes. G7.
c4.
Just before,
Knight
hang
e4.
on, before we
Yeah,
get into the
yeah.
details, I would like to mention that actually that's why chess is one of the cruelest games, I think. That it doesn't really matter that for the most of the game Nakamura had this evaluation that he was close to winning. Just one mistake, which we also did not really understand that it was a mistake, turned everything upside down. Imagine in football you are leading 3-0 and there is 10 minutes to go. Basically you just have to shuffle around and you won the match. But in chess, even in so-called completely winning situations, just one small mistake and you might even lose the game. We love this game, but it's quite a cruel game, to be honest.
It's more like tennis. You miss the match point.
Yeah.
And everything.
Yeah, but you
restarts.
miss the match point and then still, basically the match just starts new.
Yes, but psychologically. It's,
Yes, psychologically
yeah,
it's extremely difficult. But here basically you have done for 40 moves everything brilliantly, one mistake and
That's it.
it.
Yes. Yeah, this
Okay.
is a very difficult situation for Nakamura, but I think he's fully digested that, all right, he's blown it, he might be lost, maybe not, but now he has to fight and he has to try and save this game. This is not all over, at least even if the computer shows to you at home that it might be -1, -2 or whatever it is, players don't know about this.
Exactly.
Of
And
course
this
this
is
is
the point.
unpleasant. Of course this is unpleasant. Black is going to take a3 maybe and so on, but you have to find any small chance which is available to try and stay in the game or maybe bounce back in the game, as Carlsen did before. I mean, Carlsen, all right, he didn't play. Well, he played such an opening which was risky, and then Nakamura played brilliantly, and he got a winning position. Still, Carlsen was, I mean, what could he do? He played a few moves and tried to stay as much in the game as possible. And whatever the computer may show you at home that it was +8, +7 for Nakamura, it's still very difficult to find. So,
Especially this variation which we have seen, which the computer highlighted was brilliant.
Queen
but
f1 followed by
it's-
rook takes h7, for instance.
It's
yeah.
totally unhuman.
Yeah,
It will be in the books, the future books.
Definitely.
yeah.
Definitely.
So c4, you were.
Just suggestion.
yeah, c4,
knight e4,
knight
king
e4.
takes, and just
Yeah, this is the problem, that
Tell me
basically
what
this
you do.
knight e4 plan can simply be ignored by capturing a pawn, in fact.
and now you cannot move the knight because of the mating attack.
True. So knight f6 is punished now.
Now it's really made.
Yes, for this reason I would suggest to play king a2. Since you also made a king move, let's make a king move.
Compensate. Yeah.
Yeah, nice,
Exactly.
nice.
So,
And okay, I still want knight f6.
so if I make now a perpetual pin, rook d4 or something,
d4.
just trying.
Then knight g3.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's not the end. You can collect on g5.
Still, I didn't want to.
I understand. You might not have wanted to,
Yeah.
but actually
it's
it's not
still
bad.
okay.
Yeah, but it might not be bad because even rook d2 check is threatened.
Yep.
So maybe it just wins. Maybe it just wins. Sometimes it blitz. It happens that you blunder something, but it turns out to be a good blunder.
So
Yeah.
then you've seen everything it was.
Yeah. So. But okay, c4 is also a slightly mysterious move Because if c4, then why not king takes g7 first or whatsoever?
I just don't want to blunder the rook. That's
Yes.
So we repeat again that
Yes,
rook
of course.
takes here, now something like b4, knight e4. Again, well, why not this? Yeah.
Why not?
Again. Maybe now there are tricks like queen a6 or things.
Wow, that's spectacular.
Or queen a. Well, I go to a6 because it's far, but I could go to h5 maybe as well.
No, but this is spectacular.
Yes.
And there is no win for black, and if there is no win, then
Yeah, this knight controls many
you
squares.
might fold, yeah, thanks to perpetual. Or even not perpetual, who knows who is better. I mean, okay, rook b3 should.
Yeah.
Rook b3, king c1, you can go.
Oh, f1 is held by the queen.
It's incredible, yeah, that the king is completely empty and there is
It's
simply
better
no way
than queen
to.
h5 then, after all.
Yeah, no way to give
Now
even a
rook
single
c3
check.
maybe still possible, and queen takes g4.
Yes, I mean, rook c3
save.
you have to play, and then probably I should.
Let's see. And you want to take on g5? Right?
Yeah,
I want it.
Yeah, no, what else? Yeah.
Yeah, and then you take, and then you are winning probably again.
Masters of pawns.
This is a check. I didn't notice
Yes,
it was a check.
sorry,
I wanted to
sorry,
play queen c4, and
A quiet move is
for
not
some reason the program didn't allow me to play queen c4 here. Right. Yeah, imagine we're quite
Yes, but
tired
in
by
the-
this commentary, but imagine the players also with all emotions going through.
Yeah, there was a move. So Magnus decided to liquidate into an endgame, which was possible, which was definitely possible, and it should be better for black definitely, because now even sometimes the exchange of queens might be
Yeah.
a big threat, since he has way too many pawns.
So he hasn't taken yet on h4, right? Or I don't have this queen h4 yet.
Yeah, maybe he is walking now. I don't know, because otherwise he would definitely take immediately.
So we can do it.
Yeah, and,
So,
and
one,
this
two,
might be
three.
simply technically winning, yeah, because queen takes b5
queen d4 check.
can be answered by queen d4 check and
Queen b2
queen b2,
and
king h5 or king take, maybe h5. Yeah,
Yeah, just
yeah,
run.
just
as
walk
fast,
walk down the line.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah.
Too many pawns.
Yeah, this is basically the most practical
Approach, yeah.
decision. Yeah, not to calculate all these complicated lines. Carlsen might also feel that there was enough adventure so far, so let's keep it as simple as possible.
So queen d4 is a threat here, in a way. It's very hard to parry. If you play king a2, queen d4 probably anyway.
It's just over. What can you do?
Yeah, you have
Queen
to keep
E2.
queens. Yeah, that's the only chance. But
Queen e2,
queen a2, yeah, maybe h5 again,
or just b4.
b4, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to give c4, but the square. But
What's not much in it, huh?
No, Hikaru played knight e4. This is basically the most logical,
Yes.
trying to activate the knight
and preventing.
and
queen d4.
preventing the change of queens. This has to be played.
Maybe still some drawing chances.
Well, I mean, till the queens are on the board,
Yeah.
there are some small holes, but of course,
Yeah, thanks to the slight vulnerability of the king, he took on g7 now.
Unfortunately, there's no move like knight g3 or knight d6 because of the
Always queen d4.
change. It's a shame.
yeah. So something like queen d5 looks natural, if one can say, but black can play queen f4,
Queen f4.
which is
And after knight takes c5, always the same
still,
story, yeah, probably.
still queen d4.
Yeah.
And even
Yeah.
so that the black's pawns are
Yeah, he's far from the knight. So.
Yes. You can even give 2 checks just to protect e5 first, and then think about covering the pawns. I mean, instead of giving the pawn, just queen d5, 2 checks, and then think.
Checks,
Yes.
like here.
No, on h1 I wanted, and h2 just to protect.
h2.
No, and now we can think
Yeah.
it over.
Yeah, but now you don't have this queen d4 check.
Yeah.
Ah, you mean even after?
If I play queen g1, and I come to
Now you.
I haven't given anything.
Yeah.
Mwah. Bad luck.
Seems pretty
No,
straightforward.
but imagine how Hikaru feels at this moment, yeah? He
Devastated.
was so close to win this game and win in beautiful style, and now suddenly he's faced with a almost hopeless position. It might be that it is hopeless in general.
Maybe the queen should walk away from far from this queen d4
Yes.
square, like queen f3 or. Not that it will save the game, but and it also ties the black queen a little bit, although it doesn't really have to move.
Yeah,
You
it
can also
doesn't
play
threaten anything,
b4.
unfortunately. Yeah, also
You can play b4.
it simply does not threaten anything.
Oh, that's too
And g3, who knows such things? Yeah, but
dreaming. Yeah.
I'm not really dreaming,
No,
but
well,
I'm
we-
hoping.
Finally an attack.
Yeah. Maybe queen f3.
Maybe
knows?
queen f3 is the best, yeah.
After queen f4.
But it
I
looks,
know.
of course, pretty hopeless. Yeah, queen
Does,
f4,
yeah.
then queen g2
G2,
check,
yeah, that was my idea.
king f8 should be played. And unfortunately for white, he really needs a pawn on b2. Yeah, if this pawn instead of a3 would be in b2, covering his king, there would be some
We have a
hope.
move.
Yeah, it's queen f3.
So queen f4. Can he, for once, take that one, or is this too optimistic?
Take it.
Yeah, just try and take on c5 and hope for the best.
But expect the worst.
Yes.
No,
Or
this is
maybe just
completely
it's-
lost because
yeah,
at the
you're-
end even b4
b4
will
is
be
the
a
killer.
breakthrough. Yeah.
It's just bad luck.
Even if you manage to block the other pawns, which I seriously doubt, but
No, it's just over.
even that would not be enough.
So as we say, it's a matter of technique now, mostly for Carlsen. The only thing he has to be careful about is not to allow checks and not to allow white's queen to become active, threatening. We know how queen and knight can cooperate quite well in some mating attacks, or at least threats against the king, but this is the only thing he has really to worry about in this game. So we will maybe have a short review of this game for spectators who joined us in the course of the game and did not follow the entire action.
The drama.
It all started out in a Nimzo Indian where Nakamura played f3 and Carlsen reacted differently from what he had done in the World Championship match. Here he played this line with e5 to have an active bishop on c5.
But in the meanwhile, giving up the center, yes, so it is a very risky line.
Double-edged very much. He also gave up the two bishops, but reached some black square control. And there, after knight e2, he decided on c5, which was basically cements the bishop on d4, but also closes the center and gives white a strong passed pawn, which is not too important now, but also free hands on the king side to attack. And this is exactly what Nakamura did. Well, black's attack on its part of the board on the queen side is by far not as menacing. So Carlsen played a5 to
Well,
have.
basically, I think that Black's play is purely positional, purely strategical. He does not even want to attack. All this rook a6 is also more of a defensive move to cover the sixth rank and to secure the f6 knight. And if Black gets the knight to d6, then he might hope for hope for good counterplay on the queen side.
This is indeed what Carlsen intended or tried to do in the coming moves, but he was too slow.
Exactly, it's quite time consuming, all this, because he needs to prepare so many things.
And h4, then Nakamura already started launching his own attack.
Yeah, and by now it was clear to all of us here that White's
Yeah.
position is very promising and Black is facing probably serious problems.
And Nakamura led the attack in a brilliant and very textbook-like fashion. Rook h2, Queen a5. There he prevented some things by dropping back the bishop. He also prepared g5. The bishop was maybe in the way on this square. And as you said, the knight is trying to come to d6, but this is maybe he was missing just a move with Black. So
He was missing a move, yeah, exactly.
was not
This
entirely-
rook would not be on f8, then he would always have knight f8 protecting the h7 pawn once the h file was threatening to open up. But somehow he was just one tempi short.
Rook b3 and Queen g4 to be able to come to h4. Now again we made sure that knight d6 came one move too late, and Carlsen understood that too. He played knight b6, bishop e2, very good move. Knight d6, rook dh1.
Here already computer showed
Apparently,
that there was maybe some mischance, but this rook dh1 is so natural and it's such a good move that, I mean, this way,
It's hard to come down this move.
yeah.
And here also it's hard to see the reason why.
Why this is not winning.
Yeah, what could Black do here? Might have been some kind of secret defense, but hard to see how, because the opening of the h-file is imminent and crushing apparently. So, while Carlsen thought so as well, and he decided to play bishop takes b2 now,
Yeah, it was kind of last chance to complicate matters.
which actually succeeded eventually. In this position, h takes g6. There is no direct mating threat for white, so queen b6 is possible for black. And here he played g7, whereas g takes f7 was possible too. Apparently it was winning too, but g7 is also very strong.
Yeah, basically G7 is in the spirit because he really wants to deliver checkmate, and G takes F7 check was probably leading to some endgame, which was very promising for white. But okay, if you have the chance to play G7, you actually don't want to miss out.
Yeah, especially since you don't see how black is going to defend his position. But there were some possibility just to stay more or less alive. Well, not to lose at once here. He eventually took on b2, king a1. This is standard reaction. He swapped to rook and queen g6. These are these moves, like queen g6 forced to defend.
Yeah, and
now.
this was the moment when we thought that Magnus' position looks
Totally
completely
lost.
hopeless. Yeah.
Yeah, after knight f5, so many threats. And here, rook e8, queen g4, queen b6, otherwise, of course, rook h6. So queen b6 to try and get some counterplay. Queen h3, forcing queen g6, and in this moment there was a forced win, maybe more than one forced win. But queen f1 seems to be the killer here. The knight is threatened, and if you play b5, well, white needs to see this beautiful resource.
This is incredible because actually white was trying to deliver mate on h7, and exactly now when it's double defended and there are almost no more attacking pieces left, then suddenly rook takes h7 is a winning move. This is actually easy to find if it's in the books and it's written white to move and white wins. Then okay, just you look and you see that there is no other move, you will find rook takes h7, but during a game nobody tells you. And also the point was that this queen f1 move was psychologically very difficult because you retreat a piece which is basically about to deliver mate. It's just really incredible.
Yeah, because we were trying to move the queen somewhere in order to play rook h6 and win the queen.
Yes.
And here you play queen f1, not at all with this idea, since after b5, rook h6, g5 is dropping. Now the idea is to sacrifice on h7.
Yes. Fantastic.
So it's hard to blame Nakamura for not seeing this. It seems queen d3 was maybe winning as well, although it's very also difficult to to the human eye to understand this. And we actually also believe that d6 here or with the queen on h4, 2 moves before,
Maybe
is
with
winning.
the queen on h4 it's easier because e4 is covered.
Yeah, but
E4
there's
and
some other
G5.
problems. Then the e6 square or something might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems d6 doesn't win here for black, for white, sorry. Knight takes d6, of course the black queen cannot take, but rook d8 and...
Now this is the crucial moment.
Well, it's not really, I think,
No, I mean the
because-
second one. I mean you have to recover
Yeah.
and find some incredible...
Yeah, but here he still did not realize that he blew it.
We
It
didn't
was
either.
still, yeah, exactly. It was still the way he planned, and I think he thought that after knight c4 the game is over.
Well,
Or
from
practically over.
afar, to be honest, from afar when we discussed d6 and thought it's winning, here I thought after rook d8 just knight f5 and it's over because Fred are still... But this is a mate after knight f5. I mean a mate for black, not for white. Starting with rook d1 and the queen is able to join the party with queen b6 check or queen e6 check if the king goes to a2, so basically... And when knight c4 came, suddenly I wondered, okay, queen takes e4, why is it winning? And we switched on the engine for the first time in this game and noticed that black is actually doing great again. Queen takes e4 happened, and here, well, there might have been some engine resources to hold the balance, but again, especially on move 40 for Nakamura.
Yeah, this was
the clock
also very
ticking.
unlucky for him, that if this is move 41, he can calm down and spend half an hour, then he might have understood all the nuances of the position, but he only had 6 minutes at this point, and
Yeah.
it was just the moment when things were turning, so it was extremely...
Yeah, to find knight e3, which apparently maintain the balance, is very hard.
Unlucky for
Maybe
him.
probably even with half an hour, I mean, it's very hard to find knight e3.
Okay, but then you kind of finally, by
Yeah.
method of elimination, might understand that everything else loses. This might be my best chance, and things like this. But with 6 minutes, of course, he had no time to really get into the details of the position.
So this is what happened, and soon, well, no attack, of course, on the h file anymore. The pawn on g7 is ripe. Knight d2, and here he decided to exchange rooks. I mean Carlsen. Intending to exchange queens because he's, in the meantime, he's like 4 pawns for the piece plus g7 dropping, so white needs to keep queens on queen f4. So we have a few more moves now. Queen takes f4, e takes f4.
Queen played.
He played that, yeah. So
No, he did not take on.
this is our analysis. Sorry, this is our former analysis.
He
So-
did not take.
No, of course, queen g2.
yeah,
check
we
was-
actually thought it was lost. Queen g2 check, king f8. 5 pawns for the piece, of course, this is a lot. But queens are still on the board, so white has slim hopes
Yeah,
of
this is his
swindle.
only. Yeah, exactly. This is his only chance. If
We
black
have-
managed to change queens, even if he has to sacrifice 1 pawn,
He will
it's
probably do it, yeah.
maybe even 2 sometimes. But
As we saw in this line, white could have taken breaking the structure in a way, although this doesn't really mean anything here. It takes back one of the pawns, but these pawns here are very, very
yeah, and in
dangerous.
the reserve there is also when the king
They're
walks over to
very
the king
unlucky.
side, which is also there is probably no time for it. But then black breaks through with b4 and a3. So
that's why he kept queens and now played king b2. Well, it looks like, well, Nakamura is obviously very disappointed. We saw him shake his head at several occasions, but obviously psychologically now he has kind of come to terms with this situation, new situation, that now obviously he's lost and he needs to use his smallest chances to try and cause troubles to his opponent. I mean, technically, it is not completely
What
lost.
does he do after h5? Just, I mean, what's the last chance here?
no, I don't think there is any last chance. There is just hope for some miracle.
Because you cannot move this knight. Huh? It's
Yeah,
beautiful
everything
that
is
where
tied
it is.
down.
yeah.
Yeah, everything is tied down. Okay, maybe king c2, just to step out of this queen b4 check.
There's another
h4
check.
and now maybe knight d6. Okay,
Yes.
just last. I couldn't even find the word because it's not last attack or not last attempt or whatever. But
Kind of
okay.
last tricks like this, yeah? Queen a8 and knight f5.
And
Yes.
win.
But of course, black has, for example, king e7.
King e7
maybe,
looks like a good technical move.
and then queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5 doesn't seem to be any.
But there should be a way to change queens now for sure.
On which square?
On b3 or d4.
Or d4.
d4.
Right.
Queen f2 starting.
But actually also one of the problems was that nothing was really
He's played
threatening.
h5. He's played
The
h5.
part of queen takes c5, but that was also no real threat.
This forces
This
the
is-
exchange of queens.
That's
now.
it.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then queen b3.
So maybe we need to go somewhere like this. Well, anyway, it's clear that.
Yeah, this is lost.
But still, some care is needed because now we have counter threats.
Yeah.
This is now the position in the game. And now king c2 was your suggestion,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, because
It's
okay,
logical.
without knight d6, there is
Yes,
no.
but let's say king c2, king e7. Just stop.
Okay, but then I'm playing knight c3.
Yes, another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because suddenly if I can
Yes, yeah,
get
you-
some harmony between my queen and knight, then some chances might
Yeah.
appear. Some chances might appear. So
So what's he gonna do after king c2?
King c2 is our first bet.
If you just go b4, what's going on?
okay, probably a takes b4, cb, king d3. I want to protect my knight with the king so that my queen might be free. I don't know, however,
Yes, but
where to activate.
f5 and way.
Maybe f5, yeah?
Yeah, F5 and that's it, yeah. And I design. Instead of activating anything, yeah. No, okay, there are simply way too many pawns, yeah. No, it looks like a pretty hopeless situation. But I'm still not 100% sure that black really wants to push his queenside pawns.
No.
This is psychologically somehow much more logical to push h. You played h5, you want to keep on pushing it with h4.
I just wanted to stop your nice attack with
Yes.
centralization. Knight d6, queen d5.
Yeah, in fact, king c2, b4 looks like a killer. Because again, I cannot move my knight. You will.
All kind
will
of
win
checks
it,
as
yeah.
soon as.
Yeah, this is the moment what they say. There is nowhere to run. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what you try, it does not work.
Simply too many pawns. Yeah? Once the h pawn moves, then b pawn moves, and when you play king d3, suddenly f5 is coming, which you don't really expect because the king on f8, well, is happy to have a shelter.
Actually, white has no threat even here.
No, no. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
if-
definitely
if you
not.
just play
so
h4,
play a3 or h4 or something.
Yeah, no, I'm completely tied down.
Yeah, actually.
No, of course, extremely sad moment for Nakamura. He's a big fighter. He's trying to find a way to hang on, to pose some problems, but simply the position is.
Yeah, and he played such a fantastic game. I mean, until move 36 and even 7, d6 looks winning. It's not. It's bad luck, but he played such in a brilliant way and attacking. I mean, we feel pity for him because he deserved the win fully. And
Yeah, he deserved the win here. Definitely deserved. But on the other hand, Magnus also didn't really deserve to lose,
Well,
because we could not even highlight where he went wrong. It was
Probably,
simply that
yeah.
this opening choice
The wall
was
strategy.
very interesting, very spectacular, but somehow maybe it was not healthy.
Yeah, too risky positional wise.
Yes.
Yes. And finally, it was also much easier to handle with white, yeah, because all the moves came
Quite easily.
quite
Yeah.
easily.
Yeah, actually.
But
H4,
many times
H5.
this is how chess tournaments are played. If we remember yesterday's game, after the opening, Anand Nakamura, it looked like Anand has a very safe advantage where if he plays normally, then Black will have a very hard time. And what happened? Nakamura won that game. So sometimes the logical results does not always happen the way it happens. Yeah? So I cannot say that yesterday Nakamura was lucky, because finally it was lucky that the piece sacrifice was so strong. Yeah, this was his luck moment, but in general afterwards he played a fantastic game.
True. Yeah.
So it was more like it was vicious mistake to let this happen. But today he was, of course,
Yeah, much
about to
more.
win.
Yes.
Yeah, he was about to win.
Yeah, but you were right to mention earlier that chess is very cruel, a
Yes.
very cruel game.
And also, I mean, for example, Nakamura already won the game yesterday, so it's quite normal that he thinks only about the future games, and exactly the game which, I mean, if he would have won this game against Magnus, would have put him on +2.
Yeah.
And fantastic feeling, yeah, to deliver such a checkmate to the reigning world champion #1. So it's a really
And stop Marcus
Painful.
from winning the tournament. I mean, now.
well. There is no guarantee for
Not
that.
yet. I
No,
mean,
but he
we
could
remember
have
so
stopped.
many tournaments
Yes,
when
but-
he seemed and in his finish was so
Yes, but
fantastic.
there's not
in
more
many,
than +2 in it after.
yeah, but there
losing
is still
that
the
one.
rapid tournament as well, where he
Oh,
can.
yeah.
But,
okay.
I mean, if you
No, and
finish
also
at
the
+1,
players, because here 6 incredible strong players are happening. So basically, anybody is capable of beating anyone. So even if you get to +2, it does not guarantee that the remaining games you will not lose. And that's why one cannot really think like this, that if Nakamura would have won this game, then he would have won the tournament. Definitely he would have been in a very good position. But now situation is completely different.
yeah, I could see Nakamura. Yeah, you can see he's
Shaking
obviously
his head,
still very disappointed. Of course, he would like to find resources, find at least one idea which might allow him to kind of trick his opponent, but probably he doesn't even find one. He was so close. This actually does not happen too often. I mean, that someone is winning like this, and I mean at this level. I mean, I'm not speaking at my level, because this is one of my main diseases in chess. But at his level, to have such a winning position and not win it, and even maybe lose it,
And after all, it was not such a time scramble.
not such big.
Yeah,
no,
because
it was
basically he was in a
10,
comfort
20 minutes
situation.
for
He had
some
enough,
moves.
because okay, we have seen Ivanchuk games when he has
Yes.
maybe
And good
20
shot.
seconds for 20 moves, and okay, you are winning, but basically you have 1 second per move to make, and then really anything can happen. But here, 10 minutes for 2 or 3 moves in a winning position is usually more than enough. But it shows how difficult it was to find the final winning.
Yeah, actually,
No.
it looked so much more winning than it was in fact. I mean, in view of that, these natural moves which we're looking at and we thought were winning were not, like d6, and you need to find some hidden resources. This queen f1, rook takes h7 is one example, and the other moves were not easy at all. So it was very hard to pinpoint a very easy way to win. Still, for players of this caliber, it's well, I mean, you should win it in a way. I mean, it happens to Nakamura maybe once or twice in a year that something like this happens,
Yes.
or maybe not even.
But then the question might appear: why exactly against Magnus?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible. Like also Magnus has 7 lives, or I don't know. Yeah, that he's hardly losing any game. I even don't know when he lost his last game. and not too often he gets into really bad positions, but he still gets them, and somehow he always escapes. I mean, also against Kramnik, he had already so many times such positions, and type of advantage for Kramnik where you would say that Kramnik is the best player in the world to convert such advantage, and how many times we have seen that finally the game finished in a draw. So it's really amazing that how he manages to save the games.
Yeah, if you're lucky so many times, it's not luck anymore. Right?
Exactly, no, definitely. And why exactly against you it happens? Yeah, it's.
Yeah, actually, you need, if you want to beat Carlsen, you don't need just a winning position. You need to beat him every move, and every move needs to be the most accurate, the most cunning, and this is what makes this task actually so complicated.
Yeah, and only once your opponent resigns, the game is over. Yeah, just a winning position doesn't help in this sense.
So Nakamura,
Always
yeah,
desperate.
yes.
It's just
Now
desperate.
he's probably, you know, you think about lines, you calculate variations, then you notice nothing helps actually, and then you go back to move 35 or somewhere, and you say, oh my God, how the hell could I not win this? How the hell could I end up in such a nightmare? And
yeah, and then the emotions are taking over.
I don't know if you happen to dream about chess, Peter, but what happens sometimes to me is that I'm playing a game, and I might have a normal position, and suddenly, well, maybe I might walk away from the board and later come back, and the position has changed completely when I was walking away. And while I had a good position, suddenly someone removed a piece from my board, or my king is going to be mated, and I wonder, how could it be?
But this you see in your dreams?
And that sometimes it happens in my dreams. Well, probably Nakamura has such a feeling now. Someone came in between. I didn't move. It was not me. Someone came and destroyed my winning advantage, my position.
Yeah, but actually it's nice to hear that it seems other people also have problems falling asleep after losing. Yes? But usually it happens to me also after I miss a chance, and then it's very difficult to calm down because it just really, you take it so personal. I mean, the win was there, and how I could not win, and then basically it doesn't matter when you go to bed. It's clear that till 5 or 6 a.m. you will not fall asleep. That's guaranteed. And you already know it. And then you are turning, twisting around in your bed, and all the lines are coming back, and you see all the winning moves, of course. But it's already too late. And you know that next day you have to play again. This is incredibly tough. Yeah. And that's why many times one game which you were about to win, you lose, might actually influence the future outcome of the tournament as well. So one has to be extremely strong psychologically to handle such situations.
Well, these dreams of mine did not really happen in relationship with a bad result. It just happened once or twice, that something like this, you know, you're sitting and suddenly, well, this is not the position I had before. Something happened, it was completely upside down.
Yeah, but in this case, and, maybe your situation is even more serious than mine. Yeah?
No, I'm not claiming it, the contrary.
No, I mean, but it's nice to hear, you know, because...
We should all see the shrink, I think.
You know, I've lost so many games in such fashion as Nakamura that now I'm kind of immune to this. So if this happens, okay, after the game I am angry and so on, but this will not really affect my sleep.
Okay, then you are lucky in
maybe
this.
Maybe 20 years ago, but now it's happened many times. So it's not really this which will prevent me from sleeping. What might do actually is the heat of a certain game, whether I won it or lost. Let's say it was a beautiful game and there were a lot of positive emotions. I might think about them before falling asleep, and this might preventing me sometimes from falling asleep immediately or quickly. But rarely losing a game did upset my sleep. On the other hand, I do have crazy dreams like the one I described. Well,
yeah, you are trying to balance the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, chess players have so many things to take care of. I mean, it looks like for the outside world that we are just moving pieces and it's so easy, and basically also the Hollywood movies give the impression that a genius is born genius and he doesn't really have to do anything. He's so lucky that he was born like this, and all he has to do is just collect the points and become world champion.
Yes, and he never works on it.
Yeah, exactly. And in reality, it's a completely different scenario. And actually, exactly because of this, I'm a little bit angry with all those movies. Yeah, because why do you have to give a completely wrong picture? I mean, at least try to give a decent picture. I don't say that you can manage to do this, because this is maybe impossible, but at least to try.
Yes, but maybe they just don't understand the nature of chess. Or don't want to.
Maybe even if they understand it, they fully grasp that if you want to sell, well, you need to depict the chess player as a crazy maniac or
some
whatever,
political
psychopath,
story,
or
like
political
Bobby Fischer.
background, of course, is also important. But if you don't have the crazy, the nutcase who is a genius but also so totally crazy, and he might kill people. What was it? This Night Moves, the movie, I think, Night Moves, or
Yeah,
something.
that was nice.
Anyway,
Or-
a world champion is not allowed to be a normal person.
No. And, well, you won't sell, actually. Chess doesn't sell. It's in a way, it's a bit too complicated for the white audience. If you just show chess as it is normally and try to explain the depth, well, people will get bored unless you are interested in chess.
Yeah, but actually,
You need a
exactly
story.
that's why also this chess in schools program is so important. Yeah, because if already kids learn the rules in school while they are very young, then their interest can grow, and even if they are not becoming chess players in the future, they will be able to follow the games and understand that these chess games are actually full of life. It's much more behind it than somebody would think of, who did not even get in touch with chess.
This is the exact picture which was, or exactly the exact situation which was in the Soviet times. People knew how to play chess because chess was taught by, or actually very, very popular. It was made popular by the regime, the political regime. So people had an interest in chess because this might improve your situation in life, social situation. So you had a motivation to learn chess. Here in our countries, Western countries, you don't have. So unless we do these programs, chess in school, as Kasparov is trying to promote nowadays, and he's not the only one, of course. Well, unless you do this, then the interest, the general interest of the population will remain very low. And
So the worst country is Switzerland, we have to admit, because
I'm
the
afraid
high
it
standard
is.
of living means that the social it's not interesting. It's just not too much money in it. So.
no, you can't imagine how many times I have been asked, even in the chess world by amateurs, but can you live from chess?
Yes.
How is it, can you live from chess?
They don't ask that
it's-
to Roger Federer. They
No,
don't.
I'm not sure they do. And well, the answer is yes, and I explained that this, and then oh yeah, but still it's not easy. And even young chess players are afraid to try and become a chess professional because they understand that being a mathematics professor or anything else will probably earn them a better living. And why to put so many efforts to end up in situations like Nakamura, where you are winning and suddenly you get crushed, and why to do this? Why to inflict these pains to yourself while you can sit in your office and, well, you have to work also, but then you easily collect your money at the end of every month.